Let's go live. All right, people. A very good evening to everybody present here. Welcome to your own Unacademy NEET English channel. Just give me a high five in the chat box and let me know that you can see me, hear me properly, and we are live. People, just let me know in the chat box. Can you see me, hear me? Are you there? Hi Bala, Nivesa, Devita, Ranesh. How is everybody doing? All good? Reshu? Yes? All fine? Very good. So, just send me a lot of heart or fire emojis, whatever suits you, in the chat box so that we have the Josh on. Yeah, since there's a lot of churning happening on the channel, lot of things are happening on the channel, right? I'm absolutely fine, darlings. How are you guys doing? So like I said in the Telegram group, everybody has joined the Telegram group, right? Is there anybody, be very honest, is there anybody who hasn't joined the Telegram group of Unacademy NEET English channel? Yeah, that's like a Pandora box. You get so much out there. All the teachers are in the group. All the notes come to the group, all the information comes to the group, all the batch announcements come to the group, all the NEET announcements come to that group. That's a good world out there. So in that group, like I said, keep your pens and papers and minds and smiles and hearts, everything in this session. Oh my God, I need it. You know why? Because this chapter is not going to make sense until unless you have this ready, and you know what, heart has to be everywhere. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, today we are going to write. Today we are going to write in this session. I want you to hit the like button so that this video remains in your liked videos. And tomorrow when you have this very, very crucial and important chapter to be revised, you're not searching for videos. Yeah, so save some time, have this smart thing to do in your life. Like this video so that it gets into the liked folder. You're aware, right? If you like this video, it gets into the liked video and you can watch it anytime. So I want everybody to hit the like button and share this video with everyone. Let me tell you why I say that it's a serious day today. We are talking about serious business today because you know what, this chapter up until NEET 2023, had weightage of 4 questions. Oh my goodness. You can open up the question paper and check it for yourself. But this year, with the reduction of the syllabi, with the chapters being deleted, I am expecting nothing less than 5 questions. And that simply means you and I are here sitting together, meeting each other. For what? 20 marks. Like I said, let's talk business. We are here to prepare for NEET 2024 or not? Yeah? Who all are very passionate and very serious for 24? Just fill the chat box, burn the chat box with, you know what, let's do something new. I'm tired of, bored of these fire emojis. Just fill the chat box with 2024. That's all. Okay? Blue hearts, I don't like blue. Purple, white, that's my favorite color. Red is boring. Yeah. NEET 2024. So 20 marks here. It's a very small and concise chapter. I agree. And it's a very small and concise chapter with various deletions which have broken my heart. But yeah. That means from those few subtopics, you are going to get multiple questions on the same ground. Things have gotten serious here. With the deletion of the chapter, we are expecting the competition to be more in 2024. 2024 is not going to be an easy game. And for that, for this reason, our beautiful team has planned. I'm sure you saw the launch yesterday. This course, which was launched yesterday, yeah, for all NEET 2024 aspirants who have not even prepared, who have not started their preparation, who are very new. Yeah, even if you have just, you just realize that, you know what, there are 4-5 months, maybe I can also do it. Because let's face it, there are 22 lakh plus aspirants being estimated this year. Okay, and why can't I clear my NEET exam? So let's prepare. I wish there were teachers who could give me who could just turn some magic wand in the last 4-5 months and make it happen for me. And that is why hearing your heart, reading your minds, Unacademy NEET English team has launched this course which was informed to you yesterday. The link is given in the description box. All your favorite teachers will be teaching the course. Now when you click on the link in the description box, you will find my code PM1 Live. Okay, that is already embedded, and today is the last day that using this code you can get this prize. It was 17,000 to begin with, but then we teachers requested to make it easy for you guys, and now if you use the code, just click on the link in the description box, please explore that link, then you get the offer prize, and that is for first 500 students. And there are going to be limited seats in this course. Guys, this course is going to end it. It is going to be the course the way we teachers have planned it together. It is not going to leave even one single person from not getting selected. The way physics, the way chemistry, the way botany, zoology will be taught from the scratch. That was the point we all discussed, this entire team discussed together, that we want to take care of every kind of student in this country. Whether you are know-it-all, whether you are thinking, you know what, I don't know, maybe I'm prepared, maybe I'm not prepared. You're in that zone of 550 to 650. And you know that without being above 650, you're not getting anywhere. How many of you are in the range of 550 to 650? Raise your hands. Give me a shout out there. How many of you are still, whenever you give your mock tests, are still in the range of 550 to 650? Because boys and girls, let's realize one thing. If reading only the theory, if taking down only the notes, if reading a chapter 10 times was enough, then you know what? The ratio in this competition wouldn't be 22 lakh aspirants and some 90,000 seats. This is one of the toughest competitive exams of the country, I tell you. And I say that considering JEE and UPSC and whatever CLATs and maths and NATs and TATs are there. Oh, I mean it. I'm taking that risk. Maybe I'll go out of the studio and the JEE team will attack on me. But yes, look at the number of questions, the time given to you, the number of aspirants and the number of MBBS seats I have in this country. Do you all agree? So you can't just play blind darts today. If you're thinking, I'm going to do what others are doing, what my friends are doing, they are studying here, they're doing this, they're doing that, they're studying from this teacher, they're studying from this book, this is going to be okay. No, this is the time and era and the age where you have to form, you have to sculpt your own strategy. And you have to associate with mentors and teachers who give you the design, the proper design to get to this exam, who follow the new pattern, who understand the game very well. So whether it is NCERT decoding, a lot of people ask me in the special class, ma'am, your NCERT decoding, we want NCERT decoding. It is not possible to give you tests, regular questions, test analysis, mentorship, doubt sessions, those topics which worry you all the time. You're still confused whether it will be asked in NEET 2024 or not, new NCERT, old NCERT, headache, this, that, all of that personal interaction. A chapter starts from the scratch, people. Of course, this is for people who are certainly prepared to some extent. Game of NEET, the lectures which are going on, prepare you to some extent, wherein you complete the chapter in one go. But in this batch, every teacher is going to start with L1, with absolute A, B, C, D. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so click on the link and click on all the mandatory links in the description box. It's extremely important. Join the Telegram group of teachers. Every teacher has their own Telegram group. You have everything lying there. Okay, now talking about this chapter, Anatomy of Flowering Plants, I told you it carries a weightage of approximately 20 marks, if not more. Now I'm going to show you the NMC notice. And I conducted a poll in the Telegram group where you guys, of course, gave me the result that, ma'am, you know what? Let's just, it was a poll that was quite amusing for me. Yeah, I got 50-50%. So yeah, we will stick to the syllabi, and nevertheless, people who are curious, people who want to stay safe, people who don't have the heart to leave certain topics, I am here because they are my favorite topics too, and we can definitely do it in the special class. Tomorrow's special class at 11 a.m. Click on the link, click on the link, click on the link, and be in the special class to solve PYQs of this chapter. So now, as NMC says, do the tissues, people, and then after tissues you move on to study the internal structure. Please don't skip the steps. It never serves you well in life when you skip the steps. Anatomy and functions of different parts of the flowering plants. So that's what we're going to do in this chapter. It's not going to be an exaggerated long session of 9-10 hours. Don't be scared. But you know, sometimes less is more. Not sometimes, every time. Yeah. So what is anatomy, people? There is a way you study, whether you study botany or you're studying zoology, there's always a step to study. Even if you're studying digestive system in zoology, respiratory system in zoology, you cannot just begin to understand the physiology. Okay, that's how it works. This is the mechanism of respiration, this is the mechanism of digestion, this is the mechanism of circulation, this is cardiac cycle, ha ha ha. We can't go like that. We never skip steps. You study the external structure of the entire system. This is how heart looks like. These are the auricles, these are the ventricles, these are the valves, these are the septa. Don't you? Similarly, when you're understanding angiosperms, boys and girls, you took the step of studying the external structure in the last class. You guys enjoyed it. I read your comments. Thank you for all the love and support. Please keep commenting in the comment section, because that's the only way you fill some fuel to my fire. Okay, so your comments mean a lot to ma'am. You know, that's what everything is. That's the air for a teacher to breathe upon. So anatomy is about the internal structure. Okay, I cannot just depend on the external structure and understand how angiosperms are. So the key word is, it is the study. It is the study of, the key word is internal structure. Internal structure. Yes, do you agree? Morphology was external structure of angiosperms. Okay, for plants, you can do of plants through section cutting and microscopy. Do you all agree? Do you all agree? Without cutting the section and without a microscope, you cannot understand anatomy. Can you? Either you will make your cut longitudinally or you will make your cut transversely. That is why every time you open any anatomy, even when you're going to cut a human being in your first year of MBBS in the anatomy department, the cadaver, you will be told either to make there will be various kinds of cuts though. Yeah. So cutting and the section cutting is very important. And around 16th century, when we developed microscopes, right? That is the time we could study the internal structure. That is the time cell was discovered. That is the time cell biology, cytology came into the world. Around this time, 16th, 17th century, there were two gentlemen, Malfigi and Grew. I know if their names were quite Indian, it would be easy to learn. Yeah. But somehow the credit of discovery has gone to people outside this country. Maybe you can be the next ones to discover things and get your name. Malfigi and Grew officially studied the anatomy of plants because they got hold of, this is the official account. We don't know who all did what. Yeah, there were many contributors. So, and if somebody will ask you who gave the modern account of anatomy, what we study today in textbooks, well, that is by Naguli. But you know, that hasn't been asked for a long time. Okay. Now people, my question to you is, what is the importance of anatomy? Why do I study anatomy? Well, good news, the same reason for which we study the morphology. Can you list the reasons why should we study morphology of angiosperms? The different structure of the different external structures. The very first reason is curiosity. Okay, human beings are curious, we're curious animals. So I want to be able to identify and classify the huge amount of angiosperms which are present, isn't it? Which are present in the world. So what are the steps of classification? This is a question that has been coming into my mind. I would be really happy if you could answer in the chat box. Classes with me are a trouble because I ask a lot of questions. That's the problem. So make a habit, when you're sitting in Pankhuri ma'am's class, you answer. Okay? Identify and classify. Okay, fine, I have named, I have studied. Then what do you need to do? Why did you study morphology? I told you everything in biology relates to genetics. Why do I study genetics? I want to explore what are the different kind of genes, what are the variations, what is happening in the world. But that also gives me an account of phylogeny, my relationship with organisms who were before me. Yes or no? Yes or no? How I was similar to them, how I'm different with them. Homology or analogy, to put it in a glamorous way. Okay, so we'll write all that. It tells us about the variations. I'm not speaking about useful variations. Yeah, the variations. Oh, you know what? Root hair are like this in this particular population. But this population shows certain kind of variations in the root hair. Maybe this population is evolving to be better. Good, good. So variation and evolution. And when I study variation and evolution, I cannot skip studying the phylogeny. What is phylogeny, ladies and gentlemen? You have done this in class 11. By the way, the end game course that we have launched, my first class is going to be about living world. If only you were thinking, living world, who wants to study that chapter? Well, that's what we are going to do. Okay, living world is the first class, and then I'm going to hold your hand and take you sweetly, nicely, lovingly to biological classification that you all are scared of, Monera, Protista, fungus, all of that. Okay, so please, like I said, click on that link, and I want you to procure the course at the lower price. And they just told me, the team told me that today is the last day, you can get it for 7,999. I don't want, I want good things to happen to you, right? Thank you very much, Samriya. It is evolutionary relationships that we get to know how and why I was related to somebody. But you know what my favorite point is? You want to know what my favorite point is? My favorite point is, it tells me about the adaptations. It tells me about the adaptations. I've always spoken this, I've always sung this song in all my classes. As a living organism, I have two inherent qualities. Not I means even the mosquito, even the dog, even a bacteria, even a monorin. I want to survive and I want to increase in number. Every living organism on this planet wants to survive and increase in number. So, in order to survive, people, I need useful or good adaptations. So when I study morphology or anatomy, I get to see how this plant has externally and internally adapted itself to its environment. And that, my goodness, is amusing. And this is the reason, because enhanced adaptations were seen in angiosperms. Your entire syllabi is about angiosperms. Your entire zoology is about human beings, because we adapted well to the extent of destruction. So this is all in all, this is the idea of anatomy. That's why you study anatomy. Cool hai? Good. Acha guys, please share this session with everybody. I want everybody to know that how Unacademy NEET English channel is very, very exclusive and very, very different from other modes of education. Nothing against anybody, but this is different. Yeah, have you realized that? Okay, and hit the like button as well. Now, if I look at the organization, let's look at the organization of a plant body. Would you do that with me? Let's look at the organization of the plant body. What is the first basic unit of life here? Can anybody be a darling and let me know? What is the basic unit of organization? What am I made up of? Whether I am a human or a plant, what am I made up of? wet hair syndrome is a bad syndrome. Only girls can understand. Yeah, cell. Okay. So if I'm a plant, what will cells make? What will cells unite and make? Give me something new. Cell will unite to make tissues. No problem, ma'am. That is happening in animal world also. Now, the game will change when tissues will unite together to form tissue systems. Tissue systems. Plant body is simpler than animal body in the sense that in animal body tissues unite to form organs, but here tissues unite to form tissue systems, and tissue systems assemble together to form organs. Organs vis-a-vis root, stem and leaf. Now I am not talking about flower here. Why the cola berry? Why didn't I mention flower here? Because last chapter, we studied that flower is nothing but a modified shoot. Yes ma'am, no ma'am, kind of, sort of, I don't know, I don't care. Whatever it is, put it in the chat box. Okay? And organs will form the organism. Who is the organism in question? I, the plant. We are all plants today. Now, this defines the key takeaway of this chapter. The first thing we are going to study is about the plant tissues, ladies and gentlemen. Plant tissues. Plant cell you study in cytology. Plant cell you study in cytology, don't you? And you've been studying, oh yeah, it has a cell wall. Oh yeah, it has a very well defined large vacuole. Oh yeah, it lacks centriole. All of that thing. Now, plant tissues is very special and makes it different from animal body. What is going to happen? They are going to assemble together to form tissue systems. So we will explore tissue systems, but that's not what we are looking at. Our aim is to reach the organs finally, who are performing all the functions. So we are going to study the organ anatomy. Now people, listen to me carefully. This is where the elixir lies. I can't say this enough. This is the essence of this chapter. I repeat, this is the essence of this chapter in both the terms of understanding the chapter, okay, and the real business. At least a minimum of 2 MCQs, and I am being modest right now. At least 2 MCQs are asked every year from organ anatomy. Since a lot of syllabus is deleted, I could expect 3 MCQs. We are going to solve previous year questions in today's session as well as in special class tomorrow. We will apply all the knowledge. So this is where your heart should lie. Okay? And then there used to be a topic that said goodbye, is secondary growth. So yes, it is out of syllabus, but I am just telling you that this is how the flow of things are. Secondary growth is the second phase of growth in the plant body. If you wish to study this, be my guest. Be my guest. Okay, but we'll do it in this special class. And the consequence of secondary growth, what we get from the plant is the types of wood. Now children, I put a lot of thought and deliberation. I'm going to do this. Intuitively, I feel I'm going to do this. Are we all ready? I would love for you to share this session here. You know what? I have, after all these years of teaching, it's been 12 years, yeah? Not that I'm very old. I started very early. I was a baby when I started teaching, yeah? I got a superpower. When you repeatedly do a certain thing, you get superpowers, siddhi in it. And the superpower is, I don't need any tech. I don't need anybody to tell me. I get to know who is sharing the session, who is liking the session, who is thinking what. Yeah? So when you say, ma'am, we love you, oh my God, ma'am, we love the class, this and that and this, and you're not sharing the session and you're not liking the session, ma'am knows. Ma'am knows. So kindly and sweetly and sincerely like the session. Cool hai people? Now we are going to start with tissue. Now be my babies and quickly define what is a tissue. Everybody, you've been doing this definition since class 8th or 9th here. What is a tissue? Give me that bookish definition and then we'll proceed. Well, if I have to define a tissue, I'm going to be a little good with this space today. We know that a collection of cells, a group of cells, yeah, which arise from same mother cell. My definitions are always out of the textbook, and that is why I told you to give me the textbook definition. Similar origin, Kritika my darling, simply means that they have to come from the same mother. Okay? So same mother cells, similar or dissimilar in structure. So don't think that all the cells of a tissue are going to look absolutely the same. This is a misnomer. No. It's like a box of chocolate. You can have all the chocolates as same, yeah, and there could be another box which is interesting. You could have different kinds of chocolates or sweets. So similar or dissimilar. I could look different. We could look different. Yeah, you don't look exactly like your brother or sister unless you're twins. But there is a condition. We will come together to perform the same function. We will come together to perform same function. Ranish, very beautiful name you got there. Perform similar function. This is what a tissue is. Alright people? Yeah. Now we are going to simply, yeah, I couldn't be good with the space. Now we are going to simply classify plant tissues. Are you all ready? Now this is one thing that people have always struggled with. Classification of tissues. Lot of MCQs are asked from it. Ma'am, what is meristematic? Ma'am, what is apical? What is intercalary? I have designed a classification which will take care of all kinds of MCQs possible in this world. You just have to make your notes with me. Kindly write with me so that it helps you. Yeah, I'm going to start from very basic. कुछ तो हो जाता है यार इसको भी ना. From the very basic classification. Please use your notebooks, and if I have to suggest, you could turn your notebook like this. Turn it like this. How do I show you? Turn it like this. Okay? Because there's a lot to write. So the very first classification is based on capacity. Keyword is divide. Capacity to divide. You with me? In any organism, if I don't divide, I don't grow. Who is I? I the cell. So based on that, I have the meristematic tissue, which divides like nobody's business, and I have the permanent tissue. The permanent tissue, if you remember, we did the meristematic zone and called it the zone of growth in roots, isn't it? Meristematic tissue is also called as the mother tissue in my world, because whatever will come from the plant when the embryo is formed, okay, the first formed tissue for a plant's life is meristematic tissue, okay, and everything else is going to be derived from meristematic tissue. When meristematic tissue stops dividing, this is continuously dividing, continuous division, and here I stop dividing. I don't divide, stops dividing. If you are writing the notes with ma'am, we need new emojis. Give me a thumbs up in the chat box. Be very honest. You don't have to lie with me, because anyways I'll know. Yeah, this process, when I stop dividing, why do I stop dividing? I stop dividing because I realize that I can't simply grow. I need to rest and specialize and perform functions also in the plant body. It could be storing food, it could be photosynthesis, it could be anything. Okay, that process is called as differentiation. Basics of biology. Now, let me take you a notch further. Differentiation doesn't only happen at the level of structure. I just don't change the way I look. I change my morphology, I change my cellular components, how my cytoplasm is made up of, that is biochemical structure, and then comes the chance of changing the physiology or function. Is that clear? If I want to store food, I am going to look in a certain way, I am going to change my cytoplasm in a certain way, the enzymes in my cytoplasm in a certain way, and then I am going to perform the function of storing food, na baba. If I am going to transport water and minerals, I am xylem, I am going to change my structure, I am going to change my biochemistry or the cellular components, and then I am going to perform that function. So, differentiation happens at the level of structure, biochemistry or the biomolecules, and then physiology. Is this clear to everybody? Very clear. Now, meristematic tissue is rather confusing. This is the tissue that differentiates plants from animals. Why? Because it divides throughout the life of the plant. Yeah. Now, I am going to divide it into on the basis of origin. If I am originating from embryo, then I am a primary meristem. Primary is the earlier meristem. If I am arising from permanent tissue, then I am a secondary meristem. Easy? Can we write this much? Primary meristem arises from embryo. So, I am the first formed meristem. Secondary meristem arises from permanent tissue. Now, this doesn't seem right to me. From permanent tissue. There's something problematic here. Don't you think so? We said that plant is rather aging and maturing as it changes from meristematic to permanent tissue. Isn't it? And now I'm saying that I'm back to being meristematic. So what is happening in the life of the plant? Yeah? We're going to discuss that. We're going to discuss that. Let's in fact discuss that. It is not given in NCERT, but it forms the very foundation or basics of this chapter. In the life of a plant, so that you're never confused ever again, who is coming from where? This is the question that confuses all of us. So, in the life of a plant, when I am a baby, all I have is primary meristem. This is clear to us? The primary meristem eventually to perform special functions becomes permanent. This we just saw in the classification. Permanent tissue. This process you guys told me is called as differentiation. Differentiation. Yeah. But you know the story doesn't end here. For me, for humans, this story ends here. We develop mature tissues, we attain puberty, then we grow old, we die. But the plant is different. This permanent tissue is going to become meristematic again, but that time the meristematic tissue is called as secondary meristem. The secondary word carries the meaning of this happening later in my life. My means I the plant. Okay. Now since I am becoming immature again, I am becoming meristematic tissue is immature, right? It has no specialization other than just dividing, right? So this is called as de-differentiation. De-differentiation. Are we together in this? Yes. And now secondary meristem realizes, oh, once again, I can't just keep forming tissues. I need to perform functions, right? So secondary meristematic tissue is going to repeat this process, as simple as that. And this is going to be called as redifferentiation. 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 And all you get here is, again, the secondary permanent tissues. Secondary permanent tissue. Secondary permanent tissue. Is that clear to everybody? And that is the reason you see, this is the reason you see the classification being like this, from permanent tissue. Is that clear to everybody? Now, the classic examples of everything we will write, but let's go here. This primary tissue. I'm going to make one more division. Primary meristematic tissue has a very important job in its life. It is going to form the entire plant body. Think it this way. This was the seed. This gave rise to the embryonic root, that is radicle, and embryonic shoot, which is plumule. Now, this embryonic structure has the onus, has the responsibility of forming the entire tree, entire plant. That is serious job happening there. So, I need to apply the only tissue which causes growth at different growing points in the plant. Does that make sense to us? So, if I apply at the root, yes, root is going to grow into the depths in the ground. If I apply it at the tip of the stem, it is going to attain a certain height. But that is not enough for all plants. Some plants need to grow laterally also. We'll see what happens. Yeah. So, based on the position, boys and girls, please take care of the different kind of classification. That is why I am writing it. We started from just the capacity to divide. Then we went to origin, and now we are at position. I am going to apply it on the apices. So, I become apical. Okay. Then I am going to apply it where? Which is the second growing point you can think in the plant. Think about it. Apply your logic. What do you think it is? The basic growing point is head and the foot. Agreed. But where else? We spoke about this in morphology. Yeah, where else new structures come all the time? What do you think? What do you think? Where else the structures come all the time? Even when the stem is formed. What was the treasure point, guys? The treasure point was internodes. Yeah. So, I give one meristematic tissue there also. And later on, since I said that, you know what, if I'm a dicot, I'm a huge tree, I need to grow into the width as well. So, that is how the positioning of meristematic tissue is done. Now, let's write where are they present. They will be present at root and shoot apices. Shoot apices. Are you happy? But my job is longitudinal growth. Once again, clearing the basics. This is longitudinal, this is transverse. Longitudinal, transverse. Transverse, longitudinal. Okay. So, longitudinal growth. Longitudinal growth. Easy? No physics or chemistry or equation applied? Intercalary simply means, well, I have serious things happening at the nodes and internodes. Yes or no? Yes or no? Okay. So, this is going to be present at the node and base of leaves. Base of leaves. Now, somebody could ask, ma'am, why base of leaves? What is leaf base? Leaf base is the first part of the leaf which is adhering to the node. Why leaf base? Because leaf base is the point where injury also happens, the maximum. So, to regenerate, I have intercalary. And lateral or cylindrical is going to be present like this. If this is the stem, I am going to be present here. I am going to be present here because now I want to increase the plant in girth. In girth. The classic example that I am going to give you is rather amusing, and that is intrafascicular cambium. I have realized in the last couple of days, if you need specs, wear specs. Okay? Yeah, that came from some of the comments. Intrafascicular cambium, I want you to look at the board, not at me. Intrafascicular cambium, primary meristematic tissue, hold that thought. Let's do the classification of, see, this is called the long hair syndrome. I call it the long and wet hair syndrome. While I am talking to you guys in front of the camera, my hair do their thing and they erase the board, and it's the first world problems. Girls will understand. From permanent Girls with long hair, give me a shout out in the chat box here. It's sometimes irritating to handle them. Although I'm losing them at a velocity that even I can't measure. Yeah. So from permanent tissue, could you fill in the blank here for me, please? Could you be my darlings and fill in the blank? Secondary meristematic tissue is going to arise from what? From permanent tissue. By which process? By which process? By which process? You are going to tell me. I am not going to say this. Arey Baba, why are you saying what is written on the board? What is the process? Now classic examples. Classic example of secondary meristematic tissue is vascular cambium. Vascular cambium. And a rank giving MCQ lies for you. As simple as that. I could still write interfascicular cambium. Interfascicular cambium. Not a problem. Nobody is going to be annoyed with that. But intravascular cambium is an exception. Okay? Because it is primary in origin. Now my mind, I really cannot stop but make a statement. Alright? I want to say, I feel like saying, and let me know if you agree with this, that all secondary meristematic tissues, are lateral meristems, but all lateral meristems are not secondary tissues. What do you think? What do you think? Did you even understand? Think about it. Can anybody repeat this statement in the chat box? I would get to know who's really hearing. Who's really hearing. Cool people, let's go to permanent tissue, for goodness. Now permanent tissue after differentiation is going to be divided on the base of composition. On the base of simply the composition. Answers in the chat box. I can be a simple permanent tissue. I can be a very complex permanent tissue. Think of a box of chocolates. All chocolates are your favorite chocolates. I don't like chocolates. So I don't know. I don't like any chocolates except white chocolate though. So I'm going to take that. I get a box of chocolates. Somebody out from you, people, Anand decides to gift ma'am, poor ma'am, a box of chocolate. And all the chocolates in that box are white in color. That is a simple permanent tissue. It is of 3 types. Parenchyma, you guys know the drill. Collenchyma, and Sclerenchyma. Any doubts in this? Any doubts, people? And when I talk about the complex box, yeah, Shraddha decides to give me a box of chocolates. She's like, ma'am, please explore, yeah. There's almond, there is hazelnut, there is dark, there is milk, there is white, yeah. So that is complex or heterogeneous tissue. This you can call homogeneous tissue, and they are of 2 types, that is xylem and phloem. Now, since we saw that secondary permanent tissues are also made, so let's write that classification also. Nobody is stopping us, and we have ample amount of space, so you can divide permanent tissue further into primary permanent tissue and secondary permanent tissue. Now people, can you tell me what is the origin of primary permanent tissue? Answers in the chat box. Primary permanent tissue, where will they arise from? Come on. Primary permanent tissue will arise from primary meristem, from apical meristematic tissue. Yes? From apical and intracalary as well. Apical and intercalary. Is that clear to everybody? Apical and intercalary. And secondary meristematic tissue is going to arise from, secondary permanent tissue is going to arise from this one, this guy here. Secondary meristematic tissue. Or in other words, cambium. Is everybody okay? Makes sense to us? Any doubts? Please feel free to ask. It's your own channel, it's your own class. Now, I feel like asking a question. Could I? Or would I? Let's solve this question and then I'll ask you a question. Let's do the simple things first and then we'll go to the complex thing, which is right now my hair getting dried, for God's sake. It's been 2 hours I washed my hair, yaar. They just don't dry. Dry up. Kalo, select the odd one out with respect to tissues. Which is the odd statement with respect to tissues? Come on, people. What do you think? What is the answer? Everybody is clear? This is based on the definition of tissues. Is it a group of cells having a common origin? Yes, we said that. Yes, we said that. A common mother cell is very important. They usually perform a common function. That is also a disclaimer. Complex tissues are made up of more than one type of cells. Yes, they are heterogeneous in structure. They are not capable of division. That is entirely wrong. Next question, primary meristem constitutes what? Now you can answer this. Primary meristem constitutes what? Answers in the chat box, everybody. No. Think about it. Think about it, people. Think. T-H-I-N-K. Think. Okay. So, primary meristem constitutes apical meristem. Yes, ma'am. We just drew it with you. Intercalary meristem. Yes, ma'am. We agree with you. Lateral meristem. What do you think? Lateral meristem? I just told you about the conundrum, right? So, it is both 1 and 2. What was the statement? Anybody who can dare to repeat the statement that I made? Now, my question with you is, what is the fate of intercalary meristem which is present at the node? Intercalary meristem, what happens to it? Because in my classification, I just drew meristematic tissue changing into permanent tissue. We never spoke about intercalary meristem. Let's start with a very basic while you think about the answer, and we will start with meristematic tissue. So now, like any actively dividing tissue, you have studied in cytology, whenever a cell is actively dividing, it cannot afford to have thick walls, isn't it? I cannot have thick walls, otherwise I can't divide. I am going to have a big prominent nucleus because I have to divide that nucleus into 2 daughter cells. I have to have a very nutritious cytoplasm because I have to donate it, give it to, divide it into 2 daughter cells. Agreed? This nutrition packed cytoplasm looks very dense under the microscope. That is why you keep reading dense cytoplasm. These characters are clear to everybody. So small, these are going to be small. They don't get time to even enlarge in size or elongate in size. Immature, actively dividing. This is how they look like. I go further. They are thin-walled. Without intercellular spaces. Because they are dividing like nobody's business. Intercellular spaces. And they are found in various shapes. Oval, polygonal, round, whatever it is. But one interesting feature is that your NCERT specially mentions, and it is one of my, so I have taken the polygonal shape, okay, I have taken the polygonal shape. They have a dense nucleus, prominent nucleus, and they are going to have a dense cytoplasm, go berserk, okay. So what is happening is, the key word here is that they are isodimetric. Answers in the chat box. What do you understand by the term isodimetric? Isodimetric simply means they are equal from all the sides. This is one of the characteristic features if you look at the meristematic tissue, okay. Then dense cytoplasm, the same song, dense cytoplasm, prominent nucleus, and what is the major function of meristematic tissue? Who will answer in the chat box? What is the main function of the meristematic tissue? They will be very, very active metabolically, very active. Same diameter? Yes. Same diameter? No. Somebody has answered, Priya, if they're dividing, continuous division is a feature of meristematic tissue. It is not the function. Function. I want to know the function. Come on, people. Papa, if it is dividing continuously, what it leads to? What is the consequence? Function is the consequence of the nature or the structure, na Baba? It is going to cause growth. This is the only function God has given to meristematic tissue. Is that clear to everybody? We are going to start from shoot apical and root apical meristem. Can we do that together? Is there a problem? Can we draw it together? Yes, ma'am. No, ma'am. No is good. There is okay. So we are going to study the classification and the types of meristematic tissue with the help of diagram. Can we do that? I am going to draw the shoot, and on this side I draw the root. We'll do that later. So this is your shoot apical meristem. Shoot apical meristem and root apical meristem. Root apical meristem you have studied in the last chapter morphologically, which is a saving grace. So this dome shaped structure that I have made, it is going to arise from the plumule of the embryo. What is the other name of plumule, people? What did we call plumule? At 1 AM in the morning? No, it was 2 AM in the morning. We said, when we studied the structure of seed, we said, yeah, plumule is an embryonic shoot. And we closed the chapter and went off. Now, you're going to see it anatomically. The plumule gives rise to SAM, shoot apical meristem. Okay, and this is going to be present at as the terminal bud that we spoke about. So this is a connection between morphology and anatomy. When we studied the morphology of stem, we said it is going to have two important buds. The terminal bud, axillary bud. Agreed? Everybody agreed? Terminal bud, axillary bud, or the lateral bud. So now shoot apical meristem has organized itself into the terminal bud at apex of shoot and its branches. Is that clear to everybody? Now the question that you should ask me or yourself, what about axillary bud? Where is axillary bud coming from? This shoot apical meristem is going to become dormant. It is going to become inactive, right, for future use. And that is called as axillary bud, which is present in the axil of the leaf. It is going to be present for making future structures, be it branches of stem, be it leaves, be it flower, whatever it is. Okay. So what you're going to write is inactive. Inactive SAM becomes axillary bud. Becomes axillary bud in the region of leaf base. In the region of leaf base. So this is your shoot apical meristem. Happy? Now we go further and we realize that somewhere at the nodal region I find another meristematic tissue which we just spoke about, and that is, oh God, yeah, and that is intercalary meristem. Intercalary meristem. I told you to think about it. Well, people, intercalary meristem is nothing against shoot apical meristem, which has delayed, listen to me carefully, that shoot apical meristem which has delayed its differentiation into permanent tissue. Once again, look at the diagram and listen to what I am saying. This apex, owing to the continued division of shoot apical meristem, is going to keep shifting. Okay, so here is my head. I have the terminal bud here. I have the terminal bud here, I the plant. In the terminal bud, I have the mighty SAM. This SAM is not going to stop for anybody. It is going to keep dividing, and the tip of my head keeps shifting up and up, whatever my genetic height is. Okay? What is happening to the tissues behind here? What is happening to the tissues here? Well, they know that they have to differentiate into permanent tissue. Paren, colon, scleren, xylem, phloem, whatever it is. Together with me? But some of the shoot apical meristems decided to come together and form a reserve of cells in the nodal region. And that, or in the internodal region, because it's a sensitive region, they are called as intercalary meristem. Okay, so shoot apical meristem which delays differentiation. Point to be noted, I said delays, I didn't say which does not. So one more thing which is not given in the textbook, but you have to be very clear, it is not forever. It is ultimately, what is the fate of intercalary meristem was my question to you. Nobody answered, or did you? I'm sorry if you answered. It ultimately changes into permanent tissue. Okay? Why did this happen? Why did the plant do that? Well, especially in grasses, this is seen especially in monocots. Let me also tell you, it's not a feature, compulsory feature of every plant. In plants like grasses, one of the biggest families of monocots, the leaves of grasses get trampled very easily. You know, you and I are taking a walk in the park. What are we doing? We are trampling the grasses. Herbivory. Everybody comes and eats the grasses, all the cattle, Gai, bhais, bakri. Okay. So God has blessed especially the monocots, especially the Poaceae family, to regenerate this injury that is recurring. Or in simple terms, to take care of monocot leaves against enhanced herbivory, grazing, trampling. With me? So owing to this intercalary meristem, poor grass will not die forever. she'll have some leaves which will quickly regenerate. Okay, so grasses, it takes care of regeneration. Is that point clear? This is usually a point of confusion. Regeneration of injured plant parts, plant parts due to grazing. What is the third type of primary meristem, people? Lateral meristem, yes. Actually, in the shoot apical meristem, we will organize all kinds. So, laterally, cylindrically. Okay. But later on, one more thing happens. One more cambium is formed. So, what have I made, everybody? Let's write it here. This is nothing but the vascular cambium. This is nothing but the vascular cambium, which will increase the girth of the plant, isn't it? And this here is the cock cambium. This is the cock cambium. Are we good? Happy? Anand, bete, so intrafascicular cambium is not entirely wrong. Intrafascicular cambium is one part of the vascular cambium, or in other words, it forms one portion of vascular cambium. Shrivali, beta, what is deleted? Darling, what is deleted? Oh yeah, so I got your point. Ma'am, this is not given in NCERT. May bache, so was not Fabaceae, Liliaceae, composite, Brassicaceae, Malvaceae. So we are just laying the foundation of the chapter. Every MCQ which will be asked will have mention of apical meristems, intercalary meristems. Without that, the examiner cannot even frame a question. Take it from me, for even the portions which you see in NCERT. So we are being smart, and we have to calibrate everything, and we can't just wash away every topic. Is that okay? Does that make you happy? Okay, cool hai. Now root apical meristem is chill. It's a chill scene. Yeah, what did we do in the last class, yaar? Yes, what is present at the tip? What is present at the very tip of the root apex? Answers in the chat box. I am not going to spare you when it comes to morphology. This is the vascular cylinder. Now that we have taken a section. Thank you so much, Anand. You've been great. This is the root cap. Okay. And this is your root apex. This is your root apex. This is all the ground meristem and the vascular cylinder. Vascular cylinder. Now people, the only question that the examiner is asking since yours is, this was present terminally. The position of Sam is exact top of my head. It is exactly terminal in position. Terminal in position. But root apex comes down to be subterminal in position. Why? Once upon a time, this question was even asked in AIIMS. Subterminal in position because of the presence of the protective root cap. Now I am going to give you an advanced concept, and that is, think about it. Let's not jump to the concept that unlike the shoot apical meristem, root apical meristem, the ram which is present here, root apical meristem, the ram which is present in the root apex, this region, this is all root apical meristem, root apical meristem, root apical meristem, root apical meristem. I have the protective root cap, I agree, but still when I go into the soil particles, I am continuously getting injured. When leaves were getting injured, God gave intracalary meristem, which was like a reserve of meristematic cells to take care of the injury. So, similarly, in the root apical meristem region, we have a center called as the quiescent center. Quiescent center. What is the meaning of quiescence? It's an English term, not botanical term. It simply means inactive or dormant. Okay, so quiescent center is the dormant center where meristematic tissues are lying inactive. In case the root apex gets injured while it is growing into the soil, they will quickly become active from the quiescent center and regenerate the root apex. Dormant meristematic cells. The purpose, what is the purpose? For regeneration. Regeneration of injured root apex. Happy? Good? Question for you. Now you can answer this question. These are all PYQs here. These are all PYQs. Let me see what you guys are doing. There's hardly anything I can see there. Axillary buds are derived from the activity of what? Who knows? You guys should know now. Fast means fast. Answers in the chat box. The chat box is not running really great here. Yeah, I want the chat box to speed up. What do you think? Can we do that? People are saying 3 and 4 both. Why the confusion? Axillary buds are derived from shoot apical meristem. As simple as that. It is the SAM which is going to stay back. So lateral meristem, secondary meristem, it is 3. Why are you saying why are you saying intercalary meristem? No, don't do that. No, don't do that. Anybody who has a confusion between 3 and 4, that's quite a cute confusion that you got there. And I can understand why you are feeling like that. See, apical meristem is not taking care of regeneration. Axillary bud is not taking care of regeneration. Axillary bud is not present just in some plants. Axillary bud is a necessary structure which is going to give rise to branches to all other structures here on the stem. Think about it. Intercalary meristem is a temporary provision made by the plant to take care of the injured parts. Both are meristematic in nature, but their functions are different. An intercalary meristem is ultimately going to change into permanent tissue. Bud is different. Bud is a collection of cells. It is not forming the tissue. Is that clear? Is that clear? Think about it. Next question. There you go. Somebody said I'm confused. There you go. With the help of questions, your confusion could get better. Regeneration is the key word here. If I want to form something new in the life of a plant, I would need axillary bud. If I want to regenerate an injured part, then I am going to require intercalary meristem. Now it is clear. Somebody was saying, I saw the word confusion. Yes, this is the word. And it's a temporary structure. Axillary bud is always there. Yes, this is clear. Now, intercalary meristem, I have spoken about it. I am not going to repeat it. Lateral meristem also, I have told you, they are of 2 types. Vascular cambium, cork cambium. Vascular cambium is a composite structure derived from intrafascicular cambium and interfascicular cambium. Interfascicular cambium. Remember that intra means between the same structure. It is going to become more clear when I teach you vascular bundles. But this is primary in origin, and this is secondary in origin. Secondary in origin. Okay, and this is just the case of a stem. Secondary growth is no more in the syllabus. Solve this question. Secondary xylem and phloem in a dicot stem are produced by what? Coincidentally, we just spoke about it. Can you answer this, people? Are you sure? Everybody, are you sure? Is it so easy? Nobody is getting it wrong? Yeah, it's easy. I just spoke about it. This is secondary meristematic tissue. This is secondary meristematic tissue. Okay. Secondary meristematic tissue is ultimately going to give rise to secondary permanent tissues. Permanent tissues. Majorly, the permanent tissue that the life forms in its later stage is xylem and phloem. It cares about xylem and phloem. Now that I have become such a huge plant, I need more xylem and phloem to transport substances. Can you tell me the phenomenon that happens here, people? Can you tell me what happens for secondary meristem to change into secondary permanent tissue? Anybody? Redifferentiation, very good, excellent. Now let's talk about, we are moving towards the simple permanent tissue. So when meristematic tissue was present, it realized that it has to change into permanent tissue. In the class of morphology, I told you what is the biggest fear of the plant. What is the biggest fear of the plant? Anybody? What is the biggest fear of the plant? Somebody has said storage of food. So meristematic tissue evolves into one tissue that is going to store everything possible. It's a storage box called as parenchyma. Now I am evolving from meristematic tissue which is very thin walled. I still stay thin walled, but I will not divide. I will not divide. Very similar features between meristematic tissue and parenchymatous tissue. That is a trick to learn. Meristematic tissue was thin walled, yes, cellulosic. Similarly, parenchyma is very basic, thin walled and cellulosic, but of course they will be bigger. There will be certain structural differentiation that will take place for performing the special physiology. Yeah, what are the structural differentiation? They are also found in various shapes such as oval, polygonal or round. Okay, oval, polygonal or round. This time I am taking the round shape. I am taking the round shape. Look at what I am doing. Look at this. Parenchyma, 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 parenchyma. Now people, what you will observe is in meristematic tissue there was no intercellular space, but in parenchymatous tissue, according to NCERT, intercellular spaces may or may not be present. Because I am thin walled, I can still afford to have spaces. So it is not a necessity. Somewhere you will find intercellular spaces, somewhere you will not find intercellular spaces. They will be closely packed. Okay, MCQ, very, very important. They are also isodiametric. They are also isodiametric. Is that clear? Intercellular spaces. Intercellular spaces. What will you write? May or may not. It depends on which organ they are in. may not be present. Is that clear? Now, here what happens, what was my function? As a parenchymatous tissue, my major function is storage of food. Storage of food. This is the primary chief function of parenchyma. Who will tell me in the chat box what do you understand by primary and secondary? What do you understand by primary? Can you tell them to stop this noise? Whenever I am a storage tissue, there is an organelle in a plant cell which assists in that function, and that is vacuole. 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 Your NCERT categorically mentions that parenchymatous tissues have a large central vacuole and peripheral cytoplasm. Of course, if vacuole is occupying most of the volume of the cell, other living components, the rest of the protoplasm is going to shift to the periphery. This is often an ignored line, but a question is framed in NEET: which of the following are true regarding parenchyma? And that is where there are 5-6 statements which are given. This happened in NEET 2022. Please beware. It can repeat itself in 2024. You have to be very clear with the characteristics of the tissues. Yes? So, large central vacuole is going to push the cytoplasm to the periphery. To the periphery. Common sense, to the periphery. And like I said, protoplasm also includes nucleus. Nucleus to the periphery, nucleus to the periphery, nucleus to the periphery, nucleus to the periphery. Now you get it, you see it, you understand it, isn't it? So we'll write that, large central vacuole, and peripheral protoplasm. Who will tell me in the chat box what is the difference between cytoplasm and protoplasm? What is the difference between cytoplasm and protoplasm? People, you should say hi to Wasim sir. See, even chemistry and physics is ultimately going to come to botany, to biology. Isn't it? Yes. So the difference, Wasim sir, could you tell me what is the difference between cytoplasm and protoplasm? Class 8th. I'm sure you were in class 8th once. The entire living component of the cell, okay, apart from the walls, is protoplasm. That is your cytoplasm as well as nucleus. So I'm not going to write it separately. That large central vacuole and peripheral, cytoplasm and nucleus. Is it clear? People, in the entire plant body, whatever is making the bulk of the plant body, most of it, 90% of it is parenchyma. It is, I call it an omnipresent tissue. It is present every damn where. Okay, whether it is root, whether it is stem, of course, in different concentrations. Whether it is root, stem, leaf, whether it is a flower, I am all parenchyma as a plant. Is that clear to everybody? Which is the most abundant tissue in your body? You will say connective tissue. Which is the most abundant? Compare it with parenchyma, and that is why it is forming the bulk of the plant body. Corresponding to my presence everywhere in the plant body, I am going to perform almost every function in the plant body. The entire physiology, whether I am performing photosynthesis, whether I am involved in transpiration, respiration, all of that, parenchyma is the tissue. So we are going to write that because this is a previous year question. Previous year question, PYQ alert, PYQ alert. Most abundant. Somehow I always reach the number 7. Yeah, it's a lucky number. Most abundant, or you will hear the term conspicuous, and participates in all physiology of plant. Does that make sense to us, everybody? Now I'm going to evolve into the next tissue. So the creator realized that, you know what, plants are growing with the help of very, very nice and laborious, hard-working meristematic tissue. It is going to store food. And not only that, you know what, parenchyma can store anything possible. A parenchyma can be aerenchyma when it stores air. It can be chlorenchyma when it stores chlorophyll. It can be prosenchyma when it becomes like a fiber. It can be an idioblast. What do you understand by idioblast, everybody? What do you understand by idioblast? Darling, Krutika, that was the first point. That was the first point. Why do you guys break my heart? See? Wasim sir, your kids are not listening to me. I wrote cellulosic cell wall and they're saying, ma'am, it was not written. That's heartbreaking, you know. Okay, Collenchyma. So the creator realized that, you know what, there are certain parts in the plant body which would require not only storing food and growth, but strength. Strength is of two types. Either I can be rigid as a stone or I can be flexible. Elasticity or flexibility is also a type of mechanical strength. Use your common sense, okay, especially chemistry people. Especially chemistry people. Wasim sir, you're disturbing my class here. We are going to ask all the questions from him. Kids, ask him right now. What was the question? I forgot. Yeah, which part of the plant is going to require elasticity? First is your brain, but that's not a plant part. Which part of the plant? You know root, stem and leaf. Which part of the plant is going to require elasticity? That, you know what, I can move against the wind currents without breaking. Think about it. Leaves? Thank you. Wasim sir couldn't answer this easy question as, like, this is the basic question, common sense use karna tha. So, let's talk about Collenchyma. Collen simply means glue and enchyma means tissue. Enchyma means tissue. Alright. So now this tissue provides elasticity. Or flexibility. It's a living tissue. It's a living tissue. It had to do something structurally to become a flexible tissue. So what did it do? You know what it did? This was my parenchyma. This was my parenchyma. This was my parenchyma. I've taken the polygonal cell because usually collenchymators are polygonal in shape. This was my parenchyma. This was my parenchyma. This was my parenchyma. If I am only cellulosic, I cannot be elastic in nature. So I added pectin. I added pectin only on the radial walls. I added pectin only on the radial walls. So this pectocellulosic combination made me elastic in nature. But because of the deposition people, I lost all the intercellular spaces that I had. As soon as the wall starts getting thicker, the intercellular spaces go for a 6. Okay? So the third point is mostly polygonal. Keyword irregular thickening. Irregular thickening. If I deposit pectin throughout the wall now, then I'll die. Then the transport cannot happen very nicely. So it is irregular thickening. Thickening of pectocellulose. PYQ alert. Pectocellulose. Your NCERT says, open up your NCERT. Your NCERT says cellulose, hemicellulose and pectin. So hemicellulose is just a derivative of cellulose. It's the difference in the fiber design, the fiber composition. Yeah, so that is also correct. Now people, Collenchyma is going to, what is the primary function of Collenchyma? It is elasticity. But it also becomes Sclerenchyma. When it stores chlorophyll. You guys told me that it is going to be present in the stem. Yeah? So that is what we are going to write, that it is present as a homogeneous layer. Homogeneous layer. What is homogeneous layer, everybody? What is homogeneous layer? It's a continuous layer without any disruptions, or in patches below epidermis. Below epidermis. In a dicot stem. In a dicot stem. And like you said, sometimes petiole of leaves also. Petiole of leaves, so that they can move aram se. Everybody is clear? Any doubts still here? Doubts are good. Doubts are a very good thing to happen in life. People, where did I come from? Where did I come from? I came from Parenchyma. Whenever evolution happens, whenever you go to the next structure will have certain features of where it evolved from. So if you look at the cytoplasm of this cell, once again the central vacuole is great. Central vacuole is occupying maximum volume of the cell. So can I say that I have a central vacuole and owing to that I have a peripheral cytoplasm, or should I say peripheral protoplasm? What do you think? All clear, everybody? Thank you, HP. Can we say protoplasm? Be smart about it. Very good. You guys are amazing. Chalo. Now what happened? Now God realized that yaar, everywhere flexibility won't work yaar. This is a problem. We need to give rigidity also. कभी कभी सख्त होना पड़ता है जिंदगी में. We need rigidity as well as flexibility. Okay. So then came the only dead tissue in the plant body, which is Sclerenchyma. You must have heard in zoology also. Sclerosis means hard. Okay, it's an extremely hard tissue. So, dead tissue. Who do I call a dead? When can I call a cell as dead? When there is nothing inside. Okay, when there is no protoplast, there is no nucleus, there is no cytoplasm, there is no metabolism happening. I'm just like a pipe. I'm just a structural element. Okay, so dead tissue devoid of protoplast, and owing to this lack of protoplast, I become very, very hard. So it is mechanical strength, but in the form of, what is the form of strength here? Rigidity. It is in the form of rigidity. I am going to be of two types. There is no mention of vacuole or cell wall or anything. I am going to take two shapes. I can either be a fiber or I can be a sclerid. I can be a sclerid. Now have a look here. Do you see the fibers will have tapering ends? What do you understand by tapering ends? They're very, very thin and pointed ends. Yeah? But if you look at the inside of the cell, I don't see a thing. This empty space in the plant cell which lacks a protoplast is called as the lumen. Is called as the lumen. Okay? And you know what is going to happen here at the tips? Eyes on the screen, not on me. Interlocking. 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 Okay? So because of this interlocking or entangling, I am going to form a very strong and rigid structure wherever I am present. Wherever I am present. And that is why, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, you find jute as such a strong fiber. Are we together in this? वाह वाह वाह, क्या खत लिखा है? What चिट्ठी have you written? मज़ा ही आ गया. हाँ जी, people, are you with me? Why jute fibers are so strong? Have you tried? I tried. I do all these things. Try to break a jute fiber. It will cut your hands. Because now there is very strong entanglement and it's all lignin. Yeah? So what is the composition which gives this tissue depth and so much of strength? When it is born, when a Sclerenchyma is born, it's a baby, it might not be dead. There could be some amount of peripheral protoplasm. Some peripheral means on the sides of the cell, somewhere here. But the problem is, my wall is very thick here. My wall is very, very thick. You see that? You see that? And this thickening is made up of something which doesn't allow anybody to come inside. And that in cellular transport has to be a lipid derivative. I'm just waiting for answers. And people have started. Priya, future doctor, very good. So regular thickening. Do you see the evolution? Regular thickening of lignin happens. Lignin happens. And lignin doesn't allow anybody to come inside. And ultimately the cell dries up, dies. Nothing happening. Okay? And this makes it very, very strong. So fibers will be present in bundles always. They are never present alone. But look at this cell here. This is a rounded cell. Okay? Here the deposition is even more. What are these? What are these? These are the pits. Through pits, I will communicate with the adjacent cell, with the adjacent fiber. So I am communicating sideways and I am entangled longitudinally, making me very strong structure. But this one here has even thickened, even more deposition of lignin. So boys and girls, sclerids are called as the stone cells of the plant. If somebody will ask you, sclerids are called as the stone cells of the plant and they are regarded as the hardest tissue in the plant body. Hardest tissue in plant body. You with me? They can be present alone. And their characteristic feature, what is this empty space, white colored space, everybody? That is the lumen. That has to be the lumen, but there's no proper lumen. There's hardly any lumen. What I have are pit canals. Okay, so that is how you identify these tissues. Narrower lumen. Pit canals. The question, PYQ alert here. The question is, where are they present? Very, very commonly asked question. Answers in the chat box, everybody. The examples of sclerids or stone cells, everybody. The grittiness which you experience, the hardness of the guava seeds. Guava seeds are very hard, very troublesome. That is because of sclerids. Or when you eat chiku, one of my favorites, chiku, the grittiness that you feel in chiku or sapota. Yeah? So, the hardness level can differ. Or pear, for example. Tea leaves, the seed coat of legumes, all these are hard structures. Okay, so we are going to write them. They are the grit cells in fruit pulp, tea leaves, and legume seed coats. Happy? So this is about sclerids. Now people, very important question from this, and you guys are going to answer. You guys are going to answer. The question is, what is the nature? Listen to the question here. I have a deep cut on my foot. What is the nature of jute, flax and cannabis fibers or hemp fibers? Fast in the chat box. Chat box should be really working out. Should be really getting tired now. Bolo? Huh? No, it's not sclerids. What is the nature of jute fibers? But nature mane, I'm asking what kind of tissue it is, Krutika? What kind of tissue it is? Those are sclerenchymatous fibers. Jute, flax and hemp fibers, commercial fibers, are nothing but your sclerenchymatous fibers. Now we move on to the complex tissue, everybody. Complex tissue is also called as the conducting tissue. It is also called as the conducting tissue of the plant. And they are of two types, the xylem and the phloem. You can compare conducting tissue as your circulatory system. Now the plant doesn't have the well-designed heart in it, right? So all it has is something like blood vessels. So xylem and phloem are like the blood vessels in the plant body. They are going to conduct. So you know that xylem conducts water and minerals unidirectionally from root to the upper parts of the plant, aerial parts of the plant, and this guy here conducts, phloem conducts organic substances, organic solutes rather, bidirectionally. Xylem is also called as the wood of the plant. Xylem is also called as the wood of the plant. Now let me tell you one thing. Whenever you cut an old tree to get timber out of it, to get pine wood out of it, using secondary xylem. As a plant ages, what remains in the body of the plant, if I talk about it, major part is xylem. So xylem is that important. Because this could be, conduction is the primary function of xylem, agreed. But who will tell me what are some other important functions of xylem? The hidden function of xylem. Yeah? And the cue for it or the hint for it is that xylem, I call it mostly dead tissue. Mostly dead tissue. It has a lot of deadness in it. Okay. So mechanical strength is one of the very, very important functions of xylem, and according to several authors, xylem is also conducting plant hormones, which will be our next chapter on popular demand. I'll be doing plant growth hormones. So xylem is a very, very important tissue, and as the plant ages, it is all secondary xylem. Yeah. So strength is also very, very important function. Now when I say it is mostly dead and it is a complex tissue, it is going to be composed of the box of different chocolates. So let's see the elements, what is making it dead. If I look at the components of xylem, I have tracheids, I have vessels, I have parenchyma. Because ma'am said parenchyma is omnipresent, it is going to be present everywhere. And I have fibers. Tracheids are very, very thin structures with tapering ends. What do you think? Should I make protoplasm inside the tracheids? I'm calling xylem as a mostly dead tissue. So what kind of cell is this going to be? It is going to be a lignified cell, which you just saw, and there will be no protoplast. Okay, thin, dead, thick walled, or let's do this better, let's call it lignified. The vessels, people, the vessels are rather broader cells. Okay, the vessels are like this. Of course, the structure is not there in your syllabus, but just to give you an idea so that you learn. Again, this is going to be a dead, lignified cell. Should I make a protoplast? Let me know in the comment section. Should I make something inside the cell? No. It is absolutely thickened, but this is a rather broader cell as compared to the tracheids. Tracheids and vessels together are called as the trachary elements. Trachea simply means, the word trachea means conduction. We have a trachea in our respiratory system. Trachea conducts. So they are the major conducting elements in a plant. Rest two are not taking part in conduction. Question number one. But the problem is that angiosperms evolved to let go of tracheids. You know, they said tracheids are not that efficient. The conduction is happening slowly. So in an angiosperm, 90% of the xylem is composed of vessels. Characteristic feature of angiosperms. That simply means they are absent in gymnosperms. Do you get that? If the question is asked, in gymnosperms, 90 to 95% is all. In fact, it is all tracheids, because these guys, except certain species like Neetum, the order Neetales, doesn't have vessel. These are exceptions. In fact, certain pteridophytes have also shown vessels. Who will tell me that? Is there anybody in this classroom who could tell me which pteridophyte comes to have vessels? Guys, one more thing I want to tell you. You might say that tissues are not explained quite properly in the new NCERT. Why is ma'am paying so much of attention? You cannot always skip the steps. You will never be able to fathom. Forget about learn and solve questions. You will not be able to fathom. You understand what fathom is? You will not understand, you will not begin to assimilate. for the lack of better words. What is organ anatomy? If you don't have a strong foundation for tissues, because tissues are going to assemble themselves only according to the organ and its function. So I won't know why suddenly thin-walled parenchyma decided to become thick-walled in certain organ. Or suddenly, why did I get a collenchymatous cell which was not supposed to be having any intracellular spaces, suddenly it has massive intracellular spaces. If you don't do the basics in life, it's going to get tough. Thank you so much. Selaginella species, it's a pteridophyte which has, in fact, Sanjeevani booty from the mythology. Yeah, it has vessels. So this is, in fact, the word angios, you know, angiosperm term was given to flowering plants because of vessels. They became really efficient, because what happens is, this is one vessel member, this is one vessel member or vessel element. They are going to assemble upon each other and form a continuum. Understand that if a plant wants to conduct efficiently, it has to form a continuous system or a symplast. Heard about this? Symplast. A continuous longitudinal undisrupted flow or the mass flow of substances is essential, and we could achieve that because of vessels. Talking about parenchyma, could you tell me what is the primary function of parenchyma? Be my darlings. Although it's an easy question, it's not at all impressive if you even tell me what is the function of parenchyma. Come on people, it's a component of xylem, and parenchyma never becomes dead. Remember this, parenchyma, certain things are non-negotiable. You cannot break the rules. Parenchyma is the only living component of xylem. Have you answered? It is going to store food. It is going to store food, but you know what? While the xylem is transporting, sometimes waste substances also accumulate. It could be tannins, it could be resins, it could be certain aromatic substances, it could be oils, whatever. So what you see in the textbook, store food, tannins, resins, etc. Now there is one more important function which is often asked. Xylem is arranged longitudinally in the plant body. Let's say I am the plant, my foot is the root, okay. So xylem vessels are arranged in a longitudinal manner till my head, which is, let's say, the stem, and I'm like a continuous pipeline like I mentioned. But what about the lateral conduction of water and minerals? That is also required. So you see that in xylem, we promised differentiation in our life, that we'll keep differentiating, we will keep tweaking ourselves for better function. Here, parenchyma cells become ray parenchyma, okay. So lateral conduction of water and minerals. Guys, can I use a better term, since we are NEET aspirants and we are NEET aspirants? Let's at least act like it. Water and minerals mixed in the water is called as sap. Is it okay for you? Is it okay for you if I use the term sap? Because every time we keep saying it is conduction of water in minerals and from the soil, it becomes a monotune. So there is lateral conduction of substances. In this case, in xylem, it's going to be the sap. Now let's talk about fibers. Will they be living or dead? That is what examiner is going to be asking you. Is it living or dead? Well, the sclerenchymatous fibers are always dead. I made the promise early on that xylem is mostly dead. So trachees are dead, vessels are dead, fibers are dead, very thin fibers. And just like sclerenchymatous fibers, they are going to entangle and form a continuous strong structure. But, there's a but. If the examiner will ask you, jute, flax and hemp fibers are xylem fibers or phloem fibers? When I wrote my exam just recently, not long ago, very recently, yeah, even more recently than Wasim sir, Ambika ma'am and HSP sir, yeah, I got this question and I was very confused. So, Sclerenchyma fibers, which we mentioned as jute, flax, hemp, commercial fibers, it's a very important question here, are phloem fibers. You know why? You know why? Because xylem fibers are simply the wood fibers here. The wood fibers. Have you seen usually the tables and the artifacts that we get in the market, it's all processed, polished wood. So we don't see the fiber. But if you have the fresh wood in the forest, you will see fibers in the wood. Okay? So those are called as wood fibers. Let's move on to phloem. Happy? Phloem is the bast. Okay? Phloem is the bast. Like I said that xylem is mostly dead, I am going to say this is mostly living to sort your life out. Now let's see what are the components of phloem. You can answer in the chat box. First is sieve tubes, people. First is sieve tubes. They are tube-like structures, they are elongated structures, they are going to be cylindrical, tube-like, okay? But the tube is made up of, just like vessels, individual members called sieve elements. And they are called as sieve tubes because the kind of pores that they have are very fine, like a sieve, like a bow, like a sieve. So, you know, when you are sieving the soup or the chai, the tea, the liquid creates certain amount of pressure along with filtration. So, once again, this is an adaptation of angiosperms to make a continuum to maintain that pressure, because I need, it's not in your syllabus, transport through xylem is not in your syllabus, but common sense will always be in your syllabus, right? So, in this case, the organic solvents will be able to follow the mass flow hypothesis because a continuous pipeline and a pressure is created. After sieve tubes, what is happening? But you know what? There is a problem that sieve tubes individually lack protoplast. You promised me that, ma'am, we know what protoplast is. Okay? And I am going to mention that they are the living cells. Now, this does not suit anybody in life. I am a living cell, but I am lacking protoplast. What is this happening on the planet here? Could anybody explain? The next component is companion cell. Poor guy. Pavam. He is Pavam. Companion cell. Any answers? How come sieve tubes are living cells and they lack protoplast? Companion cells and sieve tubes, still waiting for the answer so that I can proceed. Tell me, give me the answer and I will proceed. Function controlled by nucleus. By whose nucleus? Whose nucleus? Which nucleus? It lacks protoplast. Protoplast includes nucleus. Pavadharani. If I'm pronouncing your name wrong, please pardon me. Yeah, you guys have beautiful names. My pronunciation of names is not good. Controlled by companion nucleus. Thank you so much. So, what actually happens is, this is how a companion cell is. Always adhering to the sieve cell, to the sieve tube. Okay, this is a prominent nucleus of the companion cell, very mighty nucleus. And yes, you are right that it is controlling, not controlling, taking care of all the functions and keeping it living. These are like conjoint twins. These are like identical, shouldn't say identical, but they are conjoint twins. Ladies and gentlemen, they come from the same mother cell and they share the same longitudinal wall. Same longitudinal wall. What is longitudinal wall? This is the longitudinal wall. Once again, basics of biology, not botany. Not botany. This is called as the transverse wall. This is called as the longitudinal wall. Okay, so same longitudinal wall with companion, with sieve cell. They will never exist separately. And they are also called as the sister cells. Sister cells. Is this good for you? Very important point. Prominent nucleus. Prominent nucleus. I get a prominent nucleus in my life when I am ready to divide. But here, why the nucleus is prominent? Because I have to take care of somebody. Prominent nucleus maintains pressure gradient. What is pressure gradient, people? Of sieve tubes. Are we together? Parenchyma is omnipresent. I get parenchyma in life. There is no missing parenchyma. And I get fibers also. Now, companion cell is very much living. Do you think parenchyma is going to be living or dead? Parenchyma is going to be living or dead? Parenchyma is never dead. Please don't do that. Please don't break the rules. I am living. I store. What do? What is my basic nature? To store food. But once again, I am going to store whatever happens. Tannins, resins, tannins, resins, oils, whatever you give me, latex. Okay? But once again, I am going to take part in the lateral. See what my hair are doing. I am going to tie my hair now. So, lateral conduction. Lateral conduction. And they become ray parenchyma. Ray parenchyma. What about the fibers? What do you think? Are they dead or living? People, planet, people of the planet. Please share the session and like the session if you are here. So, fibers are the only dead component. This is a PYQ alert. The only dead component. Only dead element of phloem is a fiber. As a dead element, as sclerenchymatous, I am obviously going to give strength to phloem. These are the commercial jute, flax and hemp fibers, also called as bast fibers. Bast fibers. Very clear? Any doubts? Any doubts, people? This is the account of xylem and phloem. Now, something more to tell you. Before that, let's solve a question. Could you solve this question now? I have a diagram. Can you see the diagram? Do you see the diagram? Let me make it clearer for you. These are the transverse walls. Oblique perforations. What do you think? Which among the following cannot be a feature of given diagram? I absolutely love questions which often ask us what is not truth. Yeah, so it cannot be a feature. As I told you, always underline the intent of the examiner so that you are safe. Is it the real account of Wasim sir? Why are you back to my session if you can't answer? Guys, last time we were spammed by some other Wasim also. So we are affirming that you are the real. If you don't answer, please don't be a part of the session to disturb. Which among the following cannot be a feature of given diagram? It's a long cylindrical tube-like structure. What do you think it is? It's a vessel. Having lignified walls, vessel is a component of xylem which is mostly dead. Having large central cavity. Could you name the cavity? What do you say it botanically, Wasim sir? What is the cavity of a plant cell, of a dead plant cell known as? He doesn't know chemistry, he doesn't know botany, he doesn't know anything. It has protoplasm. Is that right or wrong? Protoplasm is cytoplasm plus nucleus. Last time when you were in the class, I was teaching exactly the same thing. So it is a dead tissue. Now something serious is going to happen. Of today's session, this is the first junction, this is the first milestone which is going to help you to understand organ anatomy. Please get very serious, whoever you are in the class. Yeah? What is proto and metaxylem? Ladies and gentlemen, from the embryo, when the embryo first forms a primary permanent tissue, and that too a xylem, I call it primary xylem, don't I? I call it primary xylem or the first degree xylem. Okay, I am a baby plant, I am going to form my first xylem. This primary xylem or the first degree xylem is formed in two phases. Okay, in primary xylem, who is coming directly from the embryo? Directly from the embryo, people, is the protoxylem. Is the protoxylem. Let's mark it as P. Let's mark it as P. And after a while, just after a while, the xylem that comes into existence is metaxylem. Let's mark it as M. Ma'am's code is also PM. Listen to this carefully. This is laying the foundation of everything that lies ahead. Lot of questions from this. This is everything. This is the first important foundation of today's class. Metaxylem is M. What happens in the life of the plant is, since the angiosperm, is 95% a vessel. Do you all agree? Do you all agree? Do you all agree? As my vessels are forming, the cylindrical vessel is forming. Instead of elongating and getting a proper structure, the plant starts depositing a lot of lignin on my walls. With me? Okay, so I get a very thick wall here. I get an extremely thick wall. But my structure is not well defined now. I am a baby protoxylem whose lumen becomes very narrow, and if my lumen is narrow, I cannot really transport substances very well. So I am a small vessel, people. I am a small, narrow, uninformed, innocent vessel. With me? Then comes metaxylem. Metaxylem is like, you know what, you did a mistake, let's correct it. I am going to form thin-walled, elongated vessels. Thin-walled, elongated vessels. Okay, so I am larger and broader vessels. Are we good? We are very good. Now in the life of a plant, there are two things that can happen as far as arrangement of primary xylem is concerned. The first variation is the center of the organ. You will always see xylem and phloem in the center of the organ. What is the center of the organ? Take a knife, start cutting me. Okay. Now you cut me transversely. Okay. So cut. When you reach the core, when you reach the center of the body, that is where you will find vascular bundles. Okay. So what happened was, in the center of the body, protoxylem was present. Yes, the smaller vessel was present, and outside metaxylem was present. That means the growth of this primary xylem is happening away from the center, and you call it centrifugal, isn't it? Did you get it? Protoxylem, which was the baby xylem, no clue xylem, is present in the center of the organ. Think about, you get an organ. I am the stem. Let's say I am the stem. I am a cylindrical structure. Okay. You keep digging the stem. You take sections. Finally, you reach the center of the stem. And what do I find? The baby xylem is in the center, and the beta xylem, the larger vessel, is at the periphery. This kind of arrangement is called as end-arc xylem. What is it called as? End-arc xylem. If you take it from me, the trick is focus on P. Focus on P so that you don't get confused. If P is an interior, endo is interior, end-arc xylem, and this is present in stem and leaves. More appreciated in a cylindrical structure like stem. Now we'll do the opposite of this. Let's go opposite. Now I'm going to form a different structure for clarity. The opposite of this is, let's call it centrifugal growth. This is centrifugal growth of first degree xylem. Very, very important, people. This is what you're going to apply in the next 2-3 hours of the class. If you don't know this, then you will be a cuckoo later on. Don't do that to yourself. Let's do ulta of this, opposite of this. The larger vessel decides to be in the center of the organ. Okay. So the larger vessel decides to be in the center of the organ. The larger vessel decides to be in the center of the organ. The larger vessel decides to be in the center of the organ. But then the baby xylem or the protoxylem, the smaller vessel decides to be on the periphery. Are we good? Are we good? Similarly, again I am in a circle. I am going towards the center. Once again, people, the larger vessel, smaller vessel. So who is in the center? M is in the center, P is at the periphery. What is the direction of the growth, people? What is the direction of the growth? Just do opposite of this. It is centripetal. So this is called as, now look at the P. I told you to focus on P. P is in the exterior of the structure. P is in the exterior of the structure. So we might as well call it exarch xylem. But don't forget, we are talking about the first degree xylem. And if this is present in stem and leaves, poor root gets exarch xylem. Is that clear to everybody? The very basic of plant anatomy. And the growth is, of course, you can tag it as, you guys are wise enough to write centripetal growth. Happy? Healthy? Good? Can we apply this? Good? That's about proto and metaxylem. Very basic. One more thing I want you to add here, which I thought I'll add on this page. There's no space here. Just like how vessels are the characteristic feature of angiosperms, they are not present in gymnosperms. Boys and girls, young ladies and gentlemen, what is going to happen is companion cell right here and sieve tubes right here are a feature of only gymnosperms. I'm going to make an effort, but you have to write it very clearly wherever you have made the notes, assuming that you've made the notes. Okay? So, in gymnosperms, instead of sieve tubes, sieve cells are present. So, they are not arranged. Imagine if this cell was somewhere, this cell was somewhere, they did not form a continuum. Okay? That is the difference. So, sieve cells are present, and instead of companion cells, this is also PYQ alert, and albuminous cells are present. Albuminous cells are present. Can you write this? Can you be my darlings and write this? Please write this. All good? Happy? Did you understand P and M? Did you understand P and M? It is going to come so many times in the session now that you are going to learn it like never before. I'm going to make sure that you guys know organ anatomy like nobody else in the country, in the entire country. If you want to go outside the country, for sure. I have certain students outside the country too. Guys, I'm not taking a break. I'm so sorry. The way my pulse rate and blood pressure is right now, I'm not going to take a break. If you need a break, take a break. Not happening here. We are in a very crucial state in the chapter. Let's solve this question here. Why do you talk and distract me all the time? Which of the following is related to tracheids? Bolo? Deposition of suberin on cell wall. Is that true? Found in gymnosperms only. No, don't do that. There's no exclusivity when it comes to tracheids. There is definitely exclusivity when it comes to vessels. I repeat, there is no exclusivity when it comes to tracheids. There is exclusivity when it comes to vessels. Okay? Very good. Dead cell without protoplasm. This seems kind of, this seems palatable. Very good. Helps in radial conduction of water. You guys are saying this is wrong. Could you tell me who will help in radial conduction of water? I'm not sparing you just like that. Could you please tell me? Could you please tell me who will help in radial conduction of water? Name the cells quickly, so that I'm sure you guys are actually getting the concept. Anjani, love you too, darling. Could you name it better? Could you name it better? Could you name it better? Sembria, you should call me up one day and tell me how to pronounce your name, because you're such a good student here. The class could go on till the morning. Please don't worry about that. Parenchyma. Anjani has done the job. Thank you. You guys saved my heart somehow. So it is parenchyma. I have to be specific. The more specific you are in your concepts, better prepared you are. The chances of negative marking reduce considerably if you're very precise in your concepts. Try doing that. Parenchyma. Very good. Awesome means you guys are the awesomest. Okay. You have to assume the positive. Which one is true regarding xylem? Come on. I love such questions here where they ask what is true, what is not true. Which one is true regarding xylem? Answers in the chat box. The problem is, my class especially, if you spam, it's no good. Nothing happens. I don't listen. Vessels are absent in, let me see, let me also solve with you. Which one is true regarding xylem? Vessels are absent in gymnosperms. True. Vessels exclusivity, vessels exclusivity, vessels exclusivity. Cells of vessels are called vessel members. Yes, vessel elements or vessel members. And that is why they are able to form a continuum. Write it in your NCRT. Add this word continuum. Continuum. Trachea and vessel lack protoplasm. Oh, this is true. This is true. Oh, this is also true. I'm so sorry. Vessels are absent in gymnosperms is true. Cells of vessel are, all of these are true. Yes, very good. Extremely good. So it's not like I'll look at your answer and just run to the next question. So when you, even if when you are cheating in your exam, always verify your friend's answer. What is the next topic? Tissue systems. So now we are going to apply the knowledge of tissues in understanding tissue systems. For a fact, even if we don't know anything, we're absolutely zero, we don't know botany at all. For a fact, we know that tissues come together, they work as a team to form tissue systems. We are going higher in the organization. We are clear about that? Now people, it is not going to happen randomly. Nothing will happen randomly. The rule which is followed for assembly of tissues to become tissue systems will follow 3 rules written very politely, nicely, beautifully in your NCERT. I am going to write that. Tissue systems are categorized based on the structure. I am going to change the order based on the location, function, and then I am going to speak about the structure, because I have to explain you what is happening. Guys, my main aim in life as a plant is that I, the root, am able to listen to me carefully. Please listen to me carefully. I, the root, am able to do my primary function of absorption, anchorage, whatever. I, the stem, am able to do my primary functions which we have studied in morphology. I, the leaf, am able to perform photosynthesis, transpiration happens through all of that, Gana Bajana, paraphernalia. Yeah. So, it only makes sense that the tissues assembled together according to where is the location they are going to work at. If I, the tissue, has to work for the root, okay, then I am going to change my structure accordingly. How I am present in an underground root cannot be the way, will not be the way I, the Parenchyma, I, the Collenchyma, is going to be present in the stem. And that line of NCERT means exactly this. The tissue systems are of multiple types because the assembly of tissues had to happen according to the location, the function of the organ. Where are we going here? What kind of, are we making the tissue system in a stem? Yeah, then the function is different. Oh, we have to do something different. We have to differentiate in a different way. We cannot, one size does not fit all. Okay, so when customization happens, you get tissue systems. But all I will assemble or play around with will be the tissues that you have studied, and that is why ma'am spent some time on laying your foundation of tissues. Is that clear to everybody? So the first one is, now think about your own body. Okay, we have very well designed internal organs. Oh my God, what a circulatory system, what a respiratory system, nice digestive system. But everything has to be covered, and listen to the keyword, protected by epidermis. So the skin on my body is not only protecting the internal organs of my body, but it is also responsible for other auxiliary functions. Yeah, for example, keeping the temperature cool, you know, when I sweat, and the sweat evaporates. There are pores in the skin. There are hair appendages in the skin. Yes. So similarly, you have the epidermal tissue system. Epidermal tissue system. Now, however nicely I am protected, which is the most abundant tissue in your body? Animal tissues, which is forming the bulk of the body. When you stand on the weighing machine, it gives you the figure, gives you the number. What is that? What is that? What is that? Connective tissue. Yeah. So the major bulk of the body will be formed by the ground tissue. The ground tissue system. Answers in the chat box. It's okay, ma'am. We don't want to answer only. Yeah. Who cares? And ladies and gentlemen, in my body, however nicely my systems are working, digestive system, respiratory system, if there is no mode of transport, whether it is the nutrients in my blood or the waste products which are produced, I have to give it back to the kidneys for excretion. That happens through the blood vessels, the mighty circulatory system. So it is only imperative and crucial to have the third tissue system, which is the vascular tissue system. Are we on the same page, people? Ma'am, I want your Telegram or any social media ID by which I can contact you. That's what everybody said. Yeah, while I speak about that, I'm going to use the time to tie my annoying hair. So Arman, beta, what a beautiful name you have. So ma'am is very inactive on social media, but ma'am definitely has a NEET-centric, NEET special Telegram group where she puts a lot of effort to prepare students for NEET exam. Okay, so that Telegram link, where this happens every day, each and every day since years and years. The link is given in the description box of the session. Magic! So, if you click on the link, it will open up to Dr. Pankhuri Miglani. Although I don't practice, so I don't really liberally use doctor in front of my name. Yeah? Only if you're practicing and serving people, you deserve to be called a doctor, isn't it? Arman is there. Shraddha has written the code, whatever you call it, code, @Pankhuri007. Yeah, let me tell you guys, if you judge me that I have kept this name 007, I did not. Couple of years back, I didn't have a Telegram group also. My team, another place, my team made the Telegram group for NEET students. That was NEET 2021 or 2022 batch. And that's why the name 007. I don't know why they kept it. It has got nothing to do with anything. Beta, I was practicing. I practiced for 1 or 2 years, but I always wanted to teach. And some days I think that I should perhaps go and practice, break some teeth, and then teach. Maybe one day, but not anymore. So I don't really like to address myself as a doctor. Doctor, these two words, right? They are so dense and they are so heavy to be used that first of all, you have to work really hard to get it, and it's never enough. You have to serve people. My brother, who's a practicing physician, endocrinologist, he works sometimes 14 hours a day, right? So if you are really giving your life for the cause, then call yourself a doctor, call yourself an engineer. Yes, the labels don't mean a thing, I tell you. Then you can just, if you're not doing anything in life, then just call yourself human, looking like a wow. Then you can be in that zone. So that's why I call myself quite proudly and rightfully as an educator and nothing else. As a teacher, educator. Ma'am, I've been your regular student at Akash Byju's. Now you can be regular here. I want to see you every day now. You did a mistake of telling me. Now if you're not regular, then there'll be a problem. You should be zoology teacher. Why botany? Aditya, so when I decided to teach, of course I've dissected the human body for all 4 years, and my case in third year, final year was all hypo and hyperthyroidism, Bell's palsy, endocrine disorders and everything. But when I decided to become a teacher, my mother is a retired botany lecturer. She taught for 25 years. And that's why my name is Pankhuri, which is petal in Hindi. I think she wrote my destiny then and there. So she told me one thing. She said, you know, this country lacks appreciation of the subject botany. And she said, please, I am requesting you, just couple of years teach botany. People are not studying botany really, in real sense. They don't love this subject. And after that you can take up zoology, because anyway that's your core. So if I start teaching you about digestive system, I would go in real, because I have really dissected the liver and kidneys and all of that has been done. But thank you so much, Rakib Beta, beautiful name. No, somebody else. Okay, so what we are going to do is, baatein kitni karte ho? Epidermal tissue system. Epidermal tissue system, to tell you the very basics, we'll start from basics. I am protective. I am protective. I am like a mosquito net on the entire body of the organism. I am like a mosquito net, whether it's a root, it's a stem, it's a leaf, it is a flower, things are going to kick start from epidermal tissue system no matter what. I am protective. I am outermost. See, we are writing just the basics. There's no algorithm, there's no complexity, there's no botany that is still kicked on. I am outermost. Now tell me one thing. The epidermis, am I going to be thick-walled or thin-walled? Could you just help me with that? Am I going to be thick-walled or thin-walled? Look at the skin. The skin has to protect, but it has to allow exchange with the outer environment. I cannot be thick-skinned in this case. Okay? So I am always, mostly I am thin-walled cells. Okay, and I am very closely packed. I am closely packed. Why? Because if certain break happens in the skin, you cry. It's called a wound. I cannot let external toxins, bacteria to enter and interact with the internal environment. Just the way your external skin has various parts, epidermal tissue system, the word system comprises of individual units. It is going to be composed of epidermis. It is going to be composed of the pore stomata, just like the pores in your skin, and it is going to be composed of appendages or the hair. What are appendages? Appendages is a generic English term which simply means a protuberance from the surface. Okay? So we are going to have these components of epidermal tissue system. If I talk about epidermis, it is simply protecting. Stomata is going to take part in the exchange of substances, because see, we as humans have a well-defined respiratory system. Oh, the lungs, oh, the well-designed fashionable alveoli, bronchi, tracheoles, trachea, whatnot. But these guys, poor guys, don't have anything. We don't indulge in cutaneous respiration, do we? We don't. 1 or 2% maybe. But these guys have to respire only through the pores present in the aerial organs. Mark my words. And appendages are important to take care of other things which we are going to discuss. Let's talk about ground tissue system. Like I said, it is the major, most abundant, whatever you want to call it, forms the bulk of the plant body. Your bones, your muscle, your blood, your adipose. Am I right in saying, since I don't teach zoology, am I right in saying that they are making the bulk? Yeah, they are the most abundant. Sayyid, beta, good question. I'm going to write all the features of epidermis, don't worry. What do you think? There should be an intracellular space between the cells? That will cause a wound, that will cause a injury. Don't you think so? Now, ground tissue system is composed of simple permanent tissue. Simple permanent tissue. I have no clue what is simple permanent tissue. Could you guys help me? Harshit, on the next page, my dearest. Simple permanent tissue vis-a-vis parenchyma, collenchyma, sclerenchyma. Boys and girls, what is the it is not necessary that they will be present always together. There will be different combos. That will depend on the same song, location, structure, function. Location, structure, function. Actually, structure and function of a cell or a tissue system is coherent to the function. Function and structure are not two different things. A cell is going to attain a particular structure according to the function it is deciding to perform. If I am a nervous tissue, I got to be elongated and branched. I have to transmit nerve impulses, for God's sake. If I am a WBC, I got to be amoeboid in nature. I have to do diapedicis. Do you call it diapedicis, people? Yes? That way. So, there will be different combos. Now, this tissue system is highly multi-layered. This is one of the features. It is multi-layered. It is multi-layered. Boys and girls, the first milestone or the checkpoint of today's session was when I taught you about endark and exarch xylem, because it laid the foundation of organ anatomy, which is the essence of today's session. This is the second checkpoint which I am going to speak about. If you have not paid attention to today's session till now, very good. Attention is very, very expensive. You should not pay it everywhere. But please give me your next 3.5 minutes, because they are going to lay the foundation of organ anatomy. There is a sequence in which ground tissue system is laid. Okay. So, everything, if you remove epidermis on this side and vascular tissues on the other side, what you're left with, the first layer of ground tissue system is cortex. This is just the naming of the layer here. I have no clue what cortex is made up of, and I'm not going to care about it till I reach organ anatomy, because the composition of cortex is going to depend on, am I collenchymatous, am I parenchymatous, am I sclerenchymatous? It is going to depend on, can you answer in the chat box everybody, what is it going to depend on? After cortex, I encounter in my life endodermis. Endodermis. Now, this is not actually precise. Yeah, so for the sake of precision, endodermis got a different name for the purpose of distinction, but it is actually the innermost layer of endodermis, innermost layer of cortex. So, endodermis is just cortex ending. After cortex, after endodermis, you always encounter pericycle. You have to learn this sequence so that organ anatomy becomes very easy for you. After pericycle in my life, I am going to encounter the pits. Pits is always the core of the organ or the center of the organ. Pits is the core or the center of organ. Is this multi-layered? Is this very clear to all of us? Where are the spammers who were talking about break? Did I tell you? I didn't tell you. Did I tell you? The entire team of this channel, who all are in Chennai? Who all are in Chennai? Anybody in the class who's right now in Chennai or adjoining areas? The entire team is going to fly to Chennai to meet you guys in person. And it's going to be one of the largest education events that has been conducted by anybody in the country, I tell you. The entire team is going to be there, whoever you know. All the 6 teachers. So, Priyanka, I would love to see you. All the details are given in the description box. Have you filled the form? because we have limited seats for that event and they are filling fast. Shraddha, you can fly, yaar. The aviation industry is based on a simple concept of breaking the barriers of geography. That is why it came into existence. Rachita has enrolled, so we'll see you on 23rd. 4 to 6 p.m. I want everybody to come with their parents, siblings, neighbors, everybody for a massive career counseling session. I tell you, there are so many questions and queries that you guys are not able to clear in a live session. Yeah, you don't feel like it. There are certain problems, there are certain challenges that everybody, each one of us, I have faced too. And I know the feeling when I used to think, I wish I had somebody to talk to. Merely picking the right books, best teachers, doing everything right is not enough. There's a lot of mental and emotional counseling that you need. And for that you need somebody who relates to you. Okay. So, we will see you on 23rd. Feel free to come up to us, talk to us, cry about your problems, whatever it is. I know there are certain things that you feel so hesitant in speaking about and talking about to your parents, to your loved ones. Yeah, but we all are coming as your best friends. Yeah, we are your teachers. We tell you, we give you knowledge, we teach you the subject. We are walking and talking libraries. I totally understand. But in this event, we are your best friends. We are your family. It is to make sure that you realize that NEET 2024 is very much achievable. Isn't it? So what I want you to do is, even if you're not in Chennai, but let's say you have somebody in 8th standard, 9th standard, 10th standard, okay, and you are like, you know what, I know Pankhuri ma'am, I have studied from her. Why don't you go and meet her, or perhaps pass my message to her, because I am not in Chennai. Huh, Shraddha? So make sure that you take advantage of such a rare event, because it's very difficult to get everybody together. You know, all teachers are in different parts of the country. I'm in Bangalore, Ambika ma'am is somewhere in Punjab, HSP sir is in Rajasthan, Wasim sir is in Kashmir. So it's like we are spread out like medullary rays. I could not control. That came out to be such a good botany joke. Huh? So your teachers are like medullary rays, but they are going to become the pith on 23rd of December. Which December? 23rd of December. Yeah, I don't even know what day it is. I'm so clueless, losing the track of time and days and life. We will come everywhere. We will come everywhere. This is starting from Chennai, Baba. Don't think it is the end of the world. We are not going to come anywhere else. Okay? It's not 21st, it's 23rd. Since you guys asked for it. Yeah, my mother tongue is Hindi, English. Vijay Kumar, you want to meet me? I'm coming. I'm not giving my address in Bangalore. There are very few people who know my address in Bangalore. But it is under the ground, below the ground. Okay, now let's talk about vascular tissue system. As beautiful the plants are, vascular tissue system is made up of, what is tissue system? Tissue system is assemblage of tissues. You have studied tissues. So complex tissues or conducting tissues are going to come together and form the vascular tissue system, that is xylem and phloem. Xylem and phloem. Now people, when xylem and phloem come together in their life, they form something called as vascular bundle. They form something called as vascular bundle. So because of the assemblage in the form of a bundle, arrangement in the form of a bundle, angiosperms are pretty advanced. Like I said, angiosperms are angiosperms because of morphological and anatomical differentiations, isn't it? So this is one of them. Now what is going to happen? This is the third point in your class today, which is going to lay the foundation of organ anatomy. If I look at the vascular bundle, I saw that the relative arrangement of xylem and phloem is of two types. How many types? I saw two types. So the first type is this. Okay, and the second type is rather this. Okay, so let's look at the first type of arrangement, people. The first type of vascular bundle. The types of vascular bundle is based on the relative arrangement of xylem and phloem. So what I encounter is, this is the pith. What is pith? What is pith? The center of the organ. Around the pith, vascular bundles are arranged. I said this pretty early. This is the pith. I don't know which organ it is. So what I saw was metaxylem, metaxylem, protoxylem, protoxylem. What did I see? Metaxylem, metaxylem, protoxylem, protoxylem. What did I see? I saw metaxylem, metaxylem, protoxylem, protoxylem. Once again, what did we see? Metaxylem, metaxylem, protoxylem, protoxylem. Or the opposite. I am not concerned about the organ. And then what happened? Since a vascular bundle comprises of both xylem and phloem, let's take care of this guy as well. I'm like, where is the phloem here? And I found phloem to be somewhere here as a patch. Okay? A patch. A semilunar patch. This is the mighty phloem. This is the phloem. Okay? This is the phloem. Do you see? Then I find another patch here. This is the phloem. What do you see, people? What is happening in the world? If I talk about the kind of arrangement that I see, xylem and phloem are arranged in an alternate pattern or on different radii. Xylem, we're not talking about meta and proto right now. Xylem, phloem, xylem, look at the screen, phloem, xylem, phloem. I thought, since we are present on different radii, we call this kind of vascular bundle, oh my god, this is so important. This is called maturation in the subject. You cannot go and understand organ anatomy till you ascertain that you know what is radial vascular bundle. Are we clear? Very clear. Extremely clear. R is radial. R is going to be roots. It is the feature of roots. It is the feature of roots. Good. Now let's go to the next one here. Ready? It's very easy. What I'm going to do is, okay, let me do something. Something has to be done. I did this, I did this, I did this, because everything happens. Is it visible? It's quite visible. Don't cry about it. I did this, I did this. I made, listen to me very carefully, I made wedge-shaped vascular bundle. I made wedge-shaped vascular bundle wherein towards the center of the wedge I have the xylem. 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 Who is towards the center, people? Please fill the chat box. This is extremely important. Who is towards the center? Xylem is towards the center. Xylem, 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 xylem. Okay? And on the other side, but on the same radius, this is a single radius, this is a single radius, I have the phloem. No care in the world. Phloem, 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 phloem. Once again, look at the board. My voice is enough. On the same radius, within one bundle, I have xylem, phloem, xylem, phloem, xylem, phloem. So, what do you call them? You derive the name from the arrangement itself, and they are called as conjoint vascular bundles. Conjoint vascular bundles. Okay. Now, they are present in the rest of the organs, that is stem and leaves. What could be easier than this? Anything easier than this? Not at all. Is this clear to everybody who is present here? Any confusion? Vijay, you are saying confusion. Are you sure? I don't think there's a chance of confusion the way I've explained it to you. I wish people could take vocal cords for rent. I think I'm going to need them soon. Rachita, darling, that's a very good question. I wanted somebody to ask that. Tickle my brain. Yeah, the presence or absence of cambium, the types of the other type of vascular bundle, we are going to speak a little later on, because it's difficult to assimilate and gather both the concepts together. Done? Now, who hasn't liked the session? Niharika hasn't. Ma'am, how do you know? Told you. Now, we'll move on to epidermis. We are going to describe epidermal tissue system quite in detail. It is very much in your syllabus. Okay. So, epidermis looks like this always. Epidermis, 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 epidermis. Whatever organ you will encounter, this is how epidermis will be. Once again, epidermis is made up of parenchyma. It is made up of parenchyma, and I am going to use a glamorous term. If you are not comfortable, it's okay, but it just came to my head. Uniseriate in nature. Who will tell me the meaning? It's okay. It's a single layer. I cannot be thick-skinned. I just have to protect. Somebody was asking about the explanation of epidermal tissue system. Now is the time. Now is the time. If you are still in the class, give me a shout out. So now we saw that parenchymatous cells have a large vacuole, large vacuole, large vacuole, large vacuole, large vacuole. We are not going to break the pattern, and we have a large vacuole in the epidermis, people. As a result of which, I am just like a broken record. I am repeating. Because of which there is peripheral. What is the word? Come on, start filling the blanks. If you don't fill the blanks, things are going to get difficult. Okay. So, these are the features of a epidermis. Now, just looking like a wow, just looking at this, you can write the features. Thin walled, closely packed, elongated. You know why I am writing it? Because when you describe the epidermis of a root, stem or leaf, you have to encounter this, right? So, thin walled, closely packed, elongated, vacuolated cells. Any doubts still here? Of course, there are exceptions to this. For example, in orchid, in banyan, in nerium, these are some of the exceptions if somebody is curious. Orchidaceae is the most advanced family of monocots. It has multi-layered epidermis. If you want to write, you can write. Now people, what is going to happen? If I am a root epidermis, if I am a root epidermis, I am going to have root hair. I am going to have root hair. How are root hair formed? We will speak about that. Such an epidermis which has root hair is also called as piliferous layer. Piliferous layer. Pili word, pilus is a word. Remember in Monera also we had pili. It simply means outgrowth. It simply means outgrowth. But if I am a stem or I am a leaf epidermis, if I am a stem or leaf epidermis, what is going to happen is that on the epidermis I will see a deposition of a lipid derivative. Can you be my darlings and name the extra deposition that I have made on the epidermis in case of stem or leaf? So these parenchymatous cells are forming root hair, okay, but here they are forming cutin. They are cutinized. Cutin, which is a fat derivative, lipid derivative, and this is called as the cuticle. One of the previous year questions, cuticle will be absent in roots. Why? Think about it. I am putting a layer of wax on the epidermis to ease out or to reduce transpiration, so that water gets logged inside the plant. So that the water gets logged inside the plant. Do I need that in an underground root? Do I really need that? No. What is the function of the root? To absorb as much water as it can. So I have changed, same parenchyma has differentiated. Do you see the magic of differentiation? And now can you understand the basic tune of anatomy that I gave you? You keep changing the lyrics, you keep changing the beat, all of that can happen. The basic raga of tissue system and organ anatomy is location, structure, function. That's what we are following. So in a root, same parenchymatous cell becomes piliferous layer, the same epidermis, but in a stem or leaf, I am giving rise to cuticle. Is that clear? Now people, we are going to go to the next component of epidermal tissue system, which is the stomata. Stomata. But the problem is, at the level of being a NEET aspirant, you never call it stomata, but the better term is stomatal apparatus. Whenever I use the term apparatus in my life, I know that it is made up of microscopic apparatus, telescopic apparatus. It has multiple single units. So now this apparatus is made up of essentially a pore. My basic idea was to respire, okay, but a pore cannot do anything. So it is surrounded by the kidney shaped guard cells. The name is quite rightfully given to these cells as they are guarding the plants against water changes. How do they do that? We'll see that. Where are they located here? They are located in the epidermis, right? They are also accompanied by some extra rectangular cells. Wait a minute. I'm going to be very serious now about how we draw the diagrams. Subsidiary cell is a differentiated epidermal cell, rectangular in nature, stuck to guard cell for some reason. We'll see about it. And then all of this is surrounded by the epidermal cell. Now boys and girls, to understand how a stomatal apparatus works, look at my hands, okay? Guard cell, guard cell, guard cell, guard cell. The gap between the guard cell, this is called stoma or the pore. So stoma or stomata is not even a structure. It is a gap between the guard cell. Now people, let's say there is water. Let's say you've just watered your garden today, your lawn today. This water is going to enter the guard cells owing to the osmosis, you know that. So now this water applies pressure on the wall of the guard cells. What do you call that pressure as? What do you call that pressure as? Hydrostatic pressure, turgor pressure, whatever suits you. As a result of which, the guard cell becomes turgid. If you don't want to adhere to the term turgid, I am bulging out because there is hydrostatic pressure on my wall. So the pore or the gap between me is opening up. It is allowing the water to go out from the epidermis. While the water goes out, my major intent is the exchange of gases. So epidermal tissue system protects, it transpires, it causes exchange of gases. Yes? Because photosynthesis is not happening till you do the whole exchange of CO2 and O2. For that matter, respiration also, right? Now you have not watered your lawn. You went on a vacation, which I badly need. Then what happens? Owing to the osmotic changes, the turgor pressure, the hydrostatic pressure in the guard cell is very low. It's negative. So the opposite of turgidity is flaccidity. If you don't want to adhere to the term flaccidity, then just remember that I shrink. There's nobody putting pressure on my walls. So the gap between me, which is the stoma, is now closed. I am not allowing water to be lost from the body, internal organs of the plant, which lie beneath the skin or the epidermis. Does that make sense to us? Yes? But that also means that the gaseous exchange will not happen. Please remember, they go together. So now that is what is happening. But there is a sort of a tweak, there's a twist in the story. Epidermis is always achlorophylous. Did I write it there? Let me tell you, epidermis is always achlorophylous. What do you understand by this? Let's churn things up for you. What will I eat in dinner? Churning se yaad aaya. Maybe a smoothie. Anybody? No chlorophyll. Thank you. It'll be no chlorophyll. Why? Why didn't God give chlorophyll to epidermis? What was the problem? Common sense? I don't eat Maggie. Maggie is banned in my house. Anything else? Any other ideas? Why no chlorophyll? I'm a photosensitive pigment, na Baba? Chlorophyll is a highly photosensitive pigment. I'll burn out. Gone. Yes? So, an epidermis, I want you to add here, it is transparent. That's right. It is a transparent layer, looking like a wow. This is the only cell in the epidermis which has chloroplasts. Okay? Subsidiary cells do not have chloroplast. True and false question. Okay, so let's label the parts. This is the stoma or the pore, kidney shaped guard cells, kidney shaped guard cells. Okay, turgor changes based on water availability. So who is doing the major work here in the stomatal apparatus? Subsidiary cells, people, are not a necessity of the apparatus. Subsidiary or the accessory cells. Now, they are not present in all the plants. These two are the essential components of a stomatal apparatus, which is, stoma is not even a component, na Baba. It is just based on opening and closing of the kidney shaped guard cells. So subsidiary cells assist guard cells. Assist guard cells in turgor movements. What are turgor movements? Am I using a very difficult term? Please let me know. I am here to explain. Is that making sense to you? The turgor movements, everybody? Now one thing that is advanced level question. Let's do that. Can we do that? There are two walls. This is the external wall. This is the internal wall. Right? The wall of the guard cell, which is adhering to the pore or the inner wall of the guard cell, is much thicker as compared to the outer wall. This is to help in the movement. Once again, people, look at your body. When you learn from your body, there is no forgetting. Which is the thicker part of the hand? Palms are thicker. Palms are thicker. Can you do that with me? Everybody raise your hands. Use your ATPs. Don't preserve them. Yeah? The same ATP that you use in chatting, you can lift those beautiful hands and do this very, very difficult task there. So this is the thicker wall. This is the inner wall. The thicker palm is the inner wall. Remember that. Remember that. Okay. First is this. So we are going to write these special points because these are special questions. Can we do that? Let's write them one by one. Guard cells are only epidermal cells, only is the key word, with chlorophyll or with chloroplasts. First point. Second, inner wall is thicker than outer wall. Outer, to facilitate turgor movements. Okay, these three together will form the stomatal apparatus. Any problem in life, you can let me know. These are the stomatal apparatus. Now people, this is usually the case of dicots. See, what I often encounter is when I am teaching a concept, you guys don't have a sequence. So when I am teaching what is a stomatal apparatus or a guard cell, don't jump to the fact, oh, they are dumbbell shaped in grasses. There is a sequence. Sequence and steps are most important thing in life. Remember. Okay. So what we are going to do is, we are going to write it here. No problem. Now you can mention that if in dicots they are kidney shaped, they are going to be rather dumbbell shaped. On the same ground, we write the exceptions. Exceptions never come before the general rules, before the basics. Exceptions never come before the basics. Okay, so in monocots, guard cells, but yes, this is an important question, so kindly make a note of it, are dumbbell or dumbbell shape. The pattern won't change. The wall of the dumbbell, this wall of the dumbbell will, inner wall towards the pore will be much thicker as compared to the outer wall. Is this clear about the epidermis as far as the layer and the stomatal apparatus is concerned? the stomatal apparatus and the layer. Next we have to move on to the appendages. Are we ready? Everybody is ready? There are two kinds of appendages, people. You have the root hair. Appendages word means, like I said, outgrowths or a protuberance. The first one in the market is root hair. Now it is your chance. It is your turn rather. Give me all the morphological information about root hair in the chat box. What is their cellularity? Where do they rise from? What do they do? Kindly put it in the chat box. Unicellular. Thank you. I know you guys are amazing. Unicellular, okay, arise from maturation zone. Increase the surface area of absorption. This is all we know already. Done and dusted, like Wasim sir says. All the time. There's nothing else he'll say, just that. Now we are going to write the anatomical points. Well, people, let me inform you that root hair are not outgrowths or protuberance. Epidermal cells called trichoblasts. Very important question. Trichoblasts give rise to root hair. So these are just the cells which have differentiated. The epidermal cells have not made any outgrowths as such. Is that clear to everybody? Good. For the presence of root hair, the epidermis of root is called as piliferous layer. Now people, not only they have to absorb extra nutrients from the soil, they also have to adhere to the soil. So they are covered by gummy substance, gummy pectocellulose. Pectocellulose is, when they combine together as a team, they become sticky in nature. Okay, covered by gummy pectocellulose, which helps in adherence to the soil. Next is trichomes or the stem hair. Let's see how our, one more thing I want to add here is they will be always unbranched. Root hair are not branched. It is just like your, you know how you distinguish your arteries? Arteries, the main artery, then the smaller artery and the arterioles or the venules. Similarly, it is the primary root, the secondary root, the tertiary root, the rootlets and the root hair. There is no branching after root hair. But let's talk about trichomes. So what we are going to do is, we are always going to compare things. Comparative anatomy is the best anatomy to study. The first point, Am I unicellular? What is my cellularity? Trichomes are stem hair. Yes, they in real sense are the outgrowths of the epidermal cells. They are the protuberance. This was different here. But then that is a very, you don't really have to, just remember the name of the cells. That is enough. I don't think anybody wants to study that kind of botany. That kind of botany. They are multicellular, but they can be unicellular or multicellular, people. In science, there is no absolute concept. Remember my words. Whether you study physics, chemistry, biology, never say this is it. There is no this is it. But you are right, as you always are. They are mostly multicellular if asked. Can we do that? Can we write that? Can we write that in NCERT? It is not given. Kindly add it. Second point on the floor. Let's compare. Yeah? Let's compare. Are they unbranched or branched? They can be branched or unbranched. Both are abundantly present. What is my major function of stem hair? My primary function is to reduce transpiration, but I take several forms. Several means several. I can turn stinging. I can sting whoever touches me. That is to protect from herbivory. So this is another important function of stem hair, to protect from herbivory. As in Utrica. Utrica will, if you touch the stem hair of Utrica, it will secrete a cocktail of serotonins, histamines, oxalic acid, formic acid. Animals can die if given in some concentration. Anyway, then I can be glandular also in nature. I will secrete essential oils like there's no tomorrow. That is why you can smell a mint plant from far away or a citrus fruit from far away, because they have glandular stem hair. So citrus and mint, people. Then you get the classic example of stem hair would be cotton. The entire commercial cotton, this family is in your syllabus. And when I was teaching Malvaceae family, I told you I'm going to mention again in anatomy. So what is the genus? Now it is your test. What is the genus for cotton, people? Can you please tell me? We have done that. What is the genus of commercial cotton? Thank you. One more. More answers please in the chat box. More? Thank you. It is Gossypium. So Gossypium is the genus, and what you are getting are the lint hairs or the trichomes of Gossypium. This is a very, very important question for 2024, because in 2024 the entire family of cotton has been newly introduced. So mark it as NEET 2024 alert before you miss the train. Before you miss the train. What happened to the spelling, beta? Anuj, the spelling are fine. Spellings are fine. Did I not write? Yeah, my handwriting can give you this thing. Gossypium it is. Now, people who are concerned about their dinner, we are not kings and queens, that there will be 4 people serving us dinner. Yeah? And there will be a starter, there will be a 5-course dinner. If you're hungry, get your food and eat with the class. Simple. Why you make a cry about everything, I would never understand. That's okay. You don't have to be sorry. That's okay. Is this clear? Do I have anything else to tell you? I think I've told you more than enough. How many of us feel it's more than enough? Do you feel it's too much? Even if you feel that, I would still continue to tell you because I have to keep you safe. I don't want to regret later that, you know what, the paper was difficult and we just stuck to NCERT, and because everybody said stick to NCERT, so you know I lost marks in negative marking. Money, beta, we will take care of your board exams. We will plan classes accordingly. You don't have to worry. Now I'm going to, children, I must tell you now, things are going to get, in this chapter it happens. Tissue seems very easy and very, you know, boring, to be very fair and honest. But things are going to get serious as you move further in this chapter. For example, these are some of the special points that are rank giving questions. Answers in the chat box. Who will tell me what are sunken stomata? What are sunken stomata? This is all in your syllabus. If you are thinking it is outside NCERT, it's because you can't see it in the text of this particular chapter, but this is there. This will come again in ecology, this is there in morphology. So whatever ma'am is writing is part of your syllabus. I have no fancy, I have no flair to give you extra concepts and burden you with extra theory. Oh, trust me on that. I would be more than happy to complete the chapter in a jiffy and move and do amazing things. Go on a nice walk. Sunken stomata is when subsidiary cells are present above guard cells. Can we do that? Can we imagine that? All three were supposed to be present in the epidermis, and according to the rule, subsidiary cells were sort of assisting the guard cells. They were the auxiliaries. But here, subsidiary cells are present above the guard cells. Why is this happening? That means stomata or the pore, stoma or the pore has sunk down in the epidermis. Sunk down in epidermis. To make it extremely clear, stoma sunk down. Well, again I am trying to ease out. I am fearful of transpiration. There are two things in a plant's life that it is really fearful of. One is losing out on food, not being able to make food. So it will do every kind of adaptation, morphological and anatomical, to store food. And second is losing water through transpiration. So this is a xerophytic adaptation. This is a xerophytic adaptation. If you think I have told you something out of the syllabus, then this is very much in photosynthesis. Next, what happens? What is the next kind of stomata? It is called as the hypostomata. Well, people, stomata are majorly present on the leaf, isn't it? Stomata are the pores majorly present on the leaf. On stem, in a young stem, you might encounter stomata. Old stem with all its secondary growth and the bark, it doesn't care about stomata. What it has are lenticels. Lenticels are the pores, right? So now, if I have a dicot leaf, let's apply logic in life because we love it so much. I am a dicot leaf, yes, I am made to be oriented this way, which is perpendicular to the sunlight. The orientation of the lamina of a dicot leaf is perpendicular to the sunlight. This means that I am going to lose a lot of water given that the pores are present on the upper epidermis. Upper. So, in a dicot leaf, stomata are present. Stomata are present only on lower surface. Can we do that? Can we take care of that? So, hypo means lower and I am present only on lower stomata. This is an adaptation for dicot leaf. Now what happened? Amphi. What? Don't do that. Don't. It's all gone? No, it's not gone. Amma. Okay. This is okay. We don't need that. Special stomata. I'll use this one only now. Amphistoma. What is the meaning of the prefix amphi, people? Anybody who wants to tell me? Actually, rightfully this should be called as amphistomatic leaf. Would you care to tell me the meaning of the prefix amphi? Priya, you are absolutely right. It means both. Anybody else who thinks amphi is both as an amphibian? So now, in a monocot leaf, stomata present on both epidermis. So I am a monocot leaf. My orientation is like this. A monocot leaf, a grass leaf is always like this. This means I am parallel to the sunlight. I am oriented parallel to the sunlight. Yes. So the transpiration is anyway low. So stomata are present on both the, actually there is no upper and lower epidermis in this case. Yeah. But both the surfaces. This is called as amphistomatic. The last one is epistomatic. Who is going to give me the example of epistomatic? Just the way hypo means low, epi means upper. Hypo means lower, upper is epi. Which leaves will have stomata only on the upper epidermis? Thank you, Krutika. Any guesses? Any guesses? Thank you, Anjani. What kind of aquatic plants? I don't spare. The floating kinds or the submerged kinds? Very good. Floating hydrophytes. Floating hydrophytes will have stomata only on the upper surface. Okay? Only on upper surface. That is called as epi. Now you know what, everything, it's looking incomplete. Give me examples of floating aquatic plants, floating hydrophytes. Come on. You guys are preparing for NEET exam here. This is not a syllabus completion class. This is an advanced NEET 2024 class. and we say NEET 2024, but the content that you get in this series is AIIMS level. So you can't just rest at basics. If somebody is here just to NCERT, this much is there, oh this word is not there, why ma'am is doing that word, this is extra, not happening, stitch, 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 then you're not at the right place. You should have right expectation from the right places. Nice. It is Iconia. That's why I asked, because this plant is very important in your syllabus. And Lemna and Pistia as well. Nymphia as well. Somebody has said lotus. Nymphia as well. Yeah, just putting the botanical name. Very good. You guys are amazing. Now, let's solve this question. Stomata in grass leaves. Bolo, stomata in grass leaves, what will happen? We just spoke about it. They are dumbbell shaped. Do you think they are kidney shaped, rectangular? No. We are very particular about the dumbbell shape. Next, epidermal appendages are done. Any doubts in trichomes or root hair? Now people, vascular bundles were of two types. Again, this is a milestone. This is a very, very important moment of the session. Moment of session. If you, I'm going to repeat the same thing. If you were not paying attention till now, very good. But I want 3.5 minutes of your attention, because this is going to lay the foundation of organ anatomy. Till now, based on the relative arrangement of xylem and phloem, what do you understand by relative? With respect to each other, we saw radial and conjoint vascular bundles. Good? Yes? But now we have another classification of vascular bundles. I deliberately kept it off. Okay? So we are going to do that. The first one is, let me take the example of a wedge shaped vascular bundle. Okay, and I am going to be sweet enough to take the example of a radial vascular bundle. Ready people? Are you ready? And here in the section B, what we are going to do is, we are going to make things simple. Simplicity is important. Shraddha, were you saying something? You say so much, yaar. Jindagi mein. You're always saying. Why am I making a root again and again? We don't need that. You can leave it open. Haan, done? So sometimes I feel maybe I should cut my hair. They're anyway thinning out with the bad water where I live. You're very lucky if you live at a place near the mountains where water is very good. Yeah. If you live at a place where I live, they become taproot system. When I came to Bangalore, all I had was adventitious and fibrous root system. Quite thick, nice hair, but then they keep on differentiating into rootlets and tertiary roots and whatnot. So let's start this, people. This is very interesting. What do you think is a wedge shaped vascular bundle? It's a conjoint vascular bundle. Let's start with conjoint vascular bundle. Could you be my darlings and tell me which plant part will have conjoint vascular bundle? As we move further in this session, you guys are going to be tested like nobody's business. So much. Are you all ready? If you're ready, Write in the chat box, we are ready to be asked questions, to be tested. I want everybody to write that. Yeah? Now tell me which part has, thank you, you are amazing, stem. Now here this side is the pith. Okay, so what is going to be present away from the pith? Away from the pith, I will always have phloem. Okay, and towards the pith, I will always have xylem towards the center. This is the case of a conjoint vascular bundle. Now what I did, I made a strip. Okay, I made a strip, and this strip, I don't know what it is made up of, but I just kept them separate. Now let's draw xylem. If I'm a stem, could you be my darlings and tell me what kind of primary xylem will be present? We are all talking about the first degree. These are all first degree primary vascular bundles. Could you tell me the arrangement of primary xylem in a stem? I'm going to wait here. I have the entire night, my entire life. Bolo. The arrangement of primary xylem. Listen to the question carefully. In a stem, what is the arrangement of first degree xylem? Thank you. Endark. In case of an endark, I'm making your life very simple right now. In case of an endark condition, P is towards the center. So how do I do it? This is the center. This is the center. Smaller vessel, smaller vessel, smaller vessel, smaller vessel, larger vessel, larger vessel, larger vessel. Once again, towards the center, smaller vessel, smaller vessel, smaller vessel, smaller vessel, larger vessel, larger vessel, larger vessel. Once again, towards the center, P, 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 outside, M, M, M. Am I right in doing this? Is this in dark? Everybody happy? Yes? Now people, the problem is that these xylem and phloem are separated by a strip of tissue called as intrafascicular cambium. This is not a new term for you. This is not a new term for you. Boys and girls, when the class started at around 5:30 p.m. or maybe 6:04 p.m., I told you, no, this happened pretty much in the beginning, could be 5:30. That intravascular cambium is a primary meristem. It's a primary tissue. Now you know and you can relate that this tissue is present since the birth and it is a part of the primary body. Since it is present between xylem and phloem, I use the term intra and not inter. I use the term intra and not inter. Are we together on that? Boys and girls, this is cambium. It is meristematic. So the nature of meristematic tissue is to divide. Yes, but it remains inactive. It remains inactive till secondary growth. Till secondary growth. Till hormones tell this guy, your time has come, start dividing, it remains, it is an inactive meristem, which is very rare in a plant body. This guy, when it attains maturity and starts dividing at the time of secondary growth, of course, he is not going to do it alone. It is going to form lot of xylem towards the pith. Have a look at the screen. Lot of xylem, which is going to be 2 degree, 2 degree, 2 degree, 2 degree. 2 degrees simply means that in the same way, in the endark manner, what you just told me, it is going to form a lot of, oh my god, 10 times more secondary xylem, and this guy is going to make a lot of phloem on the outer side. As a result of which, keep listening, as a result of which, you see this first degree xylem and this first degree phloem and first degree xylem remain separated throughout their life. They can't get together, because in my primary life also I am separated by a narrow strip of intravascular cambium, and in my secondary life also this zone will have the secondary phloem and this zone will have secondary xylem. They are further separated or opened. And that is why you get open vascular bundles. So is the story of an open vascular bundle. Organ anatomy, major part, 30% of organ anatomy is done at this point. Now, if somebody will ask you what is the nature of but yes, secondary growth happens only in dicots. This is a feature of only dicots. So this is a feature of dicot stem that you have just seen. Secondary growth will not happen. There is no formation of secondary tissues in monocots. Monocots don't have a long life. They are mostly annual plants that you will see. Some are perennial. Bamboo is perennial, for example. But dicots will come to have years and years of life. Is this clear to everybody? Is this clear to everybody? We can also do the same thing. I can show you an open radial vascular bundle. So now you know that dicots will have open bundles. No confusion in that aspect. Now if I am going to talk about a dicot root, could you help me with telling me whether I will be radial or I will be conjoint, because I am forgetting it. Please tell me, help me out, and also tell me whether what will be the arrangement of primary xylem. Now we are talking real things. Come on. If somebody has extra vocal cords, please, I'll give you my address, please courier them to me. Yeah, radial vascular bundle and exact condition. Thank you very much. You guys have been really helpful. Let's do it. Let's do it. This is the pits. I'm the pits. I'm the center. Everything is directed towards the center of the organ. If I am exact, P or the protoxylem lies towards outside. Yes. So smaller vessel, larger vessel. Did I do it right? Did I do it right? No, I want to keep a Monvrat tomorrow. Oh yeah guys, from Monvrat tomorrow at 11 AM, there's a special class of anatomy wherein we'll be discussing more and more PYQs, and I have picked up some difficult questions for you wherein you can apply your today's knowledge that clearly a lot of you are gathering. The class will happen at 11 AM with the remaining vocal cords and please attend that class, because that class is going to give you the holistic preparation. Without question solving, nobody has ever cleared any exam. Remember, your exam is about questions. It's not about how many granthas and Vedas and shlokas you know. Okay? And the link for that special class, it's a free class, is given in the description of this session. The description section of the session is extremely important. So you need to click on that link and be a part of the class. Could you do that? Let's go. Once again people, if I am exact and I am radial, then I don't have phloem with me, I am alone. So smaller vessel once again, larger vessel. Did I do it right? Did I do it right? Once again, let's do it in a different way. Let's do it like this. P, M, M. Wow, somehow they've become the initial. I didn't decide on this, trust me. let's so that it doesn't become confusing, let's make it disappear, this P. Are you guys at least thorough with the basic that the center of the organ is called pith? I'm not expecting a lot at this point, but are you guys sort of getting it? Be very honest. Are you guys finding it easy to now decipher what is indark, what is exarch, and you think, yeah, you know, we're sort of getting it, which is outside, which is inside. Most of the questions are based on this. You will see that if you solve PYQs. Cool. Vardhan, beta, it's always good to see you. You're my favorite spammer. I tell you. There's nobody like you. Okay, once again people, let's complete the circle. Protoxylem, metaxylem. Happy? Now let's take care of the phloem also. Poor guy. Semilunar patches, patches. Yes? Now let's talk business. Let's get the real deal done. Ladies and gentlemen, if dicots are open, I got an idea that there's somebody separating xylem and phloem. Okay, in this case, things are easier. There will be a strip of parenchymatous cells. They are not meristematic cells. Understand, please. There could be 1 or 2 strips of parenchymatous cell between xylem and phloem. Do you see what I'm doing? Once again, this is phloem, this is pink one is xylem. I get they are separated by parenchymatous cells. These cells store food. They have nothing, they store food, poor guys. Because I'm parenchyma, I have to store food. And they will laterally conduct the nutrients. We promise that. Parenchymatous tissue are going to cause the lateral conduction. But comes the time of secondary growth, these parenchymatous cells will, what will happen? De-differentiation will happen. Do you all agree? Correct me if I'm wrong. De-differentiation will happen and they will become a part of cambium. They will form the vascular cambium. Now, as the name suggests, vascular cambium is going to furnish vascular tissues. So, this is the first step. I am still in the primary world. This is the first step to realize that they are separated. Who are separated? First degree xylem, phloem is separated, first degree xylem is separated. By whom? By strips of this parenchymatous tissue. Now, what is the name of this tissue? Everything significant gets a name. Let's do the name of the tissue. I'm sure you guys must have told it by now in the chat section. Kya hai yaar? But why? Okay. It's called as the conjunctive tissue. One of the most important concepts and questions in your organ anatomy. And this is the feature of a dicot root. Once again, people, now as is the nature, this tissue is going to further form the secondary xylem and secondary phloem, and these poor guys, primary phloem and primary xylem, open up, separate. Hence, it is a open vascular bundle. मैं मारूंगी पता है? I do get angry. Sambrio, you didn't get conjunctive tissue? Oh, you were telling me the answer. Okay. While I was playing with the figures. Got it. You guys are amazing. No doubt about that. Okay, let's go further. The same thing. If I am a monocot, could you tell me what should I write? If I have a wedge-shaped triangular vascular bundle, am I a monocot root or a stem? Am I a monocot root or a stem? I don't know. No. I'm not asking about closed and open. I haven't depicted that. This shape of the vascular bundle is in a stem or a root? Just tell me that. Thank you. Thank you. You guys are amazing. If I'm a monocot, I just need your help. Do I undergo secondary growth? If I am a monocot, do I undergo secondary growth? Fast? No. I do not increase in girth. I am a herb. I am very short-lived. I don't need all of that. Okay? So now what is going to happen is phloem, 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 P, 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 P. Okay? And then X was like, xylem was like, hey, I'm going to be towards the pits. So, xylem, 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 xylem. No, let's do this. If I'm a stem, let's go a notch further. What is the arrangement of primary xylem? If I'm a stem, what is the arrangement of primary xylem? Ma'am doesn't know. You guys have to tell it. What? In dark. Okay, if you say so. Whatever you will say, it's your class, your tune to play. Alright people, so phloem, 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 phloem. Towards the pith. Endark means smaller vessel, larger vessel, larger vessel. Protoxylem, protoxylem, metaxylem, metaxylem. Smaller vessel, larger vessel, larger vessel. Agreed? Can we do that? But the problem is, in between these two, there is no separation. Why there is no separation? Everything happens for a reason. There is no intravascular cambium because I do not need secondary growth. And that is how, because they stay together and muddled, they are called as closed vascular bundles. There is nobody opening the primary phloem and xylem. Oh, heavy question, NEET 2022, my favorite year. Take a while, think about this, solve this question, give me the correct answer. It's actually a funny question if you ask me. This put a smile on my face. Come on, read the following statements. Okay, we'll read. In such multi-statement questions, always go down and see what the examiner is asking. Is he asking incorrect or correct statement? If he is interested in incorrect, the way you will read this statement you will be looking for the incorrect. So set your aim with every question is what I am trying to say here. So the first statement. Come on people, I am right here. Just taking care of some tendons and ligaments. अभी ना जाओ छोड़ कर कि दिल अभी भरा नहीं. Everybody, some people are saying one. Shraddha, I didn't ask you. Okay. Thank you. Now people, I'll tell you one simple thing in life. Everybody can solve an easy question. You will qualify for NEET counseling does not mean you will select for NEET counseling. Point number one. You will become a ranker if the difficult part of the paper is correct and your physics is good. Let me be very honest. I'm not talking about my subject. Only then and then your confirmation of getting into a medical college is confirmed. The amount of time you are going to take for such questions, because you know in NEET 2022 a lot of people lost marks in botany. All the questions were multi-statement questions, confusing questions. Make sure that you practice in the special classes that we conduct for PYQs. You practice. I always put a timer. I'm very strict. I have made my students solve questions in 15 seconds also, and they've cried about it. But crying now is better than later. Is that clear? So tomorrow when we solve questions, I am coming with such multi-statement questions, and I am not going to give you more than 30 seconds. Right now, I sat down, aram se, but make a habit that you solve every biology question in maximum 30 seconds so that you have time for physics and chemistry. Is it okay? And don't get scared of such questions. I saw so many of you getting scared. The first form, now we are going to use this question to revise concepts, because now in your life, congratulations, I am so happy. It is exhilarating to start with organ anatomy. It is a dream of every good botany teacher. So we'll revise, that's why I put this question, we'll revise every possible concept. The first formed primary xylem elements, what do you call them? You denote them with P, are called protoxylem, and the later formed primary xylem is called metaxylem. Is that true? Now I am not going to spare you. Could you tell me what is the exact difference? I have been singing that song. What is the exact difference between P and M? I could learn. I don't know Tamil. I could learn. Smaller vessel, larger vessel. You know what? I want the entire comment section. I want the entire chat box, and later on the comment section to be filled with the moment of the day, which is smaller vessel, larger vessel, larger vessel. Last in morphology, you guys filled it with looking like a wow. Yeah, for families. Today's essence is smaller vessel, larger vessel, larger vessel. Isn't it? So they are the larger vessels. This is absolutely a true statement. Primary xylem is endark in stems. Is it true or false? Primary xylem is endark in stems. This is also true. Any doubts? Primary xylem is exarch in roots. Is this true or false? This is true. Now one of the tricks that one of the suggestions that I want to give you, please don't learn together. Please don't try to mug up, it is endark in stems, it is exarch in roots. Just learn one, solve another. Learn one, you get another. Fourth statement, phloem transports food materials, organic solutes, usually from leaves to other plant parts. That is very basic, we know this is true. Vessel members are interconnected, through perforations. This is one of the speciality, and they are oblique perforations, if you ask me. If you ask me, one vessel member will be connected with the other one through very fine oblique perforation. Is this true? We have studied that. That's what we do. That's what we did at around 704. Tracheids are elongated or tube-like cells. Elongated is this. They are not circular cells, they are not cylindrical also, with thick lignified walls. Oh yeah, it's all lignin. I'm dead because of the mighty lignin. Thick lignified walls, this is the lumen, and tapering cells. How many of the above statements are correct? Everything is true. Let's go further in life. One more question, people. You guys need a dinner break? I didn't even have lunch. I had breakfast. Should I? It's only 10 o'clock, people. You see, I cannot do that. You guys can get your dinner and eat with the class. I can see you. What do you have to do with my looks here? Whether I look tired, whether I don't look tired. Huh? Even if the teacher is hanging upside down, but if they are giving you quality content, what you're looking tired. Of course I'm supposed to be tired. I'm standing goddamn since 5 p.m. Actually, not 6 but 5. I was standing here. Ma'am, you're cold-blooded. Now that's a compliment. Sometimes, yeah, I've got that from many people. So somebody, Saucy, yeah. You have a beautiful name, but you know what? You don't share my session with anybody. Don't think I don't know. I know everything. What you can't begin to think, I know that. Like I said, I'm standing on this side since last 12 years. So there are so many minds that I have read that I know you haven't shared the session. How many? They're not enough, no. I know you're a good student. I know you. And you are very regular to the classes. You are very consistent. You sit till the end. I know everything. I appreciate that. Problem is, in this time and age, there is lack of discrimination between quality content and blah. Just content. Because everybody is claiming to be preparing and to be a teacher. Hey, what are you doing on a Monday morning? I think I'll take a class. Okay, in ground tissue system, people, ground tissue system was a very powerful simple system. Parenchymatous cells are usually present in cortex, pericycle, pith and medullary rays. The answer is all of the above. Now, ma'am didn't teach you much about ground tissue system, okay? And this question came in front of you. This is called smart solving of questions. Ma'am in fact told us that, you know what, ground tissue system can have various kinds of shades. Shades of grey. It can be parenchymatous, it can be a lot of Collenchyma. I don't know. Ma'am never told us that. What is happening? What do we do? But ma'am told us one thing. Parenchyma is the most conspicuous. It is going to be present everywhere. No other tissue can be present in as huge an amount as parenchyma. Hari Haran, beta, I love your name. Hari is my favorite name. Second thing, you have asked a very good question. My lots of blessings to you. In this chapter, if my exam is tomorrow and I have to revise something, I will do organ anatomy beta. Comparative anatomy of monocot root, dicot root, monocot stem, dicot stem, monocot leaf, dicot leaf. I will write on a paper the differences which ma'am is going to write today, and I am just going to take a screenshot because ma'am is so nice, and that's about it. It is going to give you 2-3 MCQs. Yeah, I like everybody. Don't say that. I don't like everybody's name. I don't like my name. Love from New York. Yeah, you know what? The restaurant on the first floor, I'm on the 16th floor. You can sit there and say, hey, I'm calling from New York. Okay, people, I think we should move further and solve one more question. There are a lot of questions which will revise every topic, and I'll give you a break before we do organ anatomy. That's, I don't need a break. I don't need a break. Like you said, I'm cold-blooded, but just for the sake of humanity, I might give you a break before organ anatomy. Before that, I want to cement your concepts. So plants having little or no secondary growth. Who knows? Grasses. Why grasses? Why grasses? Why grasses? And what about these guys? Conifers and cycads. They'll have secondary growth. They'll have secondary growth. Oh, Anjani is saying this, these are monocots. Could you tell me the family? Could you be a darling and tell me the family of grasses? Family. Which I spent so much of blood and sweat on. Thank you. Astraceae family is grasses? Kill me. You know what? Come and shoot me before you say that. It is Poaceae family. Conifers, Coniferophyta, Cycadophyta, Gymnosperm. Achha guys, I wanted to ask you, what do you want to do next in Game of NEET? Do you want to do an plant growth hormones or you want to do plant kingdom? Let me know. I'll conduct a poll also. Next question. Let's solve this question. After question solving, I will give you a break because my vocal cords are giving up now. Specialized epidermal cells surrounding the guard cells are called as subsidiary cells. Very good. What are bulliform cells? We don't know. What are lenticels? We don't know. What are complementary cells? We are never going to study in today's class. Now comes anatomy of dicot root. So what we're going to do is, boys and girls, what we're going to do is, I am going to draw the structure of organs and you are going to draw with me. Is that clear? And second thing is, we will do comparative anatomy. That is, we will compare the two plant parts. Cool. So now what will happen in life is, you all are going to, since you have been studying without moving an inch from the classroom, don't think I don't know. Who has been defeated? So, yeah, I know why you're saying that, but it's okay. It is 10:02. Let's meet at 10:22. Works? We'll do dicot root and life will be very, very good. Go. Ma'am, which chapter are you going to teach next? Do you want Ramayana, Bhagavad Gita? Which one do you want? Okay people, thank you so much and I'll see you at sharp 10:22. people, we are back. Back on the ground. Is everybody back? Can you invite your friends to be back for the session? Ma'am is back. Organ anatomy seems very difficult, but we're going to make it very simple today. Let's simplify things. Kya bolte ho? What do you think? Should we or should we not? So whatever, I'm just waiting for people to assemble fast. Thank you, Awkward Potato. I like your name. The basic nature of every human being is to innovate. Smaller and or bigger scales. Guys, I'll share one thing with you. I so badly need a cup of tea right now. But I got distracted and I failed to mix a cup of tea for myself. Yeah. So that is the thing. If you join the batch NEET 2024 crash course batch, which I spoke to you about in the beginning, please click on the link which is given in the description box. If you click on the link, you will find my code which is embedded. Yeah, PM1 Live. So you get the discounted price, and the good thing is in that discounted price you get all the study material and notes of the session. Rajiv is back. What about others? Everybody is back. So now the thing with organ anatomy is I'm going to tell you the trick to do organ anatomy very well. You learn one, you solve the other. You learn one, you solve the other. Simply meaning you learn dicot root, but you don't learn monocot root. You learn dicot stem, but you don't learn monocot stem. Can we do that together? So I can see some of the doubts in the chat section, and being doubtful is very good. When we study organ anatomy, it is simply the assemblage or coming together of tissue systems. Because we said in the beginning of the session that cells will come together to form tissues, tissues to form tissue systems, and tissue systems will unite together to form organs. So let's see how the three tissue systems vis-a-vis epidermal, ground tissue system, and vascular system come together in the case of dicot root, whose main function is to, what is the primary function of dicot root? Root is absorption of water and minerals. It doesn't need strength. Yes? So now, oh, I forgot to wear the mic. I'm so sorry, guys. I am so sorry. But you guys are such darlings. You let me know with all the good. So now, what should be the first topmost tissue system? You guys are very sweet. Answer my question, yeah. Don't make me laugh. You guys make me laugh. Come on. What is the first tissue system? What is the first layer of the organ? Thank you. Samria is my darling. Absolutely darling. Okay. So I am going to not make a fuss, but I am going to, and what is the nature of epidermal cells? They promise to be closely packed without any gaps, because that will lead to injury or a wound formation. So I make elongated, closely packed cells, and this gives me the very first layer, which is epidermis. Yes. So now let's label this as epidermis. Every time we write a layer, we are going to ascertain the nature of that layer. That is where your questions will be asked from. So epidermis, my darlings, is always parenchymatous. It is always parenchymatous, and it is involved in the absorption in this case, and of course it is going to store food. But this epidermis in the case of root is also called as epiblemma or simply the piliferous layer. Why is it called piliferous layer? We have spoken about it n number of times. Fill the n. Yeah, it is going to be a single layer except in some cases. Krutika is my darling number 2. So we are going to add single layer. Shraddha, don't get jealous here. Single layer, uniseriate. But some of the epidermal cells, keep following, some of the epidermal cells become enlarged whenever in biology you encounter the term blastic, meroblastic, okay, trophoblastic. That means enlargement in size, okay. So some of the epidermal cells will give rise to root hair, many root hair, unicellular root hair. Now boys and girls, we know for a fact that root does not have stomata. Do you think I should make stomata? People who have joined the class now, kindly share and like the session. What I have encountered today, you know, I was just speaking to the team, you guys don't like the session. Okay, so a lot of root hair, piliferous layer, epidermis is done. Remember, in epidermis, stomata or cuticle in the case of root will be absent. Now you guys have to tell me what should be the second layer. If I am starting the ground tissue system, because epidermal tissue system is done, what is the first layer of ground tissue system? Come on people, you guys know it. What is this first layer of? I know who's going to answer. Thank you. Rajiv is saying cortex. Okay. So now we are going to make cortex. Cortex. What do you observe? You observe that ma'am is making multi-layers. So yes, the second layer, which is called as the cortex, is actually for a fact multi-layered cell. A massive layer. I've just formed 3. There can be more than 3. But the question is, what is the nature of the tissue? Remember, in root, I don't need strength. All I need is I absorb and I conduct. So whatever piliferous layer has absorbed is going to travel into the cortex, because what I have are parenchymatous cells with intercellular spaces. Are we happy till here? You can be asked a question whether intercellular spaces are present in epidermis or not, whether intercellular spaces are present in parenchyma, in cortex or not. There you have to use your brain and logic that if I don't put intercellular spaces in cortex, where will the absorbed water go, right? This cortex ends into a layer. Give me the name in the chat box, which is the innermost layer of cortex. Come on people, you guys are darlings actually. Give me the name of the, give me the name. Can you do that? Yeah, is it endodermis Fine then. Let's go to endodermis. But as the cortex descends down and it has to form endodermis, we notice that the cells are becoming smaller without much intercellular spaces. So I see a version of cortex which is still parenchymatous but without intercellular spaces till I become the innermost layer of cortex, which you guys told me is called as the endodermis. Now this is how endodermis is. Do you see the shape of the cell? It is elongated, specifically called as the barrel shaped cell, people, and there is no intercellular space. There is no intercellular space. What is a barrel shape? Do you know what is a barrel? Let me show you what is a barrel. A barrel is a long elongated drum, people. Barrel, barrel, barrel. This is what a barrel shape is. It's an elongated drum. So in the longitudinal section up front, you see barrels like this, but in a transverse section, you see it like this. Okay. Now what is happening is very, very important. Let's just mark this as endodermis. Endodermis. Yes, people, you told me this is the third layer. Now the nature of endodermis is barrel shaped. Question alert. Those who are writing with ma'am, who are taking down the notes, I will share the PDF in the Telegram channel right after the session, even if it ends at 3 am. It will not end at 3 am. I'm going to take 1 hour, hardly. You know, I don't take long sessions. Barrel shaped parenchymatous. Parenchymatous. Once again, if you're thinking why root is not showing collenchyma or sclerenchyma, understand a tissue will assemble only according to the need of the location or the plant part. A root doesn't need strength. It is lying around, it is lying chilling in the underground portion. Okay, so once again, parenchymatous without intercellular spaces. Intercellular spaces. Is that clear to everybody? Now what happens, there's a twist in the story. I observe that the radial walls and the tangential walls, which we can't show here, have a deposition of a lipid derivative, a waxy substance once again, and these strips are called as the Casparian strips. Casparian strips. Well. What is the nature of the Casparian strips, people? It is made up of suberin on radial or tangential walls. Let me clear this. What is a radial and tangential wall? If this is the cell, people, then this becomes your radial wall. This is your radial wall. This is the Casparian strip. Okay, and this is your tangential wall or the transverse wall. So deposition actually happens here also, but it will not happen throughout. It will not happen throughout. What is the purpose? What is the purpose of this deposition? Let's explore that for a while. Think about it. Apply your brain. That water is coming with a velocity and carrying whatever it got, toxins, metals, whatever it wanted, at this level from the soil. It attains a huge velocity when it is passing through the intercellular spaces of cortex. Again, it is carrying whatever toxins possible it can get along with the mineral elements. So when it reaches the endodermis, the plant realizes that, you know what, if I go inside now, at the level of pericycle and pith, then the vascular bundles are present, and vascular bundles are the circulatory system. If I send toxins inside the body of the plant, they will kill the entire body. Also, the velocity of the water if it is too much, the pressure of the water, it is going to crush. It is going to crush the sensitive xylem and phloem bundles. Thinking of that, the endodermis here works like a speed breaker for all this. Okay, but endodermis is also filtering out the toxins. It is checking what the water is carrying. Hence, you call endodermis as the biological checkpoint, people. Biological checkpoint. I am doing two things. I am doing two things as a biological checkpoint. First is that I am slowing down the water. I am slowing down the water owing to the fat thickenings, but I am not completely blocking myself because I want the water to travel through here. But when the water travels through here or here, I am rather slowed down. And also, while water is traveling in this region, right, cortical region, it is jumping from wall to wall with no care of the world. This is called as apoplastic pathway. This is called as apoplastic pathway. Okay, when the water is jumping from one wall of the cell to another wall without caring about anything. But till this water does not enter the cytoplasm, nobody is going to check what is the quality of this water. Okay, so at the level of Casparian strips, the water has to enter the cytoplasm because it is not getting through the cell, right? So it encourages symplastic pathway. Symplastic pathway. If you don't know what is symplastic pathway, I would say that you write just this much, that it passes through the cytoplasm of the adjacent cells. Is this clear to everybody? Who has enrolled in the crash course? Anybody? Who has enrolled in the crash course? Give me a shout out in the chat box. If anybody has done the honors, you're more than welcome to encourage others as well. Now, let's move further. What comes after endodermis? What comes after endodermis? Anjani has enrolled, okay. What comes after endodermis, people? Tell me the sequence. Till you don't tell me the sequence. Sayyid, good question. Beta, cytoplasm of this cell only, na? So, from the cortex, I will enter the cytoplasm of the endodermal cell, where the cytoplasm has various organelles and systems, checking systems to see whether something should not be passed further. Pericycle, very good. Now this is one of my favorite layers in terms of root. Pericycle, 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 pericycle. Pericycle forms the outline of the vascular bundles. Pericycle, pericycle, pericycle. Okay. Now I have formed a single layer. But pericycle can very much be multi-layered. I don't know why I feel this year, 2024 is this year, you are definitely going to get a question from pericycle. I am going to write all the points related to pericycle, right? So, multi-layered, going to the nature, I am parenchymatous, people. I don't care, I am still parenchymatous. So, I am going to store a lot of food. I store food. If I am parenchymatous, I am going to store food. Now, have a look. I am going to do something now. What I am going to do is pericycle, 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 pericycle. Oh my God, I am parenchymatous. But suddenly ma'am is making, this is very rare, thick-walled. Let's highlight it, for goodness, thick-walled. thick walled cells. This is one of the layers which has broken the rules. Why? I have a lot of tasks to do other than just storing food. Pericycle in a dicot root, write it somewhere, is the most important layer. Okay, it is the most important layer because all the lateral roots arise from pericycle. Point number 1. Secondly, I forms a portion of vascular cambium. Just a portion. That means vascular cambium causes what? Answers in the chat box. What is the job of vascular cambium? Entire evening we have discussed that, isn't it? After pericycle starts your vascular bundle. Now you tell me, let's ask you, if I am a dicot root, tell me the nature of the vascular bundle. Whatever you know till now, just write in the chat box. Now you want to delete organ anatomy also. Why don't you just kill me, man? Thank you, Shraddha. If I am a dicot root, first of all, I am radial in nature. I am exarch in nature. What else is there? I am open in nature. Yes, I am an open vascular bundle. So this is the center. This is the assumed center. Notice that ma'am has not written anything about pith. Ma'am would have loved to write about pith. But since it is a dicot root, ma'am is going to wait a little bit while mentioning anything about pith. Okay. So, taking care of exarch xylem, what do we do? Once again, protoxylem. No, sorry. Exarch xylem, right? What do we do? Metaxylem, protoxylem. So one of the previous year papers had a question that which part of vascular bundle is in direct contact with the pericycle? Is it protoxylem or is it metaxylem? What do you think? People, what do you think? Which part of the xylem bundles are in direct relation with the pericycle? It's protoxylem. Once again, try your luck. Metaxylem, protoxylem. Yes? Smaller vessel, larger vessel. Okay? For clarity, because you're going to take these notes, protoxylem, metaxylem. In most of the cases, the metaxylem vessels obliterate or sort of meet in the center. As a result of which, there should have been a pith, but what I need to write here is that pith is inconspicuous. Pith is absent. Absent means totally not there, or it will hardly be present. Inconspicuous. Am I very clear? Because metaxylem vessels are totally occupying in the center. This can be asked as a question. Now we are not done yet because we have to take care. If we are saying bundle, we need to take care of the phloem. You've seen this the entire evening. 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 Yeah? Radial vascular bundle, isn't it? I am a radial vascular bundle. So, phloem is present in the form of patches, again in relation to pericycle. So, along with protoxylem, who else is in touch with pericycle, people? Along with protoxylem, who else is in touch with pericycle? The phloem. Phloem has to be. Is it clear? Now, we have satisfied the radiality. We have satisfied the exarch condition. Are you guys happy? Now, we have to show the open vascular bundle, isn't it? the openness of the vascular bundle can simply be shown. Can you tell me, can you guide me, what should I place between phloem and xylem, between phloem and xylem, between phloem and xylem to show the openness? Boliye, tell me what should be present. Come on people, come on. You do, you do, you do, you do. Thank you. Name them. Anjali, don't do that, yaar. What is the name of those cells, yaar? You guys are better than that. The strips of, the strips of, the strips of, the strips of, I'm waiting for the answer. Yes, they are parenchymatous in nature. They are parenchymatous in nature. And that is why vascular bundles are considered as open vascular bundles. What is the function of, did you write it already? Conjunctive tissue. What is the function of conjunctive tissue? Who will tell me? Now people, let's write everything at one place for vascular bundles of Dicot root. Guys, how many vascular bundles do you notice on the board? How many vascular bundles do you notice on the board? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, this is the reality. This is called as the tetrarch condition. Tetrarch condition of vascular bundles, which is a feature of Dicot root. That is, they are not more than 2 to 4. Of course, these features you know already. They will be radial, exarch and open. I am just telling you the extra things. Then what happens is, conjunctive tissue being parenchymatous stores food. This is very important that it stores food and takes part in secondary growth. These are the two functions of the conjunctive tissue. Now all the layers, people, yes, all the layers after endodermis get a particular name. Let's do that. This is also a very important question. What is the name of all the layers? Can you tell me? Layers inner to endodermis. Are called as steel. Yes? So what all layers are the components of steel, people? Can you solve that? Can you tell me what are the components of steel? This simply means that steel comprises of pericycle, pith, I think the board is giving up here, and vascular bundle. Yes or no? Everybody? Yes or no? So this is what is Dicot root on a single page. This is how you do Dicot root. Everybody is clear? Any doubts so far? You know what? Because of the radial arrangement, right? The xylem gets to contact or be in relation with these layers. That is your pericycle and your endodermis. So this is a very efficient stellar connection Why do I need this connection? Have you thought about it? Because the wise one know that xylem is not related to pericycle very much in case of a stem. But in the case of a root, God has created a very direct connection of protoxylem with the pericycle. Why? Because in case of a root, I need to conduct water and minerals through the xylem to all the other layers. Is that good? Now what happens is, we are going to move, look at this, this is the stellar region that I have taken for you. Do you appreciate that is how we drew it? This is just the stellar region of a dicot root. That is, if you take the section of this part, okay, just this part, that is how it will appear. So this was the cortex. The innermost layer of cortex is endodermis, the biological checkpoint, Casparian strips. They are made up of suberin. Somebody can write it lignosuberin, that is okay. You will see what the examiner is asking. Then comes the pericycle. See, pericycle can be multiseriate. Girls and boys, it can be multiseriate. And what was so weird about pericycle was thick-walled parenchymatous cells. Phloem is present in the form of semilunar patches. Conjunctive tissue not shown. This is NCERT diagram. This is your exact xylem. I would suggest that you learn to assimilate this. I will be sharing it with you. Then comes the monocot root people. Before that, let's cement our learning of dicot root. What do you think is the answer? Casparian strips occur where? Casparian strips occur where? Endodermis? Yes. So that is why, because of Casparian strips, endodermis comes to be known as a biological checkpoint. Please solve that concept in your head for the purpose of AR questions, because AR question is always about the why of things. Please share the session, and future doctor, have you liked the session? I don't think so. Initiation of lateral roots we just saw, and vascular cambium. Now mind you people, the formation of vascular cambium in a dicot root is going to be a participation, a teamwork of conjunctive tissue and pericycle. Have a look here, have a look here. This conjunctive tissue that you see here, okay, and this part of the pericycle that you see here. Which part? This part, which is right opposite the protoxylem. Together, they are going to form a wavy ring of vascular cambium. Secondary growth is outside the syllabus, but just letting you know. So that is seen in pericycle. I have a feeling that this question is going to be asked. Now we talk about monocot root. What we are going to do is, we are not going to learn monocot root. Like I said, you learn one, you solve the other. We are going to see the differences. This is called comparative anatomy. Are you ready? Let's lock the first layer. The first layer is epidermis. Am I right or wrong? Epidermis. What is the nature of epidermis, people? Answers in the chat box. The chat box has to run very quickly here. What is the nature of epidermis? Parenchyma. Especially people who are claiming a lot of love for me, you should be the one answering now. This is the test of love. Epidermis, closely packed, openly packed, closely packed. Root hair, everything remains the same. I am unicellular root hair. I am also called as epiblemma. Root hair are not called as epiblemma. Don't do that. That will be heartbreaking. Let's write these as the root hair, and epidermis is called as the epiblemma. No change observed. Let's go to the second layer. What do you think about cortex, people? I see massive cortex made up of parenchymatous cells, isn't it? So I get the cortex as it is. What is the nature of cortex, people? It is parenchymatous. If I am parenchymatous, what am I going to do? Quick! Very quick. You should be very quick with the answers right now. What am I going to do? I'm going to store a lot of food. But here, instead of storing food also, my basic job is to let the conduction happen. Whatever water was absorbed here, I need to conduct through the intercellular spaces and gaseous exchange as well. So conduction is also one of my major tasks to do. He can ask you what is the function of cortex, but you know what, I observe that it is more massive than earlier. Nevertheless, we will write the differences also on a separate slide so that you have everything in your notes. I am going to take care of it. Okay, I will write every word. Now, to check the flow of water and sort of facilitate the symplastic pathway than the apoplastic pathway, I have the endodermis. Endodermis. What is present in endodermis? Casparian strips are present. What are they made up of? Answers in the chat box. What is Casparian strip made up of? Come on, tell ma'am. What is it made of? Suberin thickenings. Okay, and it is the biological check post. Now I go into the stellar region. What is steel? What is steel, people? Everything inner to the endodermis. I see this layer. Do you see this? They have shown it very thinly. This is NCERT diagram. Pericycle. I get pericycle. What is the nature of pericycle? I am parenchymatous. Am I thick-walled? I could be, I could not be. Now there is a twist in the story. Am I going to form vascular cambium? Boys and girls, I definitely, being parenchymatous, I am going to store food. Okay, I am also going to form lateral roots. But would I consider vascular cambium in this case? Everybody, bolo? No, right? So, no vascular cambium. Why? What is the reason? AR question. What is the reason behind this? Because I am a monocot, yeah? I don't undergo secondary growth. I am a monocot. Let's go further into the stellar region. What do you notice? What do you notice? Let's take this site for vascular bundles. What do you notice? What arrangement is this? Do you see the center so enhanced? In dicot root, I observed and drew with ma'am that center was obliterated. There was no center left because metaxylem vessels were coming together, meeting in the center. But here I see that they are away from the center. So, in biggest difference, in monocot root, you have a well-defined pith, people. Well-defined piths. Well-defined piths. And what is the nature of the pith? Pith is parenchymatous. Pith is parenchymatous. Everything till now is parenchymatous in case of root. Like I said, there is no need of any other tissue. So what am I going to do? I am going to store a lot of food here. I am going to store food, lot of food. Right, people? Now, confirm the nature of vascular bundles, everybody. Confirm the nature of vascular bundles. Are we only 2 to 4? Do you see that I am only 2 to 4? Absolutely not. There are multiple vascular bundles. So this is called as polyarc condition. Very, very important. Polyarc condition. You can repeat after me because you know what? The admit card has your name on it. I wish it could be mine. So it is more than 8. At least more than 8. Now, confirm the exact condition, people. Confirm the exact condition of monocot root. Metaxylem. Let's go further. Metaxylem, protoxylem, metaxylem, protoxylem, metaxylem, protoxylem. Where is the, you hardly can see phloem, poor guy. Phloem. But do you see conjunctive tissue? Yes, there is conjunctive tissue. So, biggest confusion people have is conjunctive tissue is absent in monocot root. That is so bad to say. You cannot take out that. Exact condition and radial vascular bundle, but we call it a closed vascular bundle. Closed vascular bundle does not mean that conjunctive tissue is not present. Conjunctive tissue, what is the meaning of a closed vascular bundle? Conjunctive tissue doesn't take part take part in secondary growth. In secondary growth. Is this clear to everybody? Yes? Now observe this structure and whatever we have written, I want you to observe it categorically. Can you do that? Can you do that? Yeah? Now what is going to happen is we are going to further solve MCQs based on comparative anatomy, and that is going to be very flavorful. Cortex is the region found between. Come on, your chance. Your turn. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, darling. Option 1, cortex is the region found between epidermis and stele. See, that's how you should know. That's why you should know what is stele. Yeah, very clear. Next, monocot root versus dicot root. Now, again, you guys are going to guide ma'am. You are driving the class now in organ anatomy. I have done. All I had to do was the tissue and tissue system. So what we are going to do is we are going to write the differences, because this way your MCQs are going to become easy peasy, super easy, whatever. On one side I am going to write the various characters. The other side will be taken up by the dicot root, and the next side will be taken up by the, we have 3 teams in picture. Okay. So the first is the character to be considered. Character to be considered. Then comes, and I'll show you how comparative anatomy makes wonders, does wonders in solving MCQs once you study it this way. Okay. Then dicot root. Tomorrow morning 11 AM. Please post it in the chat box right now. If you have the link in the description box, please copy it from there and post it in the chat box, because this chapter only becomes easy once you solve enough amount of questions. So the first character. Now whenever you are judging differences, go in a sequence. There was no difference in the epidermis. Was there? Was there? We go to the cortex part. Cortex part. How is the cortex of a dicot root? It is multi-layered. Yes ma'am. I totally agree ma'am. It is multi-layered. But what I observe that in monocot root, it suddenly becomes more massive. More massive. Is that clear? Lot of questions from comparative anatomy. Go to the next layer, people. I go to the next layer, which is endodermis. Which is endodermis. Is there any difference? Is there any difference? Let's go to the next layer, which is pericycle. Which is pericycle. What do I observe? Pericycle is forming lateral roots. Lateral roots and causing secondary growth. And causing secondary growth. Yes? What happens in monocot root? Pericycle forms only lateral roots. Only lateral roots. Next, pith. People, I go to the pith. What do you want to write for pith? Fast, you have to go fast. Come on. Say it already. Pith is absent. Pith is absent. Was there any pith in monocot root, people? Was there any pith in monocot root? Very well developed. Very well developed pith was present in the monocot root. What do you want to do next? You directly go to vascular bundles. Vascular bundles. The first thing is the structure of the vascular bundle, people. The number. Let's start with the number. Okay, the number of vascular bundle. Give me the terms fast. Fast means fast. The faster you are, better your questions will be. Bolo? Tetrarch. Somehow girls are doing better in this batch here. Why? Where are the boys? Rajiv is making an effort. I like that. Syed is making an effort. I like that. V is making an effort. Afra, very good. What do you write here? Polyarc condition. Very good. From the number, let's go to the structure. One thing is for sure that I'm radial in both the cases, but again, let's talk about, let's write it this way. Intrafascicular cambium. Intrafascicular cambium. Intrafascicular cambium. Yes or no? Yes or no? Yay or nay? It is yes, very much. And here it is not present. Not present. Consequently, don't stop. Consequently, what will happen to the secondary growth, ladies and gentlemen? What will happen to the secondary growth? I don't like the number 6. Huh? I'll make it 7 somehow. I know I always do that. Secondary growth, present. Baba, this is the consequence, na? Intrafascicular cambium is causing secondary growth. Secondary growth is absent. Point number 7, like always. What about conjunctive tissue? What about conjunctive tissue, ladies and gentlemen? Conjunctive tissue. Last point of comparative anatomy between dicot and monocot root. It is storing food. It is storing food and forming vascular cambium. Yes or no? Forming vascular cambium. But in monocot, am I forming vascular cambium? Am I forming vascular cambium? No. Only stores food. If you don't want to wait for the PDF, which I'll send you today, promise. I know I fell short of doing that in the last class, my bad. But today you'll get it. Take a screenshot. Looks easy? How do you feel about it? Any doubts? Can we go further? Let's go further. Do we have questions? Oh, my session can never be without questions. Confident, that's the word I was looking for. That's what I'm looking for. Asha, promise one thing. All of you are going to comment after the session. I want the comment section to be blazing. Just go bananas. Talk about NEET, of course. I don't want to listen to your weather stories that the weather is bad. I want you to talk about the session. I want you to talk about how you like the session. I want you to talk about the new batch that we have launched. I want a lot of comments. Promise? Promise? Pakka? Sure? Yes? Let's see if you keep your promise. A good human being always keeps their promise. If you learn the habit of keeping the promise, you're going to do great in life. Cool? Solve this question fast. Very good, very good. The transverse section of the plant part. Transverse section is this section. I showed you separately. Showed polyarc condition. What is polyarc? Okay, we saw that. More than 8. Radial. R. And exarch xylem. Of course, the moment you read the word, even if polyarc doesn't ring a bell in the exam center, you forget it. Radial should ring a bell. And exarch should definitely should give you butterflies in the stomach. That's what they say, right? Butterflies in the stomach. Why do they use this phrase? This should give you butterflies in the stomach. I am polyarc, I am monocot root. You know how I would have solved this question? Let's say I go absolutely blank in the exam center. Trust me, it happens with the best of the people. Now, polyarc, a word like polyarc could not make sense to me in that state of mind. Okay? But the moment I see radial, and even if I've done something in my preparation, if you are a part of Unacademy, if you are sitting here in my classroom, come on. You are going to reach that level where radial is not going to be a foreign word for you. It's going to make sense to you. You're going to get there, right? There's a reason you're sitting there. So, I would eliminate start using this technique, elimination technique. I'll teach you more about it when I conduct question sessions on the platform, on the app. One of such sessions where I'll be giving you techniques, what are the different ways in which you can reach the accuracy level and not undergo negative marking. Tomorrow 11 AM, click on the link, follow my profile, please follow the profile, don't miss any class, click on the link, click also on the link which is talking about the crash course. Now those of you are saying, ma'am, your handwritten notes are good, your teaching is good, la la la. If you want to study the chapter from the scratch, and many of you need that, especially people who are in the zone of until 620 or 650, you need to do every chapter in detail. I am going to give you handwritten notes in that crash course also, right? So you need to click on the link and join that batch, because later on these people are going to change the price. I don't like that. I don't want you to pay more. Yeah, so that offer is going to go anytime, and I can't stop that from happening. It's not in my hands. I can cry in front of them. I can tell them, you know, my students are still looking for a offer price. Please do that. They're not going to do that. Okay, good. Next is, do we have questions? Ma'am always comes with ma'am is a Santa Claus of questions. Yeah, consider the following plant tissues. Where are the tissues, bro? I'm so sorry. What happened? Okay, next question. I have a lot of questions. Yeah. So, boys and girls, this is again a question where you require attention. But match the following is very, very scoring. Let's solve this. How I would solve it? Meristem. What is it's going to ring a bell. Photosynthesis, storage. No, meristem doesn't take part in all this. Mechanical support. Are you kidding me? Active. There I go. There I go. So match the following. Again, you will eliminate. Not needed. Now you're stuck between two options. Go to the next one. Parenchyma. Photosynthesis and storage. Oh yeah. That's what this guy knows what to do. Storage. The moment, if you've attended the class, you know I'm like a stuck cassette. You know. Yeah. Ma'am is like a broken CD. She'll keep on saying the same thing. Yeah. What is it? Sometimes when I hear my classes, I'm like, what is this, Pankhuri? How many times did you say? Parenchyma stores food. Endark, exarch. Protoxylem, metaxylem. But the problem is, my only intent is, even if it gets deeper into your grey matter, once in that repetition, let's say I say it 100 times and it hits you right there, my job is done. Okay? So, this is about parenchyma. Let's look at the other options. Collenchyma. How I'm going to solve it? First is mechanical support, activity. Mechanical support, Pollenchyma. Yeah. This is right. Ma'am told us that it provides elasticity. So C should match with second. Don't be overconfident. So C should match with second. I'm anyways getting this answer. Sclerenchyma. Ma'am told us, that stone cells, sclerids are present. Epidermal tissue. Where is epidermal tissue? Epidermal tissue should go with the stomata. Yeah, stomata are the pores present in the epidermis. Did you understand how you solve a question? This is how you solve a question. Are we good? Are we very happy? Anybody who is in Chennai right now? You know what? It's my first time in Chennai. All my family members, my father used to travel to Chennai for his office work. And somehow I never visited Chennai, even if there was a chance. So this is my first time. I'm really excited to see the city. If you have anything to tell me and you're from Chennai, first of all, I really would like to see you in person. You should meet your teachers in person. Yeah? Some people are praying for that to happen. You're in Vellore? Srinidhi, could you travel from Vellore? Yeah? Guna, are you going to visit us on 23rd? Really excited. Krishna, oh Krishna, where were you? You didn't come to my class all evening. Oh my God. But then Monija, darling, you know what? You have to spread the session, share the session, so that other people also realize that ma'am works really hard. Ma'am works really hard. Okay, chalo, next question kar lete hain. The most important function of trichomes, ma'am is just not ending the question. I'm from Bangalore, tell me your address. Yeah, nobody knows my address. Trichomes, tell me. I don't want you to dig the ground, then come under the ground and then meet me. Krishna, but yours, I missed you. They prevent water loss due to transpiration. Now, I told you trichomes are, they do a lot of functions. They're multi-talented. But the most important function would be easing out lenticular transpiration. Okay, they prevent herbivory, yes. So this is the kind of question in NEET which is also a ranker question. So a Rattu Tota, you know what is a Rattu Tota? A parrot who just mugs up the concepts, who just completes the syllabus, who just takes notes from a teacher. Ma'am, please give your notes. No, okay baby, take my notes, copy paste. Will get stuck in this kind of question. Because definitely for some plants, trichomes for a major part prevent herbivory. So that is why I keep singing and screaming primary function, secondary function, primary function, secondary functions. They are sensory structures in some plants. They play an important part in pollination, that is also true. So you have to find the best statement. Okay, now we are going to go to, we are going to, ye kya ho raha hai? Dicot stem, should we draw it together? I don't like, I don't want you to just read through the diagram. What do you think? Should we draw a dicot stem or should we quickly finish it from the book? As you guys say. I really need music therapy, I feel. Draw? Yeah, ma'am. You draw, ma'am. We are anyway sitting. Only Samriya has said something that is heart touching. At least for the sake of saying, say something nice, na. Ah, you people. Let's draw it together, ma'am. Some diagrams need to be drawn here in life. When you use your senses, dicot stem. Let's draw together, ladies and gentlemen. You know, when you draw a diagram, aesthetic is not as important as the sequence. What will be the first layer? Your chance. Chalo, let's start. No, I don't listen to Taylor's Shift. I don't. Never did. Start. What is the first layer? Guys, what is the first layer? Give me the first layer. Thank you, Syed. You are a lifesaver. Epidermis, 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 epidermis. Okay. What is the nature of epidermis? Nature means what kind of tissue makes epidermis. It was a promise that we made in the morning, in the evening, sorry. See, ma'am is not getting a sense of time anymore. Completely lost. Parenchymatous. We promised epidermis is going to be parenchymatous. Would you see any spaces? Would it dare to have any spaces? Without spaces. Would it be thin or thick? It is going to be thin. Now people, I am in a different organ. I am not in the root. Ma'am said assembly of tissue systems will depend on the location, the function and the structure. Broken record. Stuck cassette. What is going to happen is the outer walls are going to become extra convex. The outer walls of the epidermis are going to become convex. And the yellow substance that you see, answer in the chat box like never before. I want the chat box to go berserk with botany like never before. Yeah, don't let anybody else use my tagline. So this is the mighty cuticle. Yes, people. And also, I'm going to get, the story doesn't end here. I'm going to get the mighty trichomes. The trichomes. What are trichomes? They are stem hair. We just solved a question. Boys and girls, you could find small stomata in a young dicot stem. I'm not making them. Epidermal tissue system is finished. Done and dusted. Okay, let's go to the next tissue system. No, I can't see botany like never before anywhere in the chat box. It's like absolutely not there. Now, what is the first layer of the ground tissue system? What is the first layer? Thank you, Anjani. You're saving my life. Parenchyma, parenchyma, collenchyma, collenchyma. No clue. Okay. The layer below the epidermis is at least 4 to 5 layers. I promise that cortex is going to be multi-layered. But there is a twist in the story. This layer is called as the hypodermis because it lies below the epidermis. The nature of hypodermis, understand that stem, unlike root, requires mechanical support because I am in the air and I am holding everybody else. What is one of the functions of the stem, na baba? I support the leaves, I support the branches, I support the flowers, the fruits. So the first kind of strength is collenchyma. What is the nature of hypodermis, everybody? Collenchyma. Collenchyma was not supposed to have intercellular spaces when we did it in the morning. Why am I saying morning? When I did it in the early evening, did I tell you that collenchyma has intercellular spaces? I said no. Ma'am said this deposition of pectin. So the intercellular spaces are gone. But you will find intercellular spaces. Intercellular spaces. What am I doing? What am I doing? I am providing strength. What kind of strength am I providing? What is the type of strength that I am providing? Come on, people. After hypodermis, some cells of hypodermis will also contain chloroplast. They will, in a young stem, they might dare to have chloroplast. What do you name such a collenchyma which has chloroplast? Answers in the chat box, everybody. Come on, people. What do you call that chloronchyma? It is called chloronchyma. Next is loosely packed cells. What do you think it is? Many layers. This is called as the general cortex. General cortex. What is the nature of the general cortex? It is parenchymatous, people. If I am parenchymatous, what is my function? What is my function? I store food. But in this case, I am also conducting substances. Yes or no? Yes or no? What is the innermost layer of cortex, ladies and gentlemen? What is the innermost layer of cortex? I need very quick answers here. There's no slowing down in life when you're aspiring to become a doctor. If you were planning to become something else, I would have spared you. Just trying new things with this. Okay. So now what is going to happen? It is endodermis, right? Very good. It's not visible, ma'am. What are you doing? Okay. This is how endodermis will be. I know how to make it visible. Actually, this should not be there. My bad. Oh, you won. What happened just now? It is a wavy endodermis. But it does not has the Casparian strips. What is the nature of endodermis? Anybody? It is parenchymatous. You will not have intracellular spaces, but I don't care about that. You know what I really care about? The NEET question that you will get. If Dicot root had suberin, this one has starch grains, and hence this is called as the starch sheath. Very, very important point on the planet. Boys and girls, let me tell you one thing. Everything is there because of the function it performs. In the case of root, I needed to slow down water. I needed to create a checkpoint, but here it is not needed. So endodermis was like, yeah, I'm parenchymatous, I don't have a job to do, what do I do? The plant said, hey, there's a lot of work to be done, might as well store starch, and it came to be known as starch sheath. What is after endodermis? Can you tell me what is after endodermis? I don't know. You'll have to tell me. By the way, let me also make it very clear that these three layers that you see, they are all the part of cortex. That is hypodermis, the general cortex, and the endodermis. These are all the part of cortex. So the shock of the moment is, in Dicot root, I just had a homogeneous cortex, all parenchyma, monotune. But in case of a Dicot stem, owing to its function of support, of conduction, it had to do this mixture of having hypodermis as the first zone, followed by parenchymatous zone, which is going to store food and conduct, and endodermis, which is further going to give energy. After endodermis, nobody has told me, there will be pericycle. If you guys don't answer me, who will answer me? Who? Sometimes technology can only work against you. Don't think so. Okay, people. Pericycle, pericycle. Pericycle, 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 pericycle. Pericycle, 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 pericycle. Go play around. This is your field. What I'm trying to do is telling you that pericycle is multi-layered. Pericycle. What is the nature? This is the question, people. Very important. Somehow I have an intuition that pericycle of either of the organs can give you good questions. It is sclerenchymatous in nature. Sclerenchymatous in nature. So it is going to provide a lot of strength or rigidity to the stem. Is that clear to everybody? Sclerenchymatous, 4 to 5 cell thick. Sclerenchyma always lines the, they say that sometimes it can be parenchymatous also. So that will be your parenchymatous pericycle in the middle. That's why I left the space. Now the vascular bundles, right? If it is a dicot stem, tell me what is the vascular bundle. Let's focus on stem. I am conjoined in nature. If I am dicot, am I open or closed? If I am open or closed? People, am I open or closed if I am a dicot? I am open vascular bundle. Am I in dark or exarch? It is in dark vascular bundle, isn't it? So let's draw that. Also, if I am conjoint, then I am phloem on the outside. Phloem, 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 phloem. Phloem, 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 phloem. Yeah, the wedge shape. Take care of the wedge shape. I'll show you the transverse section as well. Now let's draw xylem. This is the pith here. Now you are in the pith region. This is all pith. Pith, 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 pith. Let's draw pith. This is the center of the organ. You can't really appreciate center of the organ in a longitudinal section. So I will draw or give you a transverse section also. Pith is very well developed, like nobody's business. Pith is well developed. What is the nature of pith? Pith is invariably always parenchymatous. Okay, parenchymatous. It will have spaces also. It will store a lot of food. Stores food. Now there is a important question that is asked from this topic here. This portion of the pith, right? This portion of the pith which I have just drawn, which is in between the vascular bundle. This is your phloem, right? Which is traversing between the vascular bundle is called as medullary rays. Medullary rays. The other name of pith is also medulla. So they are also called pith rays, right? So let's take care of xylem now. If I am in darkened condition, then protoxylem should be here. So metaxylem, metaxylem, protoxylem, 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 protoxylem. Does that make sense? Once again, metaxylem, metaxylem, protoxylem, protoxylem. Does that make sense? Once again, metaxylem, metaxylem, protoxylem, 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 protoxylem. Who is this? This is the pith. Metaxylem, we have drawn it so many times in today's session. Should be very, very clear. Metaxylem, protoxylem, protoxylem, this is it. So these medullary rays are giving nutrition to these elements, conducting elements. It is going to form plasmodesmatal connections. This parenchymatous cell is going to form plasmodesmatal connection with the vessel of xylem, with the sieve tubes of the phloem, and take care of them. It's a nursing tissue, if you ask me. Okay, so this is dusted, done. Now since I am dicot, I need to do something in life. Because I said I am open, so let's satisfy that. I am open. Okay, and I am opened by what? Answers in the chat box. I am opened by what? What is this structure? Let's make it thicker for visibility. It's visible. What is it here? What is it, people? Can you answer? No, don't say that. Say it specifically. Don't say vascular cambium. I don't like that. No. Don't say cambium. That's not like my student. I want precise answer here. Nobody? You are wrong. Check yourself. Check yourself. Karuna, check yourself. My question is, what is present between, this is the structure of dicot root, what is present Did I make it wrong? The placing was wrong. Yeah, this is wrong. Let's place it here. This is the place. What did I just make between the vascular bundles here? What did I just make between the vascular bundles? Be very fast here. The morning is going to happen anyway. Thank you. Now you're talking. It is intravascular cambium. Intravascular cambium. What am I going to do? Intravascular cambium. I am going to form vascular cambium. So never tell somebody vascular cambium. That's not like a NEET aspirant. That's like any student. You have to be very precise with your concept, especially if you've been taught precisely. Is this clear? So this is how a Dicot stem is. That's it. Let's make some starch grains here. Starch is white. Starch, 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 starch. Is that clear to everybody? Let's go to the transverse section. Very, very important. Now have a look at this section. I have taken the section of the stellar region. That is this region. I have taken a section of this region. This is longitudinal section. So if I look at the transverse section, the most important question that comes to my head is simply the arrangement of these vascular bundles. Okay? There is a quite beautiful and enhanced pith, ladies and gentlemen. Don't miss out on the pith here. This pith is going to do something. It is going to generate pith rays or medullary rays. Yeah. More important than that, there is a line given in NCERT. Ring type of arrangement. Ring type of arrangement. Do you all agree? Do you concur? Ring type of arrangement is a characteristic feature. Is a characteristic feature of Dicot root, and there it is visible of Dicot root. This is a MCQ. Now I'm pretty good with this being the pericycle. With this being the pericycle. Okay. I also have my phloem. I have my xylem. No problem at all. Phloem, xylem, phloem. Now what I wanted to really show you here is if this is the pith, it starts sending parenchymatous cells in between the vascular bundles. Do you see what I am doing? These can be a single strip or a double strip. Is it visible? Hopefully. Or this is how it sends parenchymatous cells in between the vascular bundles. Have a careful look. And that is why they are called as the medullary rays, because they are ray-like structures. What I want you to understand here is very, very precise botany. This parenchymatous cell is going to be connected through plasmodesmata to both xylem and phloem, but also to the pericycle. And that is the point that you will add here. That is the point that you will add here for me, that medulla or the medullary rays or the pith rays connect with conducting elements of vascular bundle. Vascular bundle automatically means that I am xylem and phloem. That much we know. But also with pericycle. So it is very important for the plant to receive nutrition. So it is the medullary rays which are trying to take care of everybody. Is what I am trying to tell you. There was a reason I said it is a nursing tissue. Question, people? You can never do anything in life without solving questions. Come on. Answers in the chat box. Mark the incorrect statement. Please underline what is asked. Mark the incorrect statement with respect to guard cells in stomata. Yeah, the question is not about Dicot stem. It's going to be an eye-opener for the sleeping beauties. In grasses, these are dumbbell shaped. Yes. They possess chloroplast. Yes, they are the only epidermal cells, in fact, which possess chloroplast. Regulate opening and closing of stomata. I showed you with my hands. Outer walls are thick and inner walls. How did I teach you to learn it? Thick, thick, thin, thin. Thick, thick, thin, thin. Good. So you're never going wrong. And this is your answer. Let's see if we have more questions. We have more questions. Secondary growth is absent in monocots. Thank you for informing us. What happens? Come on, people, before the throat completely gives up. Monocots lack vascular cambium. What do you think? Very good, very good. So this is very, how did I teach you? You put hence or because. Secondary growth is absent in monocots because, secondary growth is absent in monocots because monocots lack vascular cambium. Vascular cambium is the primary chief structure to cause secondary growth. Yeah. Although, now this is what could happen in NEET 2024. You could say that secondary growth is absent. Secondary growth is deleted off the syllabus and I am not going to study. But the basics can never be skipped. Isn't it? Next question, people. Come on. Pull your socks up. It's a matter of we are just left with leaf. There's hardly anything to do. It's the easiest part if you've been attentive in the evening. Answers, please. Some vascular bundles are described as open. Absolute basics, because these do what? They are not surrounded by pericycle. I told you today what is the meaning of open. You will always be surrounded by pericycle. They are surrounded by pericycle but no endodermis. But they are capable of producing secondary xylem and phloem. Is that the reason? What do you think? 3 or 4? They possess conjunctive tissue between xylem and phloem. When I saw this question, I had butterflies in my stomach. Yeah. Yummy. It's yummy. This is the question that could take you 500 ranks up or down. 500 is quite a modest number if you ask me. I told you categorically many times. The presence of conjunctive tissue is not deciding whether I am open or closed vascular bundle. Whether conjunctive tissue is taking part in secondary growth, that is going to decide whether I am open or closed. So if conjunctive tissue turns into vascular cambium, into a portion of vascular cambium, then I am considered open. How many of you felt, yes, my brain is suddenly opened up with this question? Yeah, makes sense? Those of you who are spamming the chat box, could you get more spammers? I would love to have more people. Yeah, wake up your friends, get them here. No, there was a question. Yeah, last question before we move on to comparative anatomy of stem. Answers here. Even if I have to wait, I'm not going to. Yeah, Vardhan, that was a good one here. That was a good one. Thank you for making me smile. So in life, you're going to meet all kinds of people, no? Oh, some spammers have entered. Get more people. Get more. Let me see what's happening. Let me see the art of spamming. This question is done. Okay, I'm so sorry, yaar. I'm losing it completely. Let's do the monocot stem. Come on. Would you learn monocot stem? No. You are going to learn one, but you are going to solve the other. So epidermis, I am not going to repeat. What is the nature of epidermis? Let's not repeat now. It is closely packed parenchymatous cell. Would I have cuticle? Yes, I will have cuticle to ease out transpiration. So I have cuticle, but there is a but. Please write it down in your NCERT, or if you are making notes, no stem hair in monocot stem. Some do, mostly they don't. Can we do that for ourselves? Please write it down. It's not given in NCERT. Scissors. Can you get more people like yourself? I'm so liking you right now. Next, what was the next zone in dicot stem? People were talking about stem. Open up your heads. Hypodermis? Okay. They are I need a better color. Okay. Hypodermis. Hypodermis. No intercellular spaces, people. Okay. So what is happening? Very interestingly, hypodermis multi-layered is present. What gives me immense excitement is to tell you the nature of this hypodermis. Can anybody furnish the details? It is sclerenchymatous. There you go. Because I have been telling you since I met you on this channel, please relate to the reasons of things. Monocots are very weak stemmed plants. They are herbs, grasses, one of the largest family. They need a lot of strength to stand tall. So they are not going to do with Collenchyma now. They need Sclerenchyma for strength. And also some authors believe that these guys, they don't have really good mechanisms against high temperature conditions. So it acts like a heat screen. Now, point to be noted. After hypodermis, I don't see any general cortex. I don't see any endodermis. The entire stellar region, pericycle, gone for a 6. Yeah? Pith, sort of present. What you see here is a general ground tissue. What we call, since we don't have the layering that we promised ourselves, we call it the general ground tissue, which is extremely parenchymatous. If I am parenchymatous, what is my chief function? I am repeating it for the millionth time. What is my function here? What is the function? I am going to store food. Write that for me also once. Sazes, your name is also nice, your messages are nice. Write my name also, it will bring a smile on my face. Don't you want to see me smiling? Yeah? And put those fire emojis. I'm done with the hearts. Okay, people. Now what do you see? I see vascular bundles studded, packed inside the general cortex, which is parenchymatous. Now have a look. Let's change sides and look at the nature of vascular bundles. Super interesting means super interesting for me. Yeah, not butterfly interesting. Didn't give me butterflies in the stomach. Monocot structures don't. But yeah, it was pretty interesting. I'm going to start from outside to inside. I see that these are not wedge shaped. These are circular in outline. Okay? Circular outline. Point number 1, whatever you see, you write. And then what is happening is, they are surrounded on the outline by a special layer of cells here. Ooh, nice. And outer sclerenchymatous bundle sheath. bundle sheath. Now, this is the one of the characteristic features of monocot stem. She said, you know what, I'm going to protect myself by taking the help of Sclerenchyma. You know what? Collenchyma is completely absent in case of a, way to go. Thank you. Absent in the case of monocot stem. Next point, very important. I see that they are 2 in number towards the epidermis and there is only one bundle towards the pith. This is the pith. Now one thing I want to make it easy for you. Consider yourself, whenever you are studying an organ anatomically, consider yourself standing towards the epidermis. Mark your position so that any question which is asked in terms of inside, outside is pretty much solved. So when the examiner says towards outside, it is towards you, it is towards epidermis, it is towards you. If the examiner is saying inside, it is away from epidermis or towards the pith. Can we do that together? Yeah. So where am I standing from today whenever I am studying any structure? This usually happens in case of longitudinal sections. We get all fumbled in the muddled in the case of outside, inside, right? So on the, now I can say on the outside, this is the line of NCERT. That's why I explained to you. Outside, the vascular bundles are small and numerous, small and many. But as I go inside, they become bigger, bigger and lesser, bigger and lesser towards pith. Now people, what is my favorite part is, I personally call them the skull face structure, vascular bundles. Not given in NCERT, it's interesting. The head of the skull is formed by a collection of phloem. Because understand that if I am a stem, Anjani, if I am a stem, would I be radial or conjoint in my life? If I am a stem, would I be radial or conjoint in my life? I have promised to be conjoint, being a stem. So in a conjoint vascular bundle, who is outside? Now you know what outside, inside means. Who is towards the epidermis? It is phloem. So phloem and xylem. Now if I am a stem, am I endark or exarch? Am I endark or exarch? I am endark in condition. This simply means that metaxylem is going to be towards outside. What is outside? Towards the epidermis. Protoxylem is going to be the inside. Yeah. So the eyes are formed by the metaxylem. That is why it's very interesting and amusing to me. Yeah. So another point is Y-shaped xylem. Okay. Either you call the entire arrangement as a skull shape where the eyes are formed by metaxylem and the mouth or the lips are formed by the protoxylem. Okay. The mouth or the lips are formed by the sort of nose is formed by your protoxylem. But do you see this empty structure which is forming the mouth? Do you see this empty structure? This is of real interest to me. Do you see this empty structure? They have not filled it with anything. Do you see this? What is this? The mouth of the skull. Yeah. And also it is called Y shape. It is called Y shape. Of course it is looking like V, but it is actually Y shape. Isn't it? So what is happening here? You have metaxylem followed by protoxylem. When a monocot stem ages a little bit, although monocots don't age, they have very short lifespan, protoxylem vessels dissolute or disappear. Do you understand the meaning of disappear or dissolution? The entire cytoplasm will be lost. All the components, all the cytoplasm nuclear vessels never have anything, but whatever is the structure, it will completely go off. Now I am a dead cavity. The name of the cavity is lacuna, or it is also called as, according to the previous year questions, it is called as a water cavity. Water cavity. You with me? Very important. This is also a characteristic feature, the presence of water cavity. So we underestimate monocot stem, but monocots have shown a differentiation in terms of simplifying the structures. Yeah? So why water cavity? Why do you think I have a, why do you think the plant thought that I need this empty space? Because a grass undergoes water changes very, very frequently, very quickly. It is getting dried up in a few hours. You water your lawn in the morning, and in a few hours, in summers, it is all dried up. So I store the water in this cavity for a happy life. But some authors believe that, you know what, this is accidental. The stem grew so fast that this vessel got torn up, and there are different stories around it. You just remember that it's a water cavity. Now people, do we have a transverse section? We always have a transverse section. What is happening in the transverse section is quite amusing again. Yeah, everything is, this is closed also, closed vascular bundle there's no intravascular cambium, everything is done, okay. Now people, there's nothing to tell you except the fact, because there's no pericycle, there is no layering of the cortex. The only thing I want you to remember is scattered arrangement, unlike the ring arrangement of Dicot stem of vascular bundles in general cortex, general ground tissue. That's all. Rest, this is your epidermis directly. Hypodermis maybe, it's not shown in NCERT. Now we'll solve questions. Vardhan, thank you. God bless you. I need it. Answers in the chat box, people. Guys, can you please answer? Because this is one thing that I cannot really not do, that you guys arrive at the answer. Conjoint open vascular bundles are present in. If I see the word conjoint in my life, I know I am talking about stem. If I am talking about open, I know I am dicot. That's it, stem of dicots. Yeah, but you know what? Secondary growth also happens in gymnosperms, right? So that is where he caught you. You cannot mark this. Stem of dicots and gymnosperms is the correct answer. This was also a catchy question. Don't you think so? Somebody would have marked easily. Stem of dicots, la la la. There you go. When multiple statements are correct and you have to choose the most correct and suitable option, that is where you become a ranker. Let's quickly jot down the differences between dicot and monocot stem. Actually, tell me one thing. What if I asked you a question? Let me put a very good question to you. Which component of phloem will be absent? Which component of phloem will be absent in a monocot stem? Come on, people. Let's see if you can answer that. Answers yet? Answers yet? Thank you, Afra. You made me really happier. I feel a different kind of energy right now when you answer parenchyma is absent. Phloem doesn't have parenchyma in monocot stems. Simplification, yes? This can be asked as a question. Let's start with the sequence. The first character is epidermis. What do you think? What happened in epidermis? Was there a change? Yes. Trichomes were present. Trichomes are present. What about monocot stem? Are trichomes present? People, be very fast. Absent. See, you have to do what you have to do. If you don't do comparative anatomy, you will go for negative marking. After epidermis, what was present? Hypodermis. Tell me fast in the chat box, what is the nature of hypodermis in a dicot stem? Come on people. What is it? Hypodermis is not absent. It is collenchymatous. It is collenchymatous. What is the nature of hypodermis in monocot stem? Fast, yeah. It is sclerenchymatous. These words should be like family name. What about ground tissue system? Ground tissue system. Well, after hypodermis, I have nothing in this case, but here I have a division of layers. I get hypodermis. What is after hypodermis, people? I get endodermis. You have to write with me. I get pericycle. Do I have a pits in dicot stem? I'm forgetting. Do I have a pits? I do have a well-developed pits. In here, except hypodermis, NEET 2020 question, except hypodermis, all layers are absent. All layers are ilva. Okay? The question was asked like this, which of the following layers are absent in monocot stem? This question can take a minute or 20 seconds based on how many times you have revised. Let's quickly go to vascular bundles, people. There is no problem with the number. In fact, there are many vascular bundles and stems, right? But what is the problem? Here I am open owing to intrafascicular cambium. Intrafascicular cambium. We have said this so many times since evening. But here in monocot stem, I am closed. I am a closed vascular bundle. What is my shape? Or let's talk about the arrangement of vascular bundle first. Arrangement of vascular bundle. Well, this is one of our favorite points and a probable question. I have ring type of arrangement. Ring type of arrangement. But in monocot stem, what is my arrangement? I am scattered in nature. I am scattered in nature. Very clear? Yes. Next, what happens in life? My outline. The outline of vascular bundle, I was a clean wedge-shaped structure. Wedge-shaped structure, we made it many times. What about monocot stem? I am a oval outline. Let's talk about bundle sheaths. Let's talk about bundle sheaths. Was there a bundle sheath around vascular bundles in dicot stem? Come on people, you're doing great. No bundle sheaths, absent. No extra protection given. Talk about, oh, I didn't realize it. I just reached 7. I didn't realize it. Yeah, but we're going to make it 8. Let's break the pattern. Bundle sheaths, sclerenchymatous. Hope you're writing with me. Sclerenchymatous. Very good. The 8th point what I'm going to include is what I just asked. Phloem parenchyma. Okay, this is worth mentioning if it comes as a question. Phloem parenchyma is very much present because I'm a dicot. I'm mostly trees. And the 8th point is Phloem parenchyma is absent in a monocot. Happy? Does that make sense to everybody? Done? Good? Can we go further? Let's go further and solve a question. Ooh, multi-statement question. I'm going to sit and let you read the question. And give me the answer. Vardhan, but I want more people like you, no? I want more. Answer. Are you not going to give me the answer? Don't tell me the question is wrong. Sure? Oh, you're still reading, huh? Everything should happen within 30 seconds. In the exam center, time is the most precious thing. Choose the correct answer. Ma'am is giving you difficult questions, right? Yeah, this is one of the... Think about it. What do you think, Shraddha? Choose the correct answer. Whatever you have studied, assimilated about dicot, stem and root, monocot, stem and root. What is your answer? I am waiting for Shraddha's answer also. No? Cool. So let's see this. In roots, let's get our minds to the root. Xylem and phloem in a vascular bundle are arranged in an alternate manner along the different radii. He's right. Radial vascular bundle is a feature of root. So this is true and we have to find the correct options, right? Conjoint closed vascular bundle do not possess cambium. Oh, this is also true. In open vascular bundle, cambium is present between xylem and phloem. Yes, this is absolutely right. The vascular bundles of dicot stem possesses endark protoxylem. Oh wow. The moment I see stem, I know that endark is true. Let's go to the 5th statement. In monocot root, usually there are more than 6 xylem bundles present. Ah, that's why you got stuck, huh? In monocot root, this is also true actually. Because we see polyarch condition, right? But the option was not there. This can happen in the NEET exam. I've taken this question from previous year only. Yes? So what do you choose? You don't sit in the exam center and start crying. You choose the best option. This happens all the time in NEET exam here. All the time. Unlike JEE exam. Okay? Good? Chalo. Let's go further. Answer is 4. It was right here. Ready? Dicot leaf. Somebody who's done with dicot stem and monocot, this one dicot root, considers leaf as a chaplu topic, chintu pintu topic. Should we do that? Give me a lot of high fives and fire in the chat box so that I begin to draw a dicot leaf. So the first layer is going to be epidermis, 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 epidermis and epidermis. Now, what is a dicot leaf? I am going to tell you some important points. A dicot leaf is also called as a dorsiventral leaf. Dorsiventral leaf. Now people, use your bodies. Use your bodies, please. What is this? What is this? The palm of my hand. Yeah? It is the useful palm of the hand. This is called as the ventral surface. Easy? This face, or this is the face, not the face, the face of the leaf which is perpendicular to Surya Devta, sunlight, is the ventral surface. Make it very clear before you go for negative marking. It is not the dorsal surface. Don't do that to yourself. Okay? So whatever is facing the camera, how will you remember in the exam? The trick is, ma'am faces us in the class, ma'am faces the camera through the ventral surface. I am clearing it for you once for all. Once for all, ma'am faces us through the ventral surface. This is ventral, this is dorsal. Good. So the face of the leaf which is perpendicular to sunlight is the ventral surface, also called as the adaxial surface. Learn one, solve the other one. So this is the adaxial surface. Use your body. The face of the leaf which is parallel to the floor is the other one. Just learn it like this. Okay? Don't complicate it. Learn one. So the other side or the lower surface, ventral, adaxial, call it upper, up to you. Just don't go wrong. Just don't go wrong. Lower surface is abaxial or dorsal. Adaxial, abaxial, adaxial, abaxial. I am wrapped up in the wire. Yeah? So I am unwrapping. What the problem is, because I am perpendicular to the sunlight, I need to do some morphological as well as anatomical modifications to survive through this incident sunlight. The anatomical modification is that I am going to become, which I said in the early evening when you guys thought, hey, ma'am is just doing tissues, don't care, it's not even in the syllabus. When I spoke about hypostomatic leaves, I wanted you to understand this topic very, very clearly. Since the incident sunlight is perpendicular to the adaxial epidermis, in a dicot leaf, you will not see stomata on the upper epidermis. Is that very clear? Instead of that, you will see a very thick layer of cuticle. The thickest layer of cuticle is present in the leaf, because I want to protect myself from transpiration. Is that clear? Epidermis of a leaf is always achlorophyllous except the guard cells. So photosynthesis is not happening here. Where is photosynthesis happening? It is happening in the ground tissue system. Tell me in the chat box, what is the ground tissue system of the leaf known as? Ground tissue system of leaf. What is the term that you give to the ground tissue system of the leaf, people? It is called as the mesophyll tissue. Mesophyll tissue. The mesophyll tissue says that, you know what, even I am going to adapt anatomically. What it does is, it divides itself into two zones. One thing is for sure, in case of leaf, I don't really care about Sclerenchyma and Collenchyma. I am a very thin blade-like structure. I need a lot of exchange that has to happen. because transpiration and exchange of gases and photosynthesis, lot of big things are happening through me. When I say transpiration, I parallelly mean exchange of gases. Exchange of gases cannot happen without transpiration. The famous line is that transpiration is the evil cost that a plant pays for photosynthesis. Does that make sense? So now what is going to happen? The parenchymatous cells are going to arrange themselves into very columnar and elongated structures. Okay? This is somehow looking thick walled, but it's not supposed to be. Let me make another layer. What do I see? I see, this is called as palisade mesophyll. What is the nature of palisade mesophyll? Always remember, question from this topic. Columnar, closely packed, parallel, yeah, they are at 90 degrees. Chlorophyll containing parenchymatous. They are not going to give any space for transpiration. That is why, since they are so closely packed, people, the upper surface of the leaf, lot of chloroplast, they are going to take the entire responsibility of doing photosynthesis. And because I am closely adhering together, I am closely packed, I appear more green than the lower surface. Lower surface could have as much chloroplast, but the problem is of the arrangement. Now, the problem is, fine, I am doing one of the jobs, which is photosynthesis, but who will do the exchange of gases? There comes the lower epidermis. Let's talk about lower epidermis. Epidermis is anyways epidermis, right? Epidermis, closely packed, But now in lower epidermis, I see a break, or rather, I see a substomatal cavity. This is the substomatal cavity, the stomata, the pore. So it is the lower or the abaxial epidermis which is going to do the honors. Here cuticle will be very less. Cuticle will be present, but it will be less thick. Why? Because it's not scared of sunlight. So, stomata are present in lower epidermis. But there is also one more thing that happens. The mesophyll tissue in relation to the lower epidermis, to facilitate the exchange of gases. From here, stomata, gases will enter, transpiration will happen, all taken care. It has to pass through parenchymatous cells. Okay, and this, my dear students, these are also green. There is no problem. They will also take part in photosynthesis. No problem. Everybody has to take part in photosynthesis. It's not a joke. We're talking about leaf, for crying out loud. So, this one is called as the spongy parenchyma. Okay? With me? And the vascular bundle will be embedded somewhere in the center, here. I'll tell you the nature of the vascular bundle in no time. Yeah? Let's do the vascular bundle. Leaf is the easiest. for vascular bundle, especially somebody who has done Dicot stem. What do you think? This is the last part of the chapter. What are the kind of vascular bundle in a leaf? People, are they radial or conjoint? They are conjoint in nature. That simply means that phloem should be outside. What is outside? Anything. What is outside towards epidermis? We don't speak about pits in a leaf because it's not a cylindrical organ, na baba? It's a lateral organ. You cannot really appreciate pits, but you do appreciate the outer and the inner part. So, although phloem should be present here, na? Phloem, phloem, phloem. But opposite happens, and that is what you have to take care of while solving questions. So, conjoint vascular bundle, exarch vascular bundle, not a problem. I am happy. But what you are going to write specifically? Xylem is present outside, towards outer side, and phloem on inner side. Is that clear to everybody? Please don't make a mistake in this case. It is, I told you, plant will break rules. Plant will break rules. One more thing I want to tell you is that there is a bundle sheath, but it's not necessarily sclerenchymatous. It can be sclerenchymatous or parenchymatous. So, bundle sheaths is present. Now people, there is a question for you. I know, not expecting an answer though. Yeah, this is also a very, very important point. What do you think would the size of vascular bundle be in a, I am giving you the hint as I draw, as I scribble, in a dicot leaf? What would be the size of vascular bundle, everybody? What do you think? Come on people, use your brains. There's somewhere, look for it. You will find the answer. Baba, yes, they are present in veins and veinlets. Now my question is, what will be the size? You got the answer, I think. Oh, you're just not getting there. My question, Monica, is that would the size of vascular bundle be equal? All vascular bundles will be equal in size, or they'll be unequal, small or big? That's my question. Afra, say it. If the size of veins and veinlets is different, thank you. Unequal vascular bundles. Unequal vascular bundles. So my counter question is, again a true and false kind of question. My counter question to everybody, which will be the largest bundle? Mercy King, good to see you. Which will be the largest vascular bundle, boys and girls? These are all previous year questions, you know, I am not making them up. If you are thinking ma'am is only troubling us, I wish. Midrib, thank you. Midrib, which is the principal vein. Don't we call principal vein as the midrib? Since forever. So it will have the largest vascular bundle. Let's go further. All good? Everything sorted? Now, you know why it is called dorsiventral leaf? Because dorsal and ventral surfaces are different. Don't do that mixing. Don't do that thing, calling this as dorsal and this as ventral. I told you how to remember. Okay, now let's go to, this is monocot leaf. Monocot leaf, people. Once again, comparative anatomy in my life, in your life. Okay. What do you see? What you see, you remember. Isn't that a Chinese proverb? Or I'm missing out something. This is called as isobilateral. There's no problem. This is called as a isobilateral leaf. Why? Iso is same, bilateral is two sides. Leaf, leaf. Now I am not oriented like this. I am not perpendicular to the sunlight. A grass leaf is oriented parallel to the sunlight. I am like this. Yeah, I spoke about this. So there are no changes. There is no adaxial or abaxial. They are same. Upper and lower epidermis both will have the stomatal pore. You see that? NCERT has done the Mercy King. It has done the mercy of giving us one stomatal cavity. This is the second cavity. Then what is happening, ma'am? What do we learn? There is nothing happening in relation to the upper and lower epidermis. The entire ground tissue is in the form of spongy tissue. Spongy tissue. Okay. Now look at the vascular bundle. It has to be conjoint. So here in this region you will find conjoint vascular bundle. Okay. Conjoint vascular bundle. But what are these cavities? Bundle sheath will also be present. Everything is same. Now look at this. Bulliform cells are also called as the motor cells. In zoology, you study motor cells, nervous system. Well, here these are also kind of sensory cells for them, or the mobility cells, and they are a feature of grasses. NCERT doesn't shy away from talking about them, so probability is high. So let's say this is the grass leaf, this is the principal vein. Okay. There will be certain epidermal cells along the principal vein which will become empty, large. Bully means large. Large, empty. Empty means I don't carry any cytoplasmic contents. Large empty cells. You saw the same thing while forming water cavity, didn't you? Why is this happening? The reason is similar to the water availability. Because understand, like I've been saying, that water availability is one of the problems, especially for monocots, especially for grasses. I don't know when I'll get water, I don't know when I will be deficient of water. So what these guys are doing, and also understand that if something attaching to the midline is going to do any movement, it's like a puppet show. Yeah. So the string of the puppet is always tied to the head of the puppet. If you move the mid of the body, the dancers would know, right? All the dance steps, it's all about the core of the body. When these guys will move, the entire leaf will move. How do they move? What will make them move? It will be the turgor changes. What I spoke about in the evening applies here. That is why I kept saying I am laying the foundation for the later class. So now if water is available, I am a turgid cell, because I have turgor pressure or hydrostatic pressure on my walls. So if I am turgid and I move outwards, the leaf is going to open up. Yes. So if bulliform cell, and for that, to be able to be filled with water and lose water, go through such sudden osmotic changes, this guy told that, you know what, I am going to give my life to this. And these are only these cells which are adhering to the principal vein. So what is going to happen if I have water or I have turgid? The grass leaf remains open. okay, and if I am flaccid, which is the opposite, then the leaf gets curled. Curled. Why? Because I got curled and I am attached to the entire skeleton of the leaf. I am inwards, I am rolling inwards, okay, I am rolling inwards and I roll the entire leaf inwards. So the key word is actually the rolling, which you will see in the textbook. I don't think NCERT has spoken, no, NCERT has not used this word, but leaf gets rolled inwards. I hope that's very, very clear. I hope that's very, very clear. Good. Now we can move further. There are not many differences between dicot and monocot leaves, so will not write them. You just know there is presence of bulliform cells. There is only spongy parenchyma. There is no palisade and spongy distinction. Both the epidermis is same. Good. Happening? Yes. Can you solve this question, everybody? There is no water also. Oh, there is a sip. Somebody called Hanu Kumar. How do you do? Ishtat. Regeneration. The word is regeneration. Spoke about it in the evening of damage. Oh, this is a repeated question. When somebody asked me, ma'am, how do we differentiate between intracalary meristem and apical bud? Remember? The same question. Let's not repeat. I gave you the keyword. For intracalary meristem, the keyword is regeneration. For axillary bud, it is the formation of new structures. Phloem in gymnosperm lax. Nice. Good questions here. I hope you will join the special class tomorrow, which will happen at 11 AM in the morning. Oh yeah, about the class. Phloem in gymnosperms will lack what? Both sieve tubes and companion cells. Oh yeah. So what is present in place of sieve tubes? What is present? Can you answer that also? It's written right there. Sieve cells are present, and in place of companion cells, who is present? Albuminous cells are present. Isn't it? Albuminous cells are present. Good. Next question. Oh, there's no question. Now people, there's a catch in the story. I don't have the heart, I don't have a strong heart to even leave the topic of types of wood, if you ask me. I don't have the heart. So, although secondary growth is not there in your syllabus, but we will do, because this is a commercial portion, and I tell you whether it is a UPSC exam, it is JEE, it is NEET, whatever portions of the syllabus are related to, what do you say, commercial aspects of a topic, the examiner never skips that, because for examiner it becomes general knowledge. Cool? So I am going to give you the basics. This is absolutely basics. Nobody has said that it is skipped. It is a part of the tissue. What is wood? I told in the evening, it is secondary xylem. You know secondary xylem is formed as a result of the activity of vascular cambium. Secondary xylem is formed 10 times more than any other tissue, which is actually secondary phloem. As the plant ages and ages, what I get is the wood of the plant, which is secondary xylem. But the activity of vascular cambium is sensitive. Vascular cambium activity. It is sensitive to the environment. Environment simply means what is available in the soil, how much is the loss and how much plant is demanding. Or in other words, the metabolism of the plant will also affect the activity of vascular cambium. That is, activity simply means whether I will make lot of secondary xylem, or in other words, I will make lot of wood, or I'll be very inactive, dormant, because you know what, the plant is not very active, metabolically it is sleeping. Why is it sleeping? Because photosynthesis is not happening properly. Photosynthesis will not happen properly when the environment is tricky, when the environment is tough. For example, in absolutely winter season, this season which is coming up, in temperate areas, the mountain areas, yeah, where people, Manali for example, where people are experiencing sub-zero temperatures, 0 degree or less than that, your soil doesn't have nutrients now. It is all frozen. So the plant is not getting the nutrients, plant is almost inactive. So the vascular cambium is going to form less amount of secondary xylem. Okay, everybody? So as a result of which, and this is seen in areas where you, my bad completely, where you find a distinction in the seasons. If I live in a tropical climate, if I live in California, or forget about California, if you live in Bangalore also, right, there is no seasonal environmental variation. Okay, so you get two woods. As a result of this, you get two woods. The first one is the spring wood. Let's take up spring wood. If you get a question in 2024 from this, you can thank me or not thank me, but this needs to be done. Believe me on that. And autumn wood. So people, use your common sense. In spring season, which comes early in the year, I call it early wood. Yes, the vessels that I am going to make, vascular cambium is going to make vessels which will be larger and narrower. Why narrower? Because now I don't have deposition on my walls. I am not lazy. If I am lazy, I am not doing anything, lot of waste products will come and deposit on me. Tannins will come, resins will come, rubber will come, everything will come and deposit on my walls. So now my lumen is very wide. That means lot of transport is happening. So this is early wood, larger vessels, okay, and it becomes lighter in color. Lighter in color. Why? Because again, there is no deposition here. And whenever there is no deposition, under the microscope you are going to observe that it is a light structure. As a result of which, since deposition of materials is very less, my density is very less. As a result of which, I float on water. This is one of the tests that dendrochronologists do. Floats on water. Now comparatively, this is the late wood. These are not two different concepts. Second point, the vessels which are the main conducting elements, if I talk about an angiosperm, they are smaller because this wood is very inactive, and I'm so sorry, vessels are larger and broader. Okay, and smaller and narrower. Narrower simply means lumen. I've been teaching since early evening. Lighter in color. Now I'm inactive. Lot of things get deposited on my walls. I am darker in color. It is called dark wood. My density is more. Denser wood. Yeah, one point relates or leads to another. I sink in water. I'm the heavier wood. Is this clear? That was all about it. I don't know what you guys were thinking. Ma'am is going to do something very difficult. Yes, so this is the result of active vascular cambium. That's the whole point. This is the result of consequence of a dormant. Let's not call it dormant. Let's call it inactive. Better. Inactive. Dormant is quite serious, you know. Dormant is inactivity which is quite intense. So, inactive vascular cambium. Can we do that together? Written? Everybody? Now, next is the concept that if I cut the tree of a mountain, right, I see them as distinct rings. That is where the question will come from. So, if you take the cross section, let me take a cross section. If you cut the wood of a plant who is living in a temperate area, okay, I see that there is a dark ring, there is a dark ring, and then there is a light ring. Then there is a dark ring and there is a light ring. Why is this happening? Because this wood has experienced in its life the 2 seasons here. What will dark ring correspond to? Come on people. What will dark ring correspond to? What kind of wood? Dark ring will correspond to autumn. That, you know, this guy was trying to this guy was trying to survive in the autumn season also. Guy meaning this plant was trying to survive. Yeah. And the light will talk about the spring season. These are called as, since they are formed in a single year, they are alternate rings of early and late wood, and late wood formed due to differential seasonal activity of whom? Of vascular cambium. Does that suffice? Does that make sense to everybody? Okay. Now, if you count, you don't count both. You count either one of them. You will either count the darker ring or you will count the lighter ring. That will tell you the age of the tree. Age of tree is corresponding to the number of annual rings. But don't count both of them, either of 2. Either you count the dark one or the light one, up to you. And this is used extensively, by the way, by botanists. This branch is called as dendro. Dendro is related to the plant, right? Chronology. Chronology is the number. They use an increment borer and they cut and they count the age of the plant. Question, people? Let's do the question. Answers in the chat box. Any? Identify the incorrect statement. Come on people, answers in the chat box. Last topic. After this question we have nothing to do. Unless you need me here to speak to you at 1 AM in the morning. I am game. I have had classes where I have done that. Vardhan, aww, so much love. So much love. Nobody is answering the question. Somebody has. Babita has. Cool. You guys just take a lot of time sometimes. Okay, let's see. Incorrect statement. Sapwood is involved in conduction of water and minerals. Oh, this topic is not done, ma'am. Oh, that's why. Let's do it. My bad. Let's do heartwood and sapwood. Very interesting. This is also based on secondary xylem. But it is a feature of only an old stem. So what the textbooks write is, they write the word, this is the feature of a woody stem. So what is the meaning of a woody stem? I'll tell you. A woody stem is the one which has undergone many years and cycles of secondary growth, owing to which it is all secondary xylem. Lot of it is secondary xylem. That is the wood you cut for commercial wood. But when you cut the wood, you will come across, see, I was trying to cut the wood. Yeah, somebody told me to build their house. I went to cut the wood. And what do I encounter? I encounter an outer secondary xylem, outer zone of secondary xylem, and an inner zone of secondary xylem. The outer zone is light in color and it is called as the sapwood, people. It is called as the sapwood. The inner zone is called as the heartwood. Now what is the difference? What is happening? Heartwood is also called as duramen. And this one is also called as the albinum. Well, people, it is only the outside wood which is going to conduct in this huge tree. Only this poor guy, this wood, which is the sapwood, is the conducting wood here. Then what is heartwood doing? Well, what happened in course of time, that this heartwood, all the elements got completely plugged, completely blocked by deposition of substances, yeah, be it tannin, all of that, waste products, resins, latex, whatever it is. And this is the non-conducting wood. Non-conducting wood. But if I am not conducting in my life and I have so much of deposition, I am going to be extremely strong. Yes? So this is a strong wood. And that is what can be used commercially. Yes? One more good thing about this heartwood is that microorganisms are not going to attack on this wood. Why? Microorganisms attack wood only for the sap in it, because sap is nutritious. So I attack the wood because I want the sap. So they will attack the outer zone. They will attack the sapwood here. They will definitely attack the sapwood. But they will not attack the heartwood, which is why it is called as the duramen. Okay? Not attacked by microbes. Are we very clear? Very clear. Which is the conducting wood? It is the sapwood. Although there are a few fungi who have attacked heartwood. Okay? Now, there was a question which used to be asked a few years ago, and it used to be one of the popular questions in NEET. Right? Which is that where are tyloses plugs present? So, just to keep you safe, this is the last topic of the day, unless I have questions for you. Well, if this is the vessel here, it is always surrounded by the parenchymatous cells. Yes? So, in this heartwood, what happens is the parenchymatous cell becomes knotty and it starts forming plugs inside the lumen, which was meant to transport or conduct the sap. Yes, affirmative. Give me a thumbs up in the chat box. This is a very important concept here. This is your parenchymatous cell. This is your lumina vessel. And these are the tylosis plug. Or ingrowths of, consider it like a cancer growths, ingrowths of parenchyma. So apart from deposition of waste products, which is a fact, these guys are further not letting the hardwood to conduct. All these factors contribute to the formation of done. Good. Now I will stay peacefully in my life, whether I am here or there, doing whatever, that I have made you ready for an exam. It could be, I would have spilled so much today outside NCERT, and I am not guilty at all, because see, you are at a place, you are studying from me, alright. So I don't want that on a rainy day you see a question and you realize, we thought it's not an NCERT, but finally it's here. Okay, let's see if we have questions, Rohit. Can we wait for the questions? I think, oh, I thought it's over. श्रद्धा, मैं मारूंगी, मैं मारती होती हूँ, पता है, मैं मार देती हूँ. I तो do, I will beat you. Don't do that. Now, guys, you have to promise to fill the comment section here. I will get up in the morning if I sleep. I'll get up in the morning and the first thing I'm going to do is look at the comment section. I want all this love and all these hugs, yeah, and all of this what we are doing, yeah. I want this to be expressed in the comment section, because that is fuel to the fire. Yeah, ma'am gets a lot of smile on her face, and that is the only thing you can do in return of all the efforts that teachers make out here. Yeah, thank you for the answers. Let's look at the question. Identify the wrong statement in context of heartwood. Yeah, now you can solve. Organic compounds are deposited. This is true. It is highly durable. We called it duramin, didn't we? Shraddha, मैं तेरे को मारूंगी यार. What do you do यार? Don't do this. It conducts water and minerals efficiently, but it is not conducting. Vardhan, when are you writing in the comment section यार? हमको तो comment section देखना है. Let's go to this. If you thought that I've forgotten, we missed this question. I don't forget. I was fed with a lot of almonds all my life. I'm going to be teaching in NEET Endgame. Why won't I? I would. The first chapter is Living World. Sapwood is involved in conduction of water and mineral. Good. Sapwood is the innermost secondary. But innermost? Is this true? This is wrong. It is the outermost. No? Due to deposition of tannins, dark in color. Okay. Hardwood is, yeah. Thank you very much, examiner. Do you guys get confidence? Do you guys feel that, you know, we don't care. We are not going to ask anybody, hey, the questions won't be asked from outside NCERT. No. Will the paper will be difficult? Or will the paper be easy? Are you guys worried about it? You shouldn't be. You should be so prepared that you are not dependent on the mindset of the examiner or the kind of day, the fate, everything. Take everything in your control, and that can only happen if your preparation is very, very complete. If I'm reading all the theory, attending Game of NEET lectures, I'm not solving questions, or I'm not giving mock tests, or I'm not interacting regularly with ma'am, then we are in tough spot. Amma. Okay, sorry, I didn't have the question. Guys, Devita, I want comment section. How did you like the class? Was it botany like never before? Is organ anatomy, the fear of organ anatomy and all the questions is done? Now you'll never be scared of anatomy. One more chapter is killed. One more chapter is killed. Yeah. The balloon shape. Hello. I just spoke about it. See, these questions, I didn't make them up. I didn't make them up. But no portion in my class which I cover is just because I want to give you extra information. I would have seen some question somewhere. It would be, it'll be like a sparking in my head, and then only there's so much to tell you. Let me tell you that this is just the tip of the iceberg. Years back, when I used to take anatomy class, we would teach 10x more than this. Yeah, so if you feel ma'am is teaching us extra, look at the previous year questions. You don't have to take my word for anything. Yeah, so tyloses, yeah. They are extensions of xylem parenchyma into the vessels. You are able to solve this question so easily because I have stood with you, I don't know how many hours, for how many hours. We have been together. You guys have been amazing. You guys have been consistent. That is why this question is like, chaplu, it's okay, I can do it. But for others, people who are not fortunate enough to be a part of this team, to be a part of Game of NEET, or who will not be fortunate or pragmatic enough, wise enough to join the crash course, the end game for NEET 2024, they would take time or they would go for negative marking. So it is always about the choices that you make in life, I tell you. Life is nothing but a lot of collection of choices that you make. You could be here, you could be somewhere else. It's always that. I could be here or I could be somewhere else. Isn't that? So guys, make the right choice. The link, I'm telling you still, if I'm standing here and saying something to be a part of a course, I actually mean it. Trust me, I don't care about anything else. You're definitely going to benefit from the course because I have faith in the team. I have faith in the process that we are following. On any other day at a different place, I wouldn't have said that. Understand what I'm saying. Take the cue. So the link is given. Be a part. 2nd January, I am going to take care of your biology part like there is nobody else. No tomorrow. You are it. You know the questions, the concepts like nobody would know. I am going to do NCERT reading. I am going to give you my handwritten notes. We are going to solve questions. But you have to enroll in the batch now because like all other batches, this is going to be a limited batch. Because we have to focus on 2025 and 2026 students also. Right? So for the people who are going to appear in 2024, you have limited seats. 1 person, limited time. Before I get all busy and all consumed in 2025 and 2026 batches, please take this opportunity, join the batch, link is given, my code is studded. You go to the page, the app, explore, click on the link, use the code if it is not studded, PM1 live and join the batch from 2nd of January. Done? Okay. Thank you very much. Good night. Take care. Keep smiling. Take care of your health. Anything, any problem that you have, let me know. I'm available on my own Telegram group. The link is given in the description box. Join that group, Dr. Pankhuri Miglani. We do a lot of questions every day. Yeah, we solve a lot of questions. That is the good morning that happens every day. There is Unacademy NEET English channel where all teachers are present. A lot of things are present. Yeah, and yeah, be good. That's all. Be a good person. And anybody who is in Chennai, I'll see you in Chennai very, very soon. Thank you, Babita. Put that in the comment section so that I feel happy.